All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's broadcast. My name is Matt Morris. We are live right now on YouTube as well as on Rumble at Matt Morris TV. Folks, I was actually planning on not doing live breaking news coverage today, but we woke up and we just have a never-ending volume of news, urgent breaking developments, second by second. And so today, I think we are going to be here again, folks, for another 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours. Who knows? Anywhere in between. And so we're going to hop right into the news here, folks, because we have a lot to talk about. A lot has happened overnight, and I can tell you what, I can already see things are happening right now. Thank you all very much for tuning in. First off, I want to share something with you folks. There's a reason why we start today's broadcast off with a Beirut cam up there in the top right. And the reason why is because we are hearing from the Israeli Air Force that, if I can pull this camera up, we're hearing on good authority that Hezbollah positions in Beirut are expected tonight in the Middle East to face strikes on a scale never before seen. And we actually have one literally right there. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't, I'm sorry. Right as I'm reading that Hezbollah is going to get blown the hell out tonight, literally one happens right there the second I flip the camera away. So anyway, the point is, the Israeli Air Force is going to be hitting Hezbollah harder than they have ever been hit before. We're starting today's show off in a pretty crazy way, and I can tell you, turn that up a little bit. That's in Beirut. I'll tell you here, folks, as I was getting today's broadcast ready over the last hour or so, getting all my notes and getting everything set up, I counted probably 2 different airstrikes just like that over the last hour. So this is, in the last 60 minutes, probably 3 airstrikes just like that in Beirut. So I think this report is probably accurate. I think probably we are going to be seeing a lot of Israeli Air Force airstrikes on Hezbollah locations in Beirut. Now, ladies and gentlemen, something else I want to share with you here is that at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time, I'm on the West Coast, that's 2:30 p.m. Okay, this is 4.5 hours from now, folks. In 4.5 hours, President Trump in Washington, D.C. is going to be holding a news conference in 4.5 hours, where he's going to be answering questions about the ongoing war in Iran. Big news conference today from President Trump himself in about 4.5 hours. So what I would love to do real quick is make a quick note at the top of the screen. Folks, there is a lot to talk about. I'm sorry. Hey, I'm a little bit flustered. I'm like, we got to go live. We got to talk about all of this. So let me kind of get my life under control here. This is at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Trump press conference about Iran. And I'm going to have that up there in the top right so everybody knows exactly. This is a couple hours from now. And so far, President Trump himself has actually not given a press conference specifically for Iran. He hasn't. This is day number 10. We've heard a lot from Marco Rubio. In fact, we heard from Marco Rubio earlier today. We have a couple clips from Secretary of State Rubio. We've also had numerous press conferences from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. And we've seen a lot of that. We had one a couple days ago from White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, but not from Trump himself. So this is going to be very fascinating here. And like I said, that's about 4.5 hours. Now, you might notice, look in the bottom left, Tel Aviv, Israel. We were getting reports last night. We talked about this a little bit on last night's broadcast. We were getting reports that the IRGC had blown up Tel Aviv's main power station, and that that Tel Aviv in Israel was facing a total blackout. Sorry, I need to deport someone here from the chat because we already have somebody spamming in the chat. Oh my goodness. Anyway, we were hearing lots of reports last night that the Iranians had blown up Tel Aviv's main power station and that Tel Aviv was facing a total blackout. Well, it's nighttime now, and you can't help but notice that Tel Aviv is not facing a total blackout. Oh, look at that. They're zooming in. Our camera here in Beirut is zooming in on that recent Israeli Air Force airstrike. Look at that. You can actually see there's some fire flickering in the distance. And so what they just hit is presumably a Hezbollah, some type of Hezbollah-related location. I'm sorry, folks, listen, we have a lot to talk about. There's a lot of news I want to go through, but that airstrike just came out of nowhere. So we're a little bit behind schedule, but we have a lot to talk about today. You better believe it. You can see the flickering flame off in the distance there. Now, some other news I want to share with you is what's currently going on with the Strait of Hormuz. If you will allow me, I want to put some stuff up here on the big screen. Ladies and gentlemen, bear with me. Let's pull this up here. We have a report coming out from the Wall Street Journal that says, the Wall Street Journal of all places, can you believe that? Americans aren't expected to feel much pain from higher power bills as they did after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, analysts say, thanks to ample LNG liquefied natural gas inventories and record production. Wait a minute, record production? What does that mean? Remember President Trump's policy? Some technical issues here? Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear my voice on YouTube, give me a 1. And if you can hear my voice on Rumble, give me a 2. Pause the show. Stand by here. Pause the show. We might be having technical difficulties. And you know what? Okay, we are good. Never mind. We're good. Seems like just a little hiccup there. Don't worry about that too much. So anyway, according to the Wall Street Journal, Americans aren't expected to feel much pain from higher power bills as they did after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, analysts say, thanks to ample liquefied natural gas inventories and record production. That's the President Trump agenda of drill, baby, drill. Take a look at this. This post has been going viral. The Panikins, over the last 12 hours, you might have noticed, the markets reopened. Oil prices went up, then they came crashing down. It wasn't as bad as everybody expected. The Panikins last night for the last 12 hours have been in meltdown mode. The number one thing they're crying about is the price of oil. The rise in oil prices is what? Very temporary. If President Trump can make Iran free, meaning overthrow the current Iranian regime, oil prices will go lower than we've seen in decades. Let's break it down. Let's talk about it. Current U.S. and international sanctions severely restrict Iran's oil exports, limiting them to around 1.5 to 2 million barrels per day. That's called BPD. This forces Iran to sell their oil through shadowy channels to buyers like China. They have this shadow fleet. They've been selling sort of illegally selling their oil to China. Imagine this, a pro-Western government in Iran would lead to the swift removal of these sanctions, allowing Iran to ramp up their exports to its full export capacity of 3 to 4 million barrels per day within a couple months. So Iran, if we have a friendly regime, and this is Trump's objective, in Iran that's willing to do what he says, then Iran could theoretically double their oil output. The sanctions come off, friendly regime, remove the sanctions, they double their output. This oil influx would add significant volume to the global market. As most people know, I hope, when supply and volume increases, demand is quenched and price goes down. Meaning cheaper oil, cheaper energy. Historically, when sanctions were partially lifted under the 2015 Barack Obama nuclear deal, the JCPOA, sanctions were partially lifted as a consequence of that deal, Iran's exports rose by about 1 million barrels per day, contributing to a $10 per barrel drop in global prices. So you can already see, we've already seen the mechanism function in 2015 during the early days of the JCPOA. You lift some of the sanctions, Iran produces more oil, now they can do it legally, and prices go down. Now, that was an increase of 1 million barrels per day. Imagine an increase of 2 to 3 million barrels per day as a consequence of a free Iran. We have a new leader in Iran that is willing to do what Trump wants. We could see a worldwide 20% drop in oil prices below the baseline that the Trump economy has already established. And it could get even better from there. Western alignment would attract foreign capital and technology to Iran's aging oil infrastructure, build out new oil infrastructure to even further increase the output and the volume. Real quick, I think some people are having some issues here. I'm going to type a message because it seems as if some people can't hear me. If you can't hear me, reload. You need to reload. If you cannot hear my voice, you need to reload. Some people are saying, Matt, I can't hear you. Sometimes there's a hiccup in the broadcast. If you cannot hear me, you need to reload the broadcast. Thank you very much. I can't yell at them because they can't hear me, so I have to type them a little letter. I need to send them a carrier pigeon. Some people had an issue. Anyway, now that we've gone through that, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And the benefits of this entire dynamic we're breaking down here extend further beyond the borders of Iran. The current regime's support for proxy groups like the Houthis in Yemen, Hezbollah, fuels regional instability, including attacks on shipping in the Red Sea and threats to the Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of global oil transits. These risks add a geopolitical premium to oil prices, estimated at $5 to $10 per barrel during flare-ups. And you might have noticed, you can actually track this if you have a chart up in front of you. Whenever the Houthis start launching rockets at oil tankers, whenever there's attacks coming out of Oman, boats coming out of Strait of Hormuz, you know what happens? Oil prices go up because everybody panics a little bit because you've got a bunch of psychotic desert-dwelling terrorists launching rockets at oil tankers. And this has happened on numerous occasions. Little blip, price increase, blip on the radar there. And so, once more, if you shut down Iran, it's really positive development in a multitude of ways. No longer all these terrorist groups in the region have the capacity to cause that little temporary price blip. This means other top oil producers in the Middle East may be able to provide cheaper oil as well. And then you add in a free Venezuela with new and improved oil infrastructure, which is what's currently happening right now in Venezuela, and we could see an oil renaissance. So what we are kind of talking about right here with the Strait of Hormuz is, to be very clear, a very temporary blip. And also, President Trump has a plan, and this is really one of today's big topics. President Trump has a plan to get this strait reopened. And by the way, I'll make a little joke here. Everybody calls this the Strait of Hormuz. This thing is just about as straight as Pete Buttigieg. You can't help it. But anyway, hey, they call it a strait nonetheless. Now, moving on. Take a look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, as of today, President Trump, you might have noticed, President Trump has been very vocal for the last couple of days. He's saying, listen, we are opening that strait. We are opening that damn strait. In fact, we are offering U.S.-based insurance coverage for tankers looking to go through the strait, because Lloyd's, the London-based insurance provider, had dropped a lot of them because it's too hot. The situation's too hot. Trump says, we're going to insure them. And also, we're going to be using the U.S. Navy to forcibly reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And so these two dynamics here have kind of inspired a little bit of confidence in a lot of these tankers. A lot of these tankers that are here on standby, they're saying, okay, if Trump is going to back us up here, and it seems like Iran is having the living hell beat out of them, then you know what? Maybe I'm going to make the run. You know what? Maybe I'm going to try to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe I'll give it a go. In fact, we've been seeing that. You know, we've been sitting here on marinetraffic.com tracking these tankers. You know how airplanes are able to flip on and off their transponders? They can go dark, so to speak. Guess what? Vessels can do that well, as well. Maritime trade vessels can do that as well. They're not supposed to, but they can. They can go dark if they want. And what we are starting to see is that a lot of these tankers, a lot of these maritime trade vessels here, they're actually flipping off the transponder, going through the strait, and then flipping their transponder back on the other side. And you know what? Given the circumstances, I guess, you know, more power to them. Frankly, I'd probably do the same damn thing if I was them. And so now we're starting to see that. In fact, we have a report. A Greek-operated tanker with 1 million barrels of oil loaded in Saudi Arabia, we have a confirmation, has actually sailed through the Strait of Hormuz, according to on-the-ground ship trackers. We have 2 Iran-linked oil product tankers sailed through Hormuz as well in the last 24 hours. These are coming out of Iran, according to on-the-ground ship trackers. 4 Iranian super tankers have arrived in waters near Singapore with 8 million barrels of oil after leaving Iran before February 28th. They went through the strait also. So Iranian tankers are still trying to come out. We also saw a Greek-operated tanker. Now, I do want to say something here, though, and I'm going to put the cameras back up here so you guys have something to look at while I share this information with you. There is a little bit of a rumor, almost. Let's call it a rumor. There's a rumor going around that, well, Iran actually didn't shut down the Strait of Hormuz. They never even tried. Iran has no bearing or impact whatsoever on what's currently going on in the Strait of Hormuz. The real reason why Hormuz has been shut down, and we've seen a huge reduction in tanker traffic going in and out, is because of Trump, and Trump is stupid, and Trump has terrible foreign policy. This is an anti-Trump rhetoric, anti-Trump line of attack, that the IRGC, the Iranians, no, they didn't do anything. They didn't shut down the Strait of Hormuz. There's this ongoing attempt from you-know-who, it's from the left and some of these, I don't know, crazy people. We've got crazy people on the right. There's this attempt to make the argument that Trump is a moron, and also there's this attempt, you might have noticed it, to make the Iranian regime seem nice and lovely. They're trying to make the Iranian regime seem like a bunch of wholesome Chungus. I don't know. It's like, no, actually, they're psychotic and violent and crazy. But anyway, there's this narrative that Iran has had no part in the shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, I did some research into this. Let's go through some of the data here. The IRGC themselves have actually publicly claimed responsibility for striking a Maltesian flagged oil tanker called the Prima with a drone on March 7th. That's curious. Wait a minute. I thought the IRGC had no hand in this. The IRGC personally claimed responsibility for striking a Maltese oil tanker with a suicide drone just 2 days ago. What's more, analysts and maritime security sources, e.g. UK MTO, Vanguard, and IMO, have reported around 10 or more vessels have been attacked in or near the Strait of Hormuz since early March. That's in the last 9 days, with incidents involving missiles, projectiles, and drones, causing fires, explosions, sinkings, and casualties, including deaths and injuries reported in several of these cases. Somebody said, Matt Morris, you're lying. Okay. Specific examples include a United Arab Emirati flagged tugboat called the Musafa II, struck by missiles while assisting another vessel, leading to it sinking, and the crew is currently missing. The entire crew probably sunk into the bottom of the sea. The Musafa II is the name of that, got hit by a bunch of Iranian missiles. Other tankers and ships have been hit, with traffic dropping dramatically. Normally, there's around 150 transits per day in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. It's dropped to nearly zero, with some just now starting to kind of make the journey. So this notion that, well, no, the Iranians have no hand in shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, I mean, that's just like factually bullshit. We know for a fact. We've got photos and videos, and the Emiratis have reported it. Independent organizations, UK MTO, Vanguard, and IMO have reported it. We've got spotters on the ground. People are taking photos of it. We've been seeing videos of this for a week and a half now. But anyway, let's get on because there's more to this story. President Trump issued a statement relating to all of this Hormuzian drama. He said, and I quote, Trump on oil prices to the New York Post earlier this morning, quote, I have a plan for everything. Trump said this morning, Trump, what are you going to do about the oil prices? I have a plan for everything. Well, what might that plan be? What are we talking about? Well, it might have something to do with this. The U.S. Navy aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford was observed today in the Red Sea. This is actually yesterday. Yesterday in the Red Sea, about 70 kilometers off the western coast of Saudi Arabia. At least one Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers and a U.S. Navy oiler were also spotted operating nearby. We have satellite imagery. Now, why is this so important? Wait a minute. The USS Gerald R. Ford and its associated strike group, its carrier battle group. Why is this such a big deal? Well, ladies and gentlemen, during the start of this conflict, can I zoom out here? Where are we at on Google Maps here? Where was this carrier when this conflict broke out? Well, originally, on day one of this, 10 days ago now, it was actually floating off of the coast of Israel, playing defense, playing coverage for the Israelis. It was right here, perched off the coast of Tel Aviv just about, firing missile interceptors, helping protect Israel during the breakout of this conflict 10 days ago. Well, it's not there anymore. Where did it go? It traveled south through the Suez Canal, down through Egypt. See this canal here? You can actually sail an aircraft carrier right down through this damn thing. Look at that. You've got tankers going in and out. Well, we sailed an aircraft carrier and its associated battle group down this thing also. Down through the Suez, down here, into the Red Sea. And so we've got satellite imagery that this thing yesterday was right about here in the Red Sea, about halfway down the Red Sea. Right here, sort of near Jeddah. Okay? Where do you think this thing is going? This thing is moving. Where do you think Trump is repositioning this thing? Now that Israel is kind of a little bit safer by nature of the Iranian regime getting crippled, we keep on bombing their missile launchers, their rocket launchers, their drone launchers. We're bombing the hell. Now that Israel is a little bit safer, the rate at which Iran is launching missiles and drones has gone down. Israel's not so worried anymore. Trump is repositioning this carrier. It was up there. Now it's down here. It's on the move. Where are we going? Well, we would suspect, this is my suspicion here, down through the Gulf of Aden, the Gulf of Aden, up here off the coast of Yemen, off the coast of Oman, linking up. There's another carrier and its battle group up here. It's called the USS Lincoln. Seems to be the case right now. This is what all the experts, all the geopolitical analysts are talking about. Trump is bringing this thing up here, the Ford, to meet up with the Lincoln, and we are going to militarily, using the might of the U.S. Navy, open this thing back up. Not one carrier battle group, but two carrier battle groups. What we are going to see... Oh, hold up. Red alert. Hold that thought. Red alert. What do we have here? Ladies and gentlemen, this is probably a small red alert up here in northern Israel, right along the confrontation line. If I had to take a guess at what this might be, this is probably Hezbollah taking shots at the IDF. This doesn't look like a drone or a ballistic missile. It doesn't even look like Hezbollah rockets. I think they're just trading some fire up there. And they tend to do that a lot. They do that a lot, and it's already done. Okay, so don't worry too much about that one right there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back to talking about what we're talking about. Okay, folks, what we are going to see here, perhaps even starting tonight, like now, is the U.S. Air Force and probably the Israeli Air Force as well, just absolutely peppering this entire region of Iran. Any IRGC holdouts, any Iranian military holdouts in this region on the Iranian side of the Strait of Hormuz, adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz, on the north side, they will be, with extra care and extra precision, completely decimated and eradicated in an effort to what? In an effort to reopen this strait. Trump knows. Trump wants this strait reopened. And so this seems to be one of the big maneuvers that the Trump administration is engaging in right now. He's gonna forcibly open this thing. He's sending them in, okay? Forcibly opening this back up. Now, we have some extra news here. We have the data for what happened yesterday pertaining to the Iranian missile and suicide drone launches, ballistic missile and drone launches. The blue bar here, we got a bunch of blue bars, that represents Iranian drones. The red bar represents Iranian ballistic missiles. So what do you see? Every single day, the rate at which, the frequency at which the Iranian regime was launching ballistic missiles went down, 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 until yesterday. Yesterday, they actually almost doubled the rate at which they were launching ballistic missiles. They did. They went from 30 up to 55. This is the first time in this conflict that they launched more ballistic missiles on day 2 than they did on day 1. Does that make sense? So very slight uptick. Same dynamic for suicide drones. Same dynamic. A slight uptick. They went from 165 to 180. So who knows? Maybe the Iranian regime is able to still, to some degree, mount somewhat of an offense. Now, of course, here's a really good question. What percentage of ballistic missiles getting launched out of Iran actually hit their target or do any damage at all? Less than 10. Less than 10. There is a 90+ percent interception rate. So less than 10% of these ballistic missiles actually land or do any damage. What about the drones? The drones have an 85% interception rate, meaning less than 15% of Iranian suicide drones do their damage. Okay, still, you don't want any of them to do their damage. But fact of the matter is, most of them are not making it through. A senior Iranian official told Al Mayadeen that President Trump, through mediators, is communicating with both Tehran and Washington, seeking to bring the war to an end. This is a senior Iranian official who spoke to Al Mayadeen. Let's get a fact check on here. This is a Middle Eastern news outlet. Ladies and gentlemen, would you be surprised if there are secret negotiations going on behind the scenes to de-escalate or bring this thing down? Now, what does de-escalate mean in this case? I'm going to flip back up our Beirut cam. We might have action here. Trump has said time and time again, the only thing that he's looking for right now is complete and total surrender. That's it. Nothing else will suffice. Nothing else will be sufficient. Complete and total surrender of the Iranian regime is what Trump wants, and anything less than that is totally unacceptable. What might complete and total surrender look like? A complete and total shutdown of their nuclear enrichment program, a complete and total shutdown of their ballistic missile and suicide drone programs, a complete and total shutdown of the Iranian regime's funding of terror groups, not just in the region, but in the entire world. And it also seems like President Trump right now is kind of angling for access to some of the Iranian oil. Seems to be the case. Right now, there's a lot of talk. In fact, we've been talking a lot about this. It's a little island up here. It's called Karg Island. Does anybody here know about Karg Island? Here's Iran. Big old country. This is Karg Island. I think many of you know this at this point, but for those of you that don't, 90% of Iranian oil is exported through this one island. Now, put some numbers on the table. Right around 10,000 Iranians live on the island. It's not that populated, a little bit. There's 10,000 people that live there. But this is otherwise called Oil Island. 90% of all Iranian oil is shipped out through this island. They've got all the infrastructure. Storage, they've got the pump lines, they've got it all. They've got the little pump dock out here, put the lines out. They're pumping it out to the boat. And here's an Iranian oil tanker on Google Maps. 90% of all Iranian oil gets pumped out through this one terminal, this island. And so you might notice, you can't help but notice here, over the last 9 or 10 days here, Trump, the United States, and Israel have dropped, getting close to 4,000 bombs. Well, 4,000 targeted strikes, probably more bombs and missiles than that, but almost 4,000 key strike locations over the last 9 or 10 days. However, there's one spot that they have not bombed. There's one spot we have not blown anything up at, and this is Kharg Island. Trump wants this island intact. Why might Trump want this island intact? Why might Trump be refusing to bomb this island? Well, it seems to me that Trump wants this island intact because he wants it to remain operational. He wants to make use of it. So I think this island is going to be pivotal in whatever type of deal or negotiation or settlement comes out of this. It's all sort of revolving around this island. You know, you could imagine a deal where there's a new Iranian leader that is surrendered, willing to do whatever Trump wants. A week from now, 2 weeks from now, whatever it is, however long it takes to get to that point. And a deal is struck. All right, listen, hey, you're going to do whatever I want. New supreme leader, whoever you might be. And in exchange, we're going to let you pump all the oil you want. You can double or triple your oil output. We're going to lift the oil export sanctions on Iran that have been there for a very long time. And also, you're going to be receiving 80% of the profit of all this new export. The U.S. is going to take 10%. And perhaps, I don't know, these other Arab Gulf nations are going to split the other 10%. Maybe Saudi Arabia gets a little bit. Maybe Qatar gets a little bit, because keep in mind, they've been getting blown up here. They each get a slice of the pie. You get 5%, you get 5%, you get 5%. U.S. gets 10% or whatever. And then Iran gets the lion's share, and we lift the sanctions. You could see some type of deal or negotiation like that. You most certainly could. Now we're going to keep on going through this. Where did we leave off here? Anyway, once again, a senior Iranian official told, this is a Middle Eastern outlet, that President Trump, through mediators communicating through back channels with Tehran, is seeking to bring the war to an end. Marco Rubio spoke about this dynamic right here. He gave some statements earlier today. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. Let's turn up the audio a little bit, make sure we can hear this.
There are not a lot of cameras down there covering what they're doing, as opposed to some of the other images that you may see from some of the cities and capitals nearby. But I want everyone to know your military is getting the job done. And every single day, this regime in Iran has less missiles, has less launchers, their factories work less, and their navy is being eviscerated. And the world is going to be a safer and a better place when this mission is accomplished.
That most certainly seems to be the case. Just factually, fact of the matter, every single day that goes on, they have less missiles. They've got fewer suicide drones. They've got fewer launchers, missile launchers, drone launching locations. They've got fewer members of the military and the IRGC alive that are able or willing to launch the missiles and drones. And that is why day after day we've seen a reduction in launches. Now, Secretary Rubio says the goal of the mission against Iran, the Iranian regimes, are clear. What are the goals? I've seen this talking point going around. People are saying, well, there's not even an objective. There's no objective. What is the objective of this operation? What is the win condition? How do we win this?
The goals of this mission are clear, and it's important to continue to remind the American people of why it is that the greatest military in the history of the world is engaged in this operation. It is to destroy the ability of this regime to launch missiles, both by destroying their missiles and their launchers, destroy the factories that make these missiles, and destroy their navy. The goals of this mission are clear, and it's important to continue to remind the American people of why it is that the greatest military in the history of the world is engaged in this operation. It is to destroy the ability of this regime to launch missiles, both by destroying their missiles and their launchers, destroy the factories that make these missiles, and destroy their navy.
No navy, no missiles, no navy, and of course, no uranium enrichment at this point. Are we going to let them enrich uranium? No. No navy, no missiles. Really, no means with which to project power to attack their neighbors. What have we seen over the last couple days here, over the last week and a half? we have seen the Iranian regime fire ballistic missiles and suicide drones at quite literally every single one of their regional neighbors. They have, and not just a couple, but dozens and hundreds, sometimes hundreds per country. United Arab Emirates, hundreds. Qatar, hundreds. Bahrain, hundreds. Kuwait, hundreds. Saudi Arabia, hundreds. Oman, dozens. Iraq, hundreds. Namely, U.S. bases in Iraq. Hell, they even launched a suicide drone, a couple of them, in Azerbaijan. Today, we got news. In fact, we're going to talk about this here. Folks, remember a week ago when the Iranians attempted to fire a ballistic missile at Turkey? Guess what? They did it again. Can we skip to that news? Here it is. Breaking. Iran, this is like 3 hours ago. This is hot off the press. Iran just fired another ballistic missile at Turkey. It was shot down by NATO air defense systems, and the debris fell down to the ground. They did it again. People were speculating a week ago, oh, maybe it was an accident. And by the way, the ballistic missile they fired at a week ago is called exo-atmospheric, meaning they shot it up into space. They shot it into space above the atmosphere so that it would then rain back down. Okay? That's what they did a week ago. Well, they fired another ballistic missile at Turkey a couple hours ago. This is the official NATO spokesperson on behalf of NATO. NATO has once again intercepted a missile heading towards Turkey. NATO stands firm in its readiness to defend all allies against any threat. Astounding. Breaking news. NATO press announces that the NATO alliance, has once again intercepted a missile heading towards Turkey. They stand ready to defend. Initial reports show now that the debris fell in a town called Gaziantep. Absolutely astounding. Now, so if anybody thought that the Iranian regime was looking to de-escalate, no, now they're launching, again, ballistic missiles at Turkey. They're completely psychotic. We hear a statement from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent talking about what he can do as Secretary of the Treasury to put maximum pressure on the Iranian regime.
President Trump gave the order for Treasury to exert a maximum pressure campaign on Iran. I said at a speech at the Economic Club of New York in March that I predicted that the Iranian currency would collapse, that we would see the economy collapse thanks to this maximum pressure. So we have been softening up the economy and preparing the ground for what our great warriors are doing right now. So the Iranian economy was vulnerable. We cut off the dollar supply into Iran. All of their oil is sanctioned. We've been able to keep the funds, many of the funds out of Iran. One of the largest banks collapsed in December. The central bank was forced to print a huge amount of money. Inflation ensued, and people took to the streets. So there was an economic crash in Iran in December, and now we have the opening to go in, and our military is taking over from the sky and from the sea.
So this has been a pressure campaign for a while now. And what did you see? You said they applied economic pressure in December, 4 months ago. What happened in January? In January, do I have the video I want to talk about here? Where's the video I want to talk about? Hold up. Stand by here, folks. We saw that in January, the Iranian regime ended up doing what? Killing 35,000? I believe is the number. They killed 35,000 of their own people. Anti-Iranian regime protesters. They slaughtered them in the streets. Now, there's a video I want to show you here. Yesterday, this is hot off the press. The Iranian ambassador to the United Kingdom. He's a guy, he goes by the name of Saeed Ali Musavi. Held an interview with a reporter from the BBC about the slaughter of these 35,000 people. Take a look at this. This is absolutely astounding. I could not believe that a reporter from the BBC actually asked these questions. Take a look at this.
Your country is under attack, but your people have also been under attack. Since we last spoke, your government has killed thousands of its own people in the streets who had the courage to stand up to protest against the suffering that they have been experiencing at the hands of the regime. Thousands of people were killed. How on earth do you justify that, Ambassador?
The Iranian side has their own problems due to the economic sanctions against us. And the Iranian people, unfortunately, has their own problems, in this matter. But I do believe, yes, now our people are in a very painful and sensitive period of time, but they are supporting the government against the foreign invader, foreign aggressors.
To say,
you
Ambassador,
see, if you go to the inside of Iran, you can see one solidarity, one unity among the people.
Ambassador, we would love to be able to report independently from inside Iran to see what is really going on.
Why not?
But we have seen much of what has gone on. Just this morning, I looked at many of the images and watched some of the videos from what happened to protesters in your country.
Hold up, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to pause that video because I believe that we are having some YouTube buffering problems. Again, I apologize. I'm sure this will only take 10 or 15 or 20 seconds. Bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. If our broadcast on YouTube is buffering, if you're on Rumble right now, give me a 2 in the chat. Just want to make sure the Rumblers are still able to hear me and see me. But on YouTube, I believe we are having some buffering. One moment here, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully this is going to resolve itself. It seems like on Rumble, we might be having some issues as well. I think these are issues both on YouTube as well as on Rumble. Yeah, there is a slight little delay here. I'm sorry, folks. This is not on my end. Something very strange is going on here. This has been happening a couple times here. You can't get a little, I don't know if you want to get a little bit conspiratorial. Right as we play this video, we start having some broadcast errors. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear my voice right now, go ahead and type 143 in the live chat. I believe we're good. I think we're out of the thick of it here. 143 if you can hear my voice. And the second I start seeing a bunch of 143s, we're going to get on with it. All right. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are good. I think we're good. All right. Let's continue this video. You know what? Why don't we just go ahead and restart it? Maybe we lost our place. From the very beginning here, because I really think you need to see this.
Your country is under attack, but your people have also been under attack. Since we last spoke, your government has killed thousands of its own people in the streets who had the courage to stand up to protest against the suffering that they have been experiencing at the hands of the regime. Thousands of people were killed. How on earth do you justify that, Ambassador?
The Iranian side has their own problems due to the economic sanctions against us. And the Iranian people, unfortunately, has their own problems, in this matter. But I do believe, yes, now our people are in a very painful and sensitive period of time, but they are supporting the government against the foreign invader, foreign aggressors.
To say,
you
Ambassador,
see, if you go to the inside of Iran, you can see one solidarity, one unity among the people.
Ambassador, we would love to be able to report independently from inside Iran to see what is really going on.
Why not?
But we have seen much of what has gone on.
Why not? Why can't independent journalists go to Iran and report on what's happening on the ground? Why not? Well, it's because they're not allowed. It's because you can't. The regime has shut that down.
Just this morning, I looked at many of the images and watched some of the videos from what happened to protesters in your country in January. I looked at images and videos verified independently by our colleagues at BBC Verify that show body bags littered over the courtyard of a mortuary, the Karizak Forensic Medical Center in Iran. I saw images of young, old, teenagers, people killed by your government beaten faces, bloodied bodies, gunshot wounds. How on earth do you justify that and sit there today saying, our people have some complaints? Your government killed thousands of their own people and the world
Laura.
saw that.
Laura, I again, I recommend you to be very vigilant and delicate for
And our colleagues have verified those images independently, Mr. Ambassador.
Of Iran. Let me finish. And so I do not want to say that we do not have any problem. No. The problem there are in our country, but you see that how to settle, how to address these kind of problems according to the Iranian laws and regulations, it's a very important. And the other than without any interference of the foreign countries against Iran.
This is crazy. This guy, he's not even denying it. He's not even denying the body bags and the 35,000 Iranian or just random civilians that got gunned down by the Iranian military. He's not even denying it. He's saying, well, yeah, we have some problems, but these are our own problems. We need to sort them out ourselves. And this is not for the United States or anybody else to come in and try to solve for us. We have our own domestic problems, and this is for us to solve. But yeah, we have. He's not even trying to deny it.
This was not about foreign interference. This was about your own people taking to the streets to protest against their suffering. And if you had nothing to hide, why turn off the internet during the protests? If you had nothing to hide, why not allow people to report freely and fairly?
Because the internet now using as a military devices against the Iranian security. You should be very delicate regarding for the Iranian circumstances and condition in Iran.
Our colleagues at BBC Verify have checked all of that incredibly carefully, and that is why we wanted to put that to you today, Ms.
He's telling her that she needs to be delicate when she's talking about this dude. You are sitting here justifying 35,000 Iranian innocent people that got gunned down by this regime. You know what I can't help but notice? All of these people that are right this very moment, right now, parroting this talking point. America blew up 165 Iranian schoolgirls, which is totally unfounded. There's no evidence or proof or anything confirming this at all. Zero, literally zero. I have scoured, I have looked. Zero. I've had conversations with these people. I said, okay, give me your proof. They don't have any. All of the people that are parroting this talking point, the U.S. blew up 165 Iranian schoolgirls. Where were these people when the Iranian regime killed 35,000 civilians on the streets, gunned them down in cold blood? 35,000. And we have proof of that, by the way. We've got proof of that. We don't have proof of the 165 schoolgirls. Where were these very same people? Where was that energy? Where was that energy when the Iranian regime killed 35,000 innocent people? It's really just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we might have some people, I'm sorry, we might have some people here that, once again, cannot hear my voice. I'm going to send a PSA here, just so everybody knows for future reference. If the broadcast ever buffers and then you can't hear me, you need to reload. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, real quick PSA. This has happened time and time again. This happens over and over. Maybe there are people that cannot hear me right now. If the broadcast ever buffers and then you can't hear me, you need to reload. That's it. Simple. You just have to reload. It's not a big deal. Sometimes YouTube has a little hiccup. It's all good. It's out of our control. That's a YouTube thing. Sometimes that happens. All you have to do is reload, though. It's not that difficult of a fix. I'm sorry. I wish I could stop that from happening, but that's just the way that YouTube works sometimes. Ladies and gentlemen, hold up. Breaking news. I just got a report right now. U.S. airstrikes have hit Iranian fighter jets inside of a hardened shelter at the Shiraz Iranian military airbase. Put this up on the big screen. This just happened. This is us. This is the U.S. blowing up Iranian fighter jets. And you can see the nose sticking out right there. And goodbye, fighter jet. So this is hot off the press. This just got released by CENTCOM. And you can see that, right? See that little white dot right there? That is our bomb or missile or whatever. I'm not sure exactly what they used to blow that damn thing up, but there it goes in. But there it goes in. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to get reports. Hold up. Yeah. Okay, folks. Once again, tonight, it's nighttime in the Middle East, so now, soon. In fact, we've already seen it a couple times. We're hearing that the Israeli Air Force is going to carry out the largest series of attacks, bombing runs against Hezbollah in Beirut that we have ever seen. Once again, the Israeli Air Force is going to be bombing the living hell out of Hezbollah positions in Beirut tonight soon. We've already seen that happen. In fact, if you see that footage up there in the top right above my head, that is a fire following an Israeli Air Force strike against a Hezbollah position probably about 45 minutes ago. So we've already been seeing this. You saw it happen live not too long ago. Now, of course, I want to say thank you all, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. If you're new to the show, make sure to hit that like button, make sure to follow. I'll be honest, I was perhaps not going to do a live coverage broadcast today. I was going to try to get back on a normal, regular schedule with you guys. But it seems like tonight and today really is going to be a massive deal. What's more, at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time, President Trump, for the first time ever since the outbreak of this conflict, President Trump himself is going to be holding a press conference talking about Iran. So far, we've heard from Marco Rubio, we've heard from Pete Hegseth, but we have not heard exclusively just from President Trump. So this is going to be Trump sitting down, talking to us. What the hell's going on out here? And 5:30 p.m. That's 2:30. That's about 2.5 hours from now. We have a spammer in the chat. Is that right? Do we? Well, let me take a look. I'm going to take a look around and see if we can track him down. Live chat. Let me take a look here. Matt, did you sleep? I slept just a little bit. Hold up. We have a report. Stand by here late. Oh, that's on the wrong page. Need to bring that over here. I need to put that back up. We have footage coming out 15 minutes ago of a United Arab Emirates Air Force F-16 engaging an Iranian drone. Oh my gosh. Hold up. Breaking news here, folks. Here's footage. This is an Emirati Air Force F-16. Okay, good God. Wow. This is an Wow. And you can tell it... That's a bird. Okay, I thought that might have been the... No, that's a bird. And people are out here on the beach. In the Emirates. Those are birds. So in the footage, we actually do not... We do not see the drone itself. But anyway, I mean, you know this guy fired at something out there. One more time. Rip bird. Yeah, hopefully he didn't blow up a bird. Ladies and gentlemen, no birds were harmed in the making of this film. No, this is footage of an Emirati Air Force F-16E engaging an Iranian attack drone at low level over Al Mamzar Beach. Can we pull up where this is? Google Maps. Al Mamzar Beach. Wow. Okay, zoom out. I want to show you where it is on the map here. ladies and gentlemen, this is Dubai. And Dubai, it's a very wealthy, opulent vacation paradise type of city, other than the fact that they've got suicide drones flying into their buildings. This is where they have the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building. They have all of this vacation, billion-dollar luxury real estate. So anyway, that beach, where was it again? Right here. So it's like a little inlet here, and people are out here just hanging out on the beach. Can we drop down and take a look? What does it look like down here? Yeah, this is where it was. So people are out here having a fun time, and then they see a suicide drone flying overhead, and they had to deploy the fighter jet, the F-16, the F-16 to come blast it out of the air. That is surreal. That is absolutely surreal. Nice place. Yeah, no, hey, doesn't seem that bad. Other than the Iranian ballistic missiles and drones flying overhead. No, folks, we have seen, over the last 10 days now, we have seen God knows how many Iranian drones and ballistic missiles get launched into Dubai. We've seen hotels, restaurants, big apartment buildings get blown up by these Iranian suicide drones. And you know the Emiratis are not happy about this. They're not happy at all about this. They just want to live their luxury lifestyle, and they are getting sick of having suicide drones and missiles fly into their buildings. I think they've had enough. We have some type of alert here. Okay, folks, I've got a breaking news update here. We have more recap news to go through, but there's more I want to talk about here with you. Earlier, the U.S. Navy destroyed the Iris Shahid Soleimani, a Soleimani-class corvette of the IRGC Navy, off the coast of Bandar. Okay, so we're still blowing up Iranian naval assets. We didn't kill them all yet. We didn't blow them all up yet. Maybe now we're getting closer. This is an Iranian gunship, ladies and gentlemen, that we just blew up a couple hours ago. Wow, holy hell. And there's a tanker right out there next to it. Holy hell. Now, can I show you what this vessel looked like prior to getting blown up? The Iris Shahid Soleimani is what this is called. And so, prior to getting blown up by the U.S. Navy just a couple of hours ago, this is what that would have looked like. And now it is, and now it is gone. And now it's been blown up. Now, folks, we have just update after update coming out here. So, folks, bear with me, because there is a lot going on right now. Ladies and gentlemen, real quick, if you would do me a favor on X, formerly known as Twitter, if you would like that tweet, repost that tweet, spread that tweet around to let everybody know we are live right now. We are monitoring the situation. You could give that tweet a like, and hey, follow me on X if you have not already. We're breaking all this down, folks. Tonight in the Middle East, meaning now, we are getting report after report after report that the Israeli Air Force is going to be conducting the largest bombing campaign against Hezbollah in Beirut that we have seen since the start of this war. So we have our Beirut live cam. In fact, you're looking at the fire left behind after another recent Israeli Air Force bombing run against Hezbollah targets. I think Beirut is going to be really, for lack of a better phrase, popping off tonight. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a couple breaking developments here I want to share with you. French President Emmanuel Macron has said this: French deployment in the Mediterranean, Red Sea, and Hormuz Strait will include 8 warships, an aircraft carrier, and 2 helicopter carriers. Folks, the French, They are deploying their own naval assets to not just the Eastern Mediterranean, but also the Red Sea and the Hormuz Strait and the Strait of Hormuz. The French are getting involved. And so you know what? This makes sense to me. I'll tell you why. The Europeans, they get a lot of their oil, a lot of their energy comes from the Persian Gulf. The longer this Gulf is shut down, the longer the Strait of Hormuz is shut down, that is to say, the worse things are going to get for Europe. And I think that Emmanuel Macron knows that. They're not happy about it. Somebody said Trump is live, but I'm not so sure about that. Let me take a look here. White House. We know that Trump is going to be live in 2.5 hours. But I don't think that he is. I don't think that he is at all. Yeah, no, the Europeans, they want the Persian Gulf reopened. They want the Persian Gulf reopened. They want the oil to flow. Everybody wants the oil to flow, but really the Europeans, they want this thing opened back up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news report. Pay attention, everybody. You need to pay attention to this. The U.S., as of a couple hours ago, earlier this morning, has intercepted encrypted communications believed to have originated in Iran that may serve as, quote, an operational trigger for sleeper assets outside of the country, according to a federal government alert sent to law enforcement agencies across the country. Okay, folks, if you are in America, Europe, I'm sure Europe as well, but probably namely America here, you need to be careful. You need to be careful. Personally, and I can't tell you how to live your life, I'm not going to be going to any big shopping malls, sporting events, any big social get-togethers, massive gatherings, whatever. Now I think is the time to stay a little bit safe. If we're having warnings like this, the U.S. has intercepted an encrypted communication. We have another report here. Look at this one. ABC News is reporting that U.S. officials have intercepted an encrypted communication believed to have originated in Iran that may serve as, quote, an operational trigger for sleeper assets outside the country based on preliminary signal analysis, according to a federal alert sent to law enforcement agencies across the country. Remember that time for 4 years between January of 2021 and January of 2025 where we had 25 million unvetted invaders, illegal aliens from God knows where, from everywhere, from every third world hellhole across this planet come flooding into this country? And they said, oh, it's not a big problem. Don't worry about it. This is a problem. This is a big problem. We've got 25 million of these people, maybe more, that are in the country. Who knows where in the hell they came from? This whole open border fiasco that the Democrats caused, 4 years long, national security crisis. Thank God Trump's in the White House and we're getting rid of these people finally. I wish we'd get rid of them a little bit faster, but we're getting rid of them nonetheless. National security crisis, and now we're starting to see it. We hope, we pray that nothing bad happens here. We pray to God. I saw there's a Republican House representative, goes by the name of Andy Ogles. Andy Ogles, have you seen him? He issued a statement today. He said, Muslims do not belong in the United States of America. That's a Republican House representative, Andy Ogles. He said today, Muslims do not belong in the United States of America. Let me ask you a question. Type a number 1 in the live chat if you personally agree with that. I'm not going to tell you how to think or what to say. If you agree with that, with Andy Ogles there, type a 1 in the live chat. In the meantime, I have a couple super chats I need to get caught up on because I'm falling behind. We have a super chat here from the Gaming Murphy. He says, I find it very interesting that NATO will shoot down Iranian missiles in space that are heading towards NATO territory, but won't shoot down Russian drones over European cities. Yeah, it may be a little bit different situation, but yeah, I get your point. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Good to see you, by the way. Good to see you. We have Deborah Phillips says Barksdale Air Force Base went on lockdown this morning. I haven't heard about that. I'm gonna do a quick look into that, Deborah. Maybe we can get some information on the table here. We still have a lot of news to go through, but I'm sorry, it's like second by second. Things are just happening so fast right now. Let me see if I have any updates for you about Barksdale Air Force Base. Earlier this morning, a shelter-in-place was issued for Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. The shelter-in-place has been lifted. It's been lifted, so I can't tell you why, but it's over now. It's over, at least. Couldn't tell you why. Okay, so we talked about this intercepted, encrypted communication that might have been an activation order. I've got good news. Who wants some good news amidst all of this chaos currently unfolding? Good news, ladies and gentlemen. President Trump issued a statement this morning. He said, and I quote, President Trump says the U.S. is, quote, nowhere near sending troops into Iran. I don't know what happened. Over the last 18 hours or so, I've seen everybody losing their minds talking about a draft. Have you guys seen this new talking point? New hysterical talking point. Everybody's been saying that President Trump is going to institute a draft, and he's going to start drafting young Americans to go fight boots on the ground in the Middle East. I'm like, what are you what the flippin' French toast are you talking about? How psychotic do you have to be? How out of touch do you need to be to think that Trump is actually going to draft Americans and send them to the Middle East? Are you like stupid? I'm sorry, I'm being rude. Are you stupid? I see all these people talking, oh, there's got to be a draft. What? Where are you getting this from? Where are you getting this from? Anyway, a report today, President Trump went on the record. He said, we are nowhere near sending boots or troops into Iran. Nowhere near. A little bit of a history recap here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the... Can I zoom out? Yeah, there we go. Folks, this is CENTCOM. When we talk about CENTCOM, we're using that word a lot these days. This is the United States Central Command region. It's an area in the Middle East. Iran is kind of right smack dab in the middle. You got Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Pakistan. You got all the stands. Anyway, and Iran in the middle. Now, this is CENTCOM. Little history lesson. In 2007, during the height of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, the United States had 320,000 troops in the CENTCOM area. There was no draft. 320,000, third of a million. There was no draft to make that happen. In 1991, during Desert Storm, there were 540,000 U.S. troops in the CENTCOM area. There was no draft to make that happen either. So first off, we don't even have any boots on the ground in Iran right now, and Trump is saying it's not part of the plan. We're very far from even considering that. He's not ruling it out. I don't think any good leader would. Any good military leader would. You're not going to rule anything out. But he's saying it's not part of the plan. We're very far off from that. But even if it was, even if Trump did want to have boots on the ground, we've had massive boots on the ground presences in the Middle East on 2 occasions, I suppose, during the War on Terror in 1991, and there was no draft. So I'm trying right now to highlight the absurdity of thinking that there would be a draft. That is insane. That is insane. That is not happening. Now, I've got something that is going to make some people lose their damn mind. You ready to see this? Folks, this morning, we have a new report, a series of new reports coming out of Rasmussen. In my opinion, everybody's got their own opinion here. As far as I can tell, Rasmussen has been the most accurate pollster over the last 10 or 11 years. During the Trump era of politics, Rasmussen has been the most accurate. That's I try to follow all the polls. I see who's saying what. In my opinion, Rasmussen has been on the ball more often than anybody else. Rasmussen comes out this morning. You're not going to believe this. Iran war. 52% of Americans support Trump's decision to strike Iran. That's not 52% of Republicans. That's 52% of Americans. Folks, according to Rasmussen, in my opinion, the most accurate pollster for 10 years now, over half of Americans support what is currently happening in the Middle East. They back Trump's operation here. A majority of voters favor President Donald Trump's decision to order the U.S. military to destroy Iran's nuclear weapons program and ballistic missile capabilities. Full story in the comments. Well, we've got more information coming out. Similarly from Rasmussen. Here's the question. President Trump ordered the U.S. military to destroy Iran's nuclear weapons program and ballistic missile capabilities. Do you approve or disapprove of the decision to attack Iran? Approve. All voters. 52% said, yes, I approve. Men, American men, 57 said, I approve. 47% of women said approve. 47%. 18 to 29, 49%. 30 to 39, 49% similarly. Age 40 to 49, 53% approve. 50 to 64, 55% approve. 65 plus, 50% approve. So the age demographic in this country that is most in support of what Trump is doing is 50 to 64. Age 50 to 64. And once again, this is bipartisan. This is Democrats and Republicans alike. All of these numbers you're reading. What about white people? 51% of white people approve. 40% of black people approve. Wow. 61% of Hispanics approve. Whoa. Hispanics are in huge support of what's happening right now. Democrats, 27% support of what's happening right now. Independents, the coveted independents, the highly sought after independents. Hold up, Beirut. Over half of independent voters are in support of what Trump is doing right now. You wouldn't believe it. Is that mind-blowing or what? And then GOP voters, Republican voters, 78% are in support of this. Wow. Over half of independent voters are in support of what is happening right now. That, honestly, even me, that is shocking to me. That is shocking to me. Even me, of all people. Frankly, I would have thought the independents would be disapproving. They're not. They're not. Wow. And this is coming out of Rasmussen. Now, I want to share something else with you. And by the way, I like this guy, so I don't want any drama here. I like him. Genuinely, I do. The chief pollster, the head pollster at Rasmussen, who's the guy in charge of all the polls? It's a guy named Mark Mitchell. And I like him. He seems nice. However, he is very critical of this ongoing war, this conflict. Mark Mitchell is not happy about this conflict. So it's not as if Rasmussen is trying to spread pro-war propaganda. They're not fudging the numbers, because I'm promising you, go look at his Twitter page. Mark Mitchell, he's not happy about this. He thinks this is a bad idea. So I'm telling you, Rasmussen, they're not spreading pro-Trump, pro-war propaganda here. They're not happy about this. Mark Mitchell's not, at least. So I saw this poll coming out today, and I was like, well, I'll be damned. I could not believe this. I couldn't believe these numbers that came out today. Blew my mind. Blew my mind. Now, I'm going to do a quick scan here for updates. One moment here, folks, because news is still coming through the pipeline. We've got breaking news updates second by second. Okay, folks, we've got breaking news from the Germans. German Chancellor Merz. He just spoke about the current state of affairs in Iran. He said this. Well, is he speaking German or English?
Sie wissen, dass der Iran Russland unterstützt in seinem Angriffskrieg gegen die Ukraine.
He's speaking German. He says, anyway, let me translate. He says, Iran is the center of international terrorism. And this center must be shut down. The Americans and the Israelis are doing that in their own way. So, okay, what does that mean? We have the support of the Germans. That's what that means. The German Chancellor Merz. He says, Iran is the center of international terrorism and it must be shut down. Coming from the Deutsch. So, we have the support of the Germans. We have the loose support of the British. We have, oddly enough, we have the support of the French. The French, they're actually relocating a carrier battle group to the region. The French, they're on the way. The French are coming to back us up. They're bringing an aircraft carrier and a bunch of destroyers and cruisers. So the French are on their way. The Germans are supporting. The Spanish, they're not so happy. They have originally at the outbreak of this conflict, the Spanish, they said, we don't want anything to do with it. We don't want anything to do with it. And we are, in fact, we're not even going to allow the United States to land in Spain for refueling or any other reasons. Just stay away from Spain. They changed their tune after 2 or 3 days. Trump put some economic pressure on them. Trump threatened to completely shut them down economically, and they said, okay. Hola, amigo. They said, okay, you can use our airstrips, you can land here, you can refuel. Okay, but they're not providing support or help on their own. You want to do a poll here? You want to do a poll here? Okay, you know what? Why don't we do a poll? I need to remember how to do this. We conducted our first poll here, and we have to do it on YouTube. So Rumblers, this is going to be on YouTube here for a moment. Debbie, by the way, Debbie Holland. Thank you, Mrs. Holland. Debbie Holland says, thank you, Matt, for bringing the news. Thank you for bringing that support. I appreciate you tuning in, Debbie. Thank you very much. I always like that name, Debbie. Every Debbie I've known is a good Debbie. I've never known a bad Debbie. Let's get this poll. Okay, I'm going to pull this up here. Here's the question. Do you support Trump's actions in Iran? I think that's a pretty simple way to ask that question. Yes or no? Do you support Trump's actions in Iran? And on YouTube now, I am starting the poll right now. That poll should be active at the bottom of the chat, or I guess the top of the chat. And if you would be so kind, do me a favor, go ahead and vote in that. I'm curious, what does the community on YouTube here have to say about it? I wish we could do it on Rumble. If you're on Rumble, just type yes or no, let me know. And why don't we quickly pull this up? Here on YouTube, we've got 1,500 votes. Do you support Trump's actions in Iran? And 93% of the audience is saying yes. 7% is saying no. Excuse me, goodness gracious. How about I don't care? Yeah, maybe I should have had a I don't care. I apologize. Too late. You got to pick one. Hey, no sitting on the fence. No fence sitting. You got to pick which side of this you're on, I guess. On YouTube here, we've had 2,500, 2,600, 2,700 votes. Still, the number is remaining about the same. 93% yes, 7% no. And we've got a pretty large sample size there. I do say so. I'm going to take this back off the screen here. Thank you everyone for voting there. Now that's what I need to do. Perfect. Hey, it's a one-man show. Thank you all for participating. We're doing our best. Sometimes we have technical issues. All right, let me put these cameras back up here. 93%. There you have it. And we have over 3,000 votes. I think we've seen enough on that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do have another update. Breaking news right now coming from President Trump. Trump spoke to the New York Post, and he said this. Trump is not happy about Khamenei replacing his father. Once again, President Trump is not happy about Khamenei Jr. replacing his late father, Khamenei Sr. We got the big Khamenei, the little Khamenei. 93%, Matt, that's bullshit. Listen, hey, you can trust the Matt Morse TV community polls. We are using state-of-the-art Dominion voting technology. We have the best Smartmatic software you've ever seen coming out of Venezuela, proprietary to Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro. I got the software. We plugged it into the program. Listen, you can trust these numbers. They're counting all the numbers in Maricopa County. You can believe it. We had a pipe burst. We shut it down. We found some more votes. Trust me, everything is fine. You guys freaking out. I don't believe the numbers. Listen, it's fine. Everything is fine. You're freaking out for no reason. It's all good. Now, I'm scanning for updates. Hold up. We've got some new stuff coming out. I have an update here for you folks. Bear with me here. Bear with me here. Let me get the cameras up here for one moment. Oh yeah, what do we have here? Okay, maybe some negative news. According to CBS News, citing 2 U.S. officials with knowledge on the matter, the U.S. has lost 2 additional MQ-9 Reaper drones during operations against Iran. This brings the total losses of MQ-9 Reaper drones during the conflict to Iran up to 11. Allegedly here. So far in the last 10 days, we have lost 11 MQ-9 Reaper drones. 11, that's about 1 per day, allegedly, if this report is true. And you know what? I'm going to be honest here. It wouldn't exactly shock me. It wouldn't surprise me. I would say that number might be a little bit high, but I have no personal problem believing that we might have lost a couple of them. But here's what I will say. I'd rather it be a drone than a fighter jet with 1 or 2 U.S. pilots sitting therein. I'd rather lose a drone than 2 U.S. airmen flying a fighter jet, right? That's maybe kind of the point of a drone. If you lose it, it's like, that sucks. It's kind of a waste of money. But at least we don't have any dead Americans here in this situation, yeah? That's kind of the purpose of the drone. So, waste of money, not happy about it. Nobody died. Happy about that. There you have it. Sometimes you lose a drone or 2. I would guess not 11 of them. I'm sure we've lost a couple. In fact, we've seen some photos coming out. Hold up. What are we looking at over here? Bear with me here, folks. I'm doing a quick little scan here. That is in Beirut. That's the streets of Beirut there. Okay, very curious update here, folks. We have a statement from the commander of the Iranian Aerospace Force. He says, once again, the commander of Iran's Aerospace Force says missiles with warheads lighter than 1 ton will no longer be launched. Going forward, the Iranians are no longer going to be launching missiles with warheads lighter than 1 ton. What does that mean now? Now they are launching much larger warhead. They're launching the big boys now. According to the Iranian commander of the Aerospace Force. Now, somebody asked a question. Okay, do they even have those? Well, good question here. I'm going to do just a moment of research here, folks. Bear with me. We're doing this on the fly. What percentage of Iran's missile warhead stockpile is larger than 1 ton? I'm just curious here. Iran's ballistic missile arsenal, primarily short and medium range, has historically featured mostly warheads under 1 ton. That's 1,000 kilograms. With common types like the Fateh series of missile, the Qiyam and the Shahab, 1, 2, and 3 variants. The main systems capable of over 1 ton warheads are limited to the Khorramshahr family, Khorramshahr 1, 2, and 4, also called Khaybar in some contexts. They are claimed to weigh 1.5 to 1.8 tons. And occasionally, they've got reports of 2-ton payloads. These are liquid-fueled MRBMs, fewer in number, and represent Iran's heaviest payload options for strategic strikes. Here's the number we want. Recent estimates prior to this 2026 conflict put Iran's total ballistic missile stockpile at 3,000 to 10,000, with the number of these 1.5 ton plus missiles at somewhere around 2,000. So, allegedly, they've got up to 2,000 of these heavier payload ballistic missiles that weigh somewhere from 1.5 tons to 2 tons. Allegedly, that is somewhere between 5 to 15%. 5 to 15% of the warhead stockpile is estimated to be larger than 1 ton, larger than 1 ton payload. Very curious, very curious. So anyway, the reason why we're looking into this right now is because we just got a statement from the commander of the Iranian Aerospace Force. He said that going forward, they are only going to be launching the 1 ton plus warhead ballistic missiles. They're going big, allegedly. Allegedly, they're going big here. I'm going to get rid of that poll there. Thank you all for participating in that poll. Vaughn says, they have been claiming they're going to unleash their ultimate weapons for days now, and nothing has really happened. It's true. It's true. That is true. They've been talking about launching hypersonic missiles and blowing up U.S. aircraft carriers and sinking battleships, etc. They've been lying in the Iranian state media. They've been saying that they've already killed over 650 Americans. That's just patently false. They've been talking a big game. It's very true. And thank you very much, Vaughn. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, hold up. Just in, breaking news here, folks. And this is something that I imagine we're going to hear more from President Trump himself in about 2 hours. In 2 hours, President Trump... Wait, hold up. How long? 5:30 p.m. Eastern. That's 2:30... I'm sorry, in 3 hours. I apologize. In 3 hours, we're hearing from President Trump. In 3 hours, Trump is going to be having his first ever press conference about Iran. That's going to be a big deal. So we are on standby for that. He has not done that yet. However, we have news coming from Trump by means of the Wall Street Journal. Just in. President Trump has told aides that he would support the killing of Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, if he refuses U.S. demands. Now, what are the odds that the new supreme leader agrees to capitulate to President Trump. And what would that look like? No enriched uranium, no ballistic missile program at all, no suicide Shahid drone program at all, and we're going to work out some oil deal. No funding terror proxies in the region at all. Really, it's got, what was that, 4 points? Oil. We're talking oil business. No ballistic missiles, no drones, no enriched uranium, no funding terror cells. That's maybe 5 points, 5-point demands, something like that. So anyway, what are the odds that Mojtaba Khamenei capitulates to Trump? I don't think he will. We've had a lot of reports coming out now for days that this individual, you're looking at him now, is actually more radical than his father. That this guy makes his dear papa look like a lightweight. We've had a lot of intel suggesting that. So the odds of this guy capitulating, I don't think so. Also, you know, keep in mind, this guy is probably livid right now. The United States and Israel just like blew up his dad. I think his wife got blown up also. So this guy has just had, he already hated America and Israel. He was already pissed off, and now we've killed numerous members of his family. I think this guy is not going to capitulate. His religious beliefs on top of that, he is sort of a part of a death cult. This specific type of Shia Islam, they are pretty much a death cult, effectively. They're trying to usher in, they're called Twelvers, the Twelver Shias. They're effectively trying to usher in the doomsday. They think this hidden prophet is going to come back and smite all of their enemies. The hidden imam, what's his name? The Mahdi, the hidden imam is going to come back. So, seems to be a little bit of a religious zealot as well, radical. I don't think he's going to surrender. I don't think so. I don't think so. Highly doubt it. Hold up here one moment, folks. I'm doing a bit of a quick scan. We're getting reports, of course, today that that China is just melting down. China is very unhappy about this. China is perhaps, outside of Iran right now, China is the most disproportionately negatively impacted country, perhaps on the face of the earth, because of this conflict. China is very unhappy. Oh, wow. Folks, hold up. Update on the Strait of Hormuz, which we're kind of already talking about a little bit here. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps some good news. We were talking about this about 2 hours ago, and now we even have some visual evidence. Ships are crossing the Strait of Hormuz. They turn off their transponders before passing through and then switch them back on afterwards. We were talking about this earlier, and now maybe we've got some evidence. Yeah. So, folks, look right here. Can you see this? I want to show you. Look right here, just to my left. What you're going to see is a bunch of vessels just reappearing, popping up out of nowhere, popping up out of nowhere. Look right here, right above where it says Velvet Rose. There's Rosanna. And there you see them popping up, just rematerializing out of thin air. Well, what's going on? Why are they popping up out of nowhere? The reason why is because these are ships that made their way across the Strait of Hormuz. They had the transponder off. They make it through. They feel like they're safe. We're safe, okay? And flip them back on. And flip the transponder back on. So, ladies and gentlemen, what does this mean? This must mean that vessels are starting to feel a little bit more confident. A little bit more confident. The Gulf of Trump. Yeah, the Strait of Trump. The Strait of Trump, that's right. Smart. Good for them. They must be feeling a little bit more confident here. And why are they feeling confident? Well, because Trump is saying over and over again, publicly so, that we are now not only going to be insuring a lot of these vessels that have recently lost their insurance through Lloyd's out of London, that big insurance company that we talked about a couple days ago. So the U.S. is stepping in to help get some of these insured, but also, perhaps even more importantly, Trump is saying that we are going to use the U.S. Navy. We're going to use the U.S. Navy to help these boats get through. And whether or not we are actively doing that yet, I'm not sure. But here's what I can tell you. Let me pull up Google Maps here. For days now, for over a week, what we have been doing is blowing the living hell out of every single IRGC location, ballistic missile launching location, drone launch location, IRGC compound in the Strait of Hormuz area. Really, the entire country, of course, but in an effort to reopen the Strait of Hormuz for days now. This is not a new development. For days, for really since the start of the operation, we've been systematically targeting every single IRGC, Iranian military location, compound, etc., satellite, whatever, launch site, storage depot, all of it, headquarters, in and around the Strait of Hormuz to help blast this damn thing open. Trump wants boats going through. He wants the boats going through. If the boat don't float, then what is it worth? What good is a boat that don't float? Not so good. They got to float in the moat. And now I think now today we've got the evidence here. These boats are starting to get a little bit more optimistic. They're making that journey. Good for them. Good for them. We're starting to see that happen. Now, I will tell you what, really at the start of this conflict, the first week or so, the first 4 or 5 days, we have seen the Iranian regime fire rockets and missiles and suicide drones at somewhere around 10 individual vessels. 10. So the Iranian regime, they have made an effort to keep this thing closed. They want it closed. In fact, they've even sunk 1 or 2 vessels. Action in Beirut. Frankly, I wish our cameraman here in Beirut would zoom out the camera. I want to see the skyline. I might try to find another Beirut live feed. Folks, we're also getting reports today. We're hearing from the IDF that Hezbollah in Beirut, Lebanon is going to get hit harder than ever before tonight. So we are on standby for that. And of course, also President Trump, on good authority that Hezbollah positions in Beirut are expected to face strikes today on a scale not seen since the start of the campaign. Oh, hello. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, dear. Thank you. If you can stand by with me, I'm going to try to find another Beirut live feed. Beirut. Because the one we have now, it's the reason why they're zoomed in, what you're looking at there, is the fire that is left behind from a recent Israeli Air Force airstrike. Smoke rises from, okay, this, I might have one. I'm telling you, folks, I think the situation is under control. I really do. Don't you think so? Don't you think so? You have a lot of these people that are losing their damn minds. I'm looking around. I'm looking at some of these other broadcasts. I'm not going to name any names. I'm looking at some of these other broadcasts. I'm looking at the stuff that people are posting on Twitter. And man, a lot of these people are just freaking panicking. They're losing their damn mind. They're losing their mind. I'll tell you what, you can kind of tell a lot about a person. You really learn a lot about who you're talking to. When shit gets a little bit rough, things get a little bit hectic, you can tell who's made of mud and who's made of steel. Okay? A lot of these guys out here, they're made of mud. You can tell they're just melting down. They are melting down. Are you made of mud or are you made of metal? They just can't handle it. They're having total meltdown mode. Really, it's like a lot of these people out here, they are just hysterical. They're hysterical. They got to get their hormones checked or something. Now, okay, ladies and gentlemen, this also is Beirut up in the top left. We have a second feed. This is the Beirut skyline. So we've got Beirut skyline, and we've got Beirut zoomed in on the fire, the remains of this Hezbollah compound here. And we are, I'm getting, folks, I'll tell you what. We're getting report after report. Report after report that Hezbollah in Beirut's going to have the living hell punched out of them tonight. Okay, folks, I've got a breaking news report actually right now. We have a confirmation. We've been talking about this for days, and now we have yet another confirmation. I want to show you. Pull it up real quick. In Iran, they confirm Mojtaba Khamenei was injured in recent Israeli airstrikes. 2 days ago, I believe 2 days ago, the Israeli Air Force attempted to assassinate this guy. They attempted to drop a bomb on this guy about 2 days ago. And it seems like that airstrike was unsuccessful. He survived. He is injured. We don't know injured. How? In what way? Is it bad? Is it not really a big deal? I don't know. Is he in a coma? I don't know. He's injured. But also, following that airstrike, which he survived, then he was appointed or voted to be supreme leader. So airstrike, injured, then he became supreme leader, and now we don't know exactly. Did he lose a leg? I don't know. We keep hearing injured. We don't know how though. Okay, I'm seeing people say that he lost a leg. Where did you hear that? I'm going to look into that. Let me look into that. I have not seen that anywhere. Mojtaba. Missing a leg. Where in the hell did you guys see that? I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying I haven't seen it yet. We also have a statement here from Turkey, but I'm just a moment here. Leg. I am doing a quick scan, and I don't see that. Okay. I see one report 45 minutes ago. Hold up. From a reasonably trustworthy source. I wouldn't bet my life on this, to be honest with you, but okay, I'll read it. Mojtaba Khamenei was reportedly injured. One of his legs has been amputated, and he may not even be aware that he is the supreme leader. Once again, this is a report. Allegedly, Mojtaba Khamenei was reportedly severely injured. One of his legs has allegedly been amputated. And allegedly, he may not even be aware that he's the supreme leader right now, which would imply that he's maybe comatose or heavily medicated. Yeah, I thought you guys were pulling my leg. But maybe you're not. I'm looking to get this corroborated. I'm looking into this here, ladies and gentlemen. You know, you always want to have as many charts on the plot as you can, looking for more sources. President Trump confirms earlier this morning, after pressuring Prime Minister Albanese of Australia, that he's now saving the Iranian women's soccer team, which was in Australia. 5 already escaped IRGC officers, more joining them for asylum. A few decided to go back due to threats against their families in Iran. So okay, allegedly on top of the Iranian women's soccer team, football, as some people call it, 5 escaped IRGC officers have sought asylum. Remember, Trump offered them immunity. But a few have decided to go back to Iran because the Iranian regime was threatening their family. Which is believable. I was checking Tusi. Tusi TV has some information, but I don't see anything from Tusi about this guy's leg. The source that I shared with you guys about him having his leg blown off or amputated was from and it was from an Israeli source. An Israeli source. Time will tell. So I'm going to say, listen, we do not have the confirmation on that. Now, we have a statement coming out of Turkey here, folks. Earlier today, we saw Iran attempt to strike Turkey a second time with a ballistic missile. That's right, a second time. Erdogan in Turkey, he says, Iran's miscalculation in targeting us has caused deep wounds between the two countries. Deep wounds. Now, there's been a lot of speculation here for a while that maybe Turkey kind of likes Iran. Maybe they've got some type of slightly friendly relationship. We know that Turkey maybe is not so happy with Israel, that maybe they're kind of on Team Iran, low-key. But this is shocking because this is the Prime Minister of Turkey, Erdogan. He says, Iran's miscalculation in targeting Turkey has caused deep wounds between these two countries. He's not happy about it. He's not happy about it. And it seems that most of, all of Iran's neighbors are unhappy with them right now by nature of Iran firing ballistic missiles and suicide drones at literally everybody in the neighborhood. If every night you get out your gun and shoot into your neighbor's windows, your neighbors are probably not going to like you. So you probably shouldn't do that. The entire neighborhood is going to be pissed off. Similarly, we have another report. Sources inside of Saudi Arabia say that relations with the Iranian regime won't be repaired for decades. Saudi officials say their concerns go beyond Iran's nuclear program and now include its drones and ballistic missiles, an issue Israel has long been warning about. A regional consensus appears to be forming against the regime in Iran. So, if you rewind 10 or 11 days ago, the big regional concern from all the countries in the Middle East was nuclear weapons, Iran, nuclear weapons, enriched uranium. We don't want them to have nuclear weapons. Now, after what has unfolded over the last 10 days, now all of these regional neighbors, all these Arab Gulf nations, all of them are saying that now it's about ballistic missiles and suicide drones also. Hold up, do we have red alerts? I need to get my phone. Folks, do we have red alerts? Do we have early alert? We do. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, ballistic missile launches inbound. Ballistic missile launches inbound. We're going to bring up our Middle Eastern live cameras here. Bear with me here. Red alerts inbound. Pull these up. Iran has just launched another volley of ballistic missiles. All right, we're going to be hearing these alerts. Yeah, it looks like North Israel. Seems to be the case. One moment here. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, these missiles are expected, if they are going to hit, they're going to hit in about 4.5 minutes. 4 minutes and 42 seconds. I'll be honest with you. I think we kind of don't know what is going on with the new Ayatollah, with the new Supreme Leader. I think we're kind of in the dark on that, to be honest with you. We've got different reports. I don't know. Some stuff is confirmed. Other stuff is not confirmed. We're gonna have to wait and see. We haven't even seen any current pictures or videos or statements from him himself. All right, we're tuning in, folks. We've got ballistic missiles inbound. We got a report this morning saying that Trump is not happy that the new Supreme Leader is the new Supreme Leader. Seems like President Trump isn't a fan of this guy. Wino Red Alerts. You are going to hear the alerts any second now, I promise you. Probably in about 60 seconds, you're going to hear these alerts. You'll hear them. Is Matt Morris wearing pajama pants? Listen, it's Pajama Pants Monday. That's right. We do Formal Friday and Pajama Pants Monday. That's just the way that it is. Okay, folks, a little bit of a reminder here. About 45 minutes ago, keep in mind, we heard from the Iranian commander of the Aerospace Force that going forward, all of the IRGC's missiles, all of the missiles fired at Israel or wherever else, are going to have heavy payloads, 1 ton or more. So far, purportedly, they have not used any missile warheads weighing more than 1 ton. Now they're breaking out the heavy warheads, 1 ton plus. So this actually might be a little bit of a crossing of the Rubicon, so to speak, here, folks. We're going to see these alerts here any moment. Chopsticks. Well, yeah, I'm Japanese. You need to remember that. Don't forget it. There it is. There it is. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is North Israel. Right now, these alerts are actually... These are north of Haifa. North of Haifa. Share the map here. Okay, pay attention now, folks. Pay attention. These are ballistic missile alerts. We are also getting, right now, confrontation line alerts, meaning Hezbollah is probably taking shots. Okay, folks, I'll tell you what. All of those red alerts have actually cleared up. All of those red alerts have cleared up, ladies and gentlemen. They were red and now they are blue. Now, that does not mean that this is necessarily... Oh, holy hell. North Israel. North Israel. Cam 10 and Cam 5. We just saw the same thing. Something was coming down. I think we... Oh, there's another one right there up in the sky. Something is up there. It's curious because the red alerts are done. We haven't heard anything yet. Okay. That is a confrontation line alert. Presumably Hezbollah has taken shots across the border. What we might start seeing here is whenever there's an Iranian ballistic missile launch and the missiles are inbound, Hezbollah kind of activating and firing some of their own rockets and taking shots along the border to just kind of overwhelm the Israelis. Just laying it on them, right? But I'll tell you what, once again, I don't want to speak too soon here, but once again, all of our red alerts, folks, have gone blue. The red alerts have gone blue. Red light district? No, red alerts, not red light district. We're not in Amsterdam. Okay, I'm gonna leave these live feeds up here for a moment, just in case something else happens here. That being said, we just got a report also coming out of Qatar. The Qatari Prime Minister has just said that the ongoing Iranian attacks are undermining mediation efforts. It still seems like, although being very upset at Iran, a lot of these Middle Eastern Arab Gulf side nations seems like they do still want to work out a deal and have everything go back to normal and everybody can be friends. But Iran just keeps on trying to blow them up. That's the problem. Iran is continuing to just try to blow them all up. That's a statement coming out of Qatar. Okay, folks, I just saw a report get posted out here that there's another wave of ballistic missiles that just got launched. I don't have any red alerts yet. I don't see alerts anywhere, but allegedly another wave of ballistic missiles was just launched. Now, folks, in about 2.5 hours, President Trump, for the first time since the outbreak of this war, is going to come out. Trump is going to come out and give a press conference. He has not done that yet. At least not a press conference that's dedicated to the Iran war. He's taken some questions here and there. But this will be just dedicated to this. Now, this is a very curious report coming out of NBC News. Cannot confirm this, but this is according to NBC News. The Iran war is reshaping the 2028 race to succeed President Trump, with Vice President Vance and Secretary Rubio emerging as the leading contenders. At a recent event in Florida, I believe, attendees signaled strong backing for Rubio with loud cheers when his name was mentioned. It was almost unanimous for Rubio, said one attendee, who spoke on the condition of anonymity. Now, I'll tell you something. It does seem to be the case that the two big names are Rubio and Vance. Who's it going to be? We have heard from Rubio himself on at least 2 occasions I can remember, maybe more. But Rubio himself, he has said to the media, if Vance is running, I will not compete against him. So Rubio is being very deferential. He's saying, listen, if Vance wants it, if Vance wants to be the guy, then he's the guy. I'm not going to try to push him out or compete against him. Now, what that could mean is a Rubio vice presidential candidacy. He could be the vice president for Vance. They could team up. But Rubio has already said publicly numerous times, I'm not going to try to compete against Vance. If Vance wants it, it's on Vance. It's Vance. Now, I am not seeing any more red alerts. No red alerts on the Red Alert app. So we're on standby right now, folks. Bear with me here. You want Trump? Well, hey, you know what? I think it's probably not going to be Trump. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe it will be Trump, but I think it probably won't. I do have more updates coming out here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, about an hour ago now, the commander of Iran's Aerospace Force has said that going forward, all of their warheads will be 1 ton or more. In fact, he said warheads that are on top of the ballistic missiles going forward will never be less than 1 ton. Every single warhead getting launched out of Iran is going to be 1 ton or more. And this is a statement from the commander of the Iranian Aerospace Force. So allegedly, the Iranians are breaking out the big guns, so to speak. We have a report coming out right now. The United States is building up a massive... Okay. The United States is currently building up a massive bomber force in the United Kingdom to strike Iran. We're currently sending over more B-52 Stratofortresses that are arriving at a Royal Air Force base. Fairford is the base. They've been arriving all day. So we are sending over more bombers. We're building up a bomber fleet, an even bigger bomber fleet. We're doubling down. We're picking up speed here. Ramping up, so to speak. Why don't we just real quick, while we have a moment, we have a reprieve from the ballistic missiles. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, right now we are tracking military or government aircraft. And, okay, I'll tell you what, we normally don't see this. Like, there are military aircraft all over the place, more so than ever. I don't think I've ever seen this many up at once. These, I would assume, are all U.S. Stratotankers. U.S. Stratotanker... and they're flying out of Israel. U.S. Stratotanker, U.S. Stratotanker. And so where are these guys going? They are doing aerial refueling over what appears to be Jordan here. Aerial refueling is what's happening here. It would seem as if right now there are some bombs getting dropped in Iran. That would be my guess. when the Stratotankers are up, you know that soon bombs are going to be dropping, or maybe they have dropped recently. We have a British drone patrolling the water between Cyprus and Lebanon, trying to shoot down Hezbollah suicide drones. There's a British Royal Air Force base right there on the southern tip of Cyprus. And what are these? Folks, the Brits have drones up in the air today. We have never seen this. I'm sorry, that's not a drone, that's an Airbus Atlas. And a Beach Shadow RMK-1. And this is another one. Folks, the Brits have planes in the air and a drone playing defense out here over the water. I don't know what the hell they're doing over there right outside the Air Force Base. Now, Trump underestimated Iran. I saw that comment. You remember within 90 minutes of this conflict breaking out, we were hearing from Trump that they estimated this would last 4 to 5 weeks. That was the day one, on day one, 4 to 5 weeks, and it has been 9 days. We're just about to enter day number 10. This is a U.S. I'm going to pull our cameras. In fact, I really want to keep eyes on Beirut. We've got 2 Beirut live cams, top left, top right. We know that the Israeli Air Force... We know that the Israeli Air Force is primed up to be carrying out massive strikes against Hezbollah and Beirut. Okay, folks, we've got more footage here. Earlier today, a couple hours ago, the U.S. carried out an airstrike on an Iranian warship. Take a look at this. I haven't even seen this one yet. This is an Iranian warship that got blown up by the U.S. earlier today. So, much to everyone's surprise, the Iranians still have somewhat of a fleet. Who knows how many vessels they have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've blown up, this makes maybe 44. I believe we've blown up 44 Iranian naval vessels. This is big number 44, I think. Big number 44. Astounding. The airstrikes will continue until the Iranian regime capitulates. That seems to be the case. I'm going to put these cams back up here. Like I said, I want to really keep a focus on Beirut today. Okay, actually, speaking of Hezbollah here, some of Hezbollah's top leaders have just proposed an initial ceasefire with Israel. Inside Israel, debate rages. One path is a broad campaign to eliminate Hezbollah, which has fired as far as Tel Aviv, firing rockets down to Tel Aviv. The other path is a potential strategic win by severing Iran's grip of the group. Analysts say Hezbollah, which has long been Tehran's proxy, is now laying down arms, offering Israel a rare opportunity to strike decisively. So now the Israelis are deliberating amongst themselves. Do we keep on trying to bomb them and kill all of them? Or do we, try to have some deal with what remains of Hezbollah, knowing that we've crippled their financiers back in Tehran? We have a report coming out of Saudi Arabia right now. According to the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense, 3 Iranian drones were tracked and shot down as they headed to the highly profitable Shabad oil field. Just now, ladies and gentlemen, the Iranians are still firing drones, 3 of them, in fact, towards the Saudi Arabian Shabad oil field, which is where they pump a lot of their oil. You know what? We here together have looked at this location a lot. Can I pull this up, folks? So this is the United Arab Emirates, just south of the border. This is a Saudi Arabian oil field out here in the dunes. Look at these desert dunes. How crazy is this? Well, what do you see up here? What's this? Nestled in between the desert dunes is the Saudi Arabian Sheba. I mean, it's several oil fields out here. If you're wondering how the Saudi Arabians are so rich, it's because they're pumping liquid gold, oil, black gold out of the ground. And they've got facilities like this all over the damn place out here in the desert. Spice, it's like they're extracting spice. And you can tell. Nestled in between all of these big desert dunes, they've got pipes and extractors and all types of stuff. The pipes are going every which way out here. It's astounding. And so the Iranians have been attempting to fire... There's a big compound here. The Iranians have been attempting to fire suicide drones down at all of these oil pipes and extractors and all of this equipment. Everywhere you look, they've got these things out here. What are you? That looks like some type of water. I wouldn't want to drink it. The Iranians are trying to blow this up. They're trying to blow it up. And the Saudi Arabians are obviously not thrilled about that. Can we drop in? Can I show you what it looks like down here on the ground? I don't know if I can. I can. You're not going to believe it. They have a little town, a little oasis out here. Look at that. Nestled in between the dunes. So they have a little city here. They have an airstrip. They've got a little micro city with an airstrip out here. There's a plane on the runway. Look at that. Look at that bad boy. They even have a soccer field. I'm telling you, listen, everywhere these Arabs go, they have to build a soccer field. Soccer field. All right, we're building a new city. All right, well, we got to build a soccer field. Can't forget about the soccer field. It's like mandatory. They have to have it. Right here in the middle of the damn desert, middle of nowhere, they've got a soccer field. That's crazy. Down here. Somebody's trying to build a garden. They're growing a garden out here. A little desert oasis. You can see the pipes under the sand. How it's just so crazy what they're doing out here. Look at that. That's a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar operation right there. So it's stuff like this. This is what the Iranians are trying to blast. They're trying to blow this infrastructure up. We have sirens on the streets of Beirut. Why don't we tune into Beirut here? Sirens in Beirut. Israel has been conducting airstrikes targeting Hezbollah in Beirut. In the last couple hours, we've had one such airstrike on the show, and 2 right before the show started, I saw. We have a recent statement here, I believe, from Marco Rubio. This is hot off the press. Rubio.
Let me explain to you guys this in simple English.
okay? Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons, and this is the weakest they've ever been. Take away their missiles, take away their navy, take away their drones, take away their ability to make those things so that they can never have a nuclear weapon. It was the right decision, and the world will be a safer place.
Okay, that's actually a statement from the White House. That's actually an edited statement from the White House. Okay, there you have that. There you have that. Hold up. Somebody said red alerts. Nope, we're good. Okay, no red alerts. Lil Marco, remember Lil Marco? Roboto. Lil Marco. Okay, hold up here. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. President Trump has just told CBS News in a phone interview that the war could be over very soon. He said, and I quote, "I think the war is very complete," pretty much. They have no Navy. They have no communications. They've got no Air Force. He added that the United States is very far ahead of its initial 4 to 5 week timeline. Well, isn't that just the greatest news we've had all week? Wow. And you know what? We are going to pray that that is true. Very good news. Excellent news that just came out. I'll read it again here. President Trump has just told CBS News in a phone interview that the war could be over very soon, saying, and I quote, "I think the war is very complete. Pretty much. They have no Navy, no communications, they've got no Air Force." He added that the U.S. is very far ahead of its initial 4 to 5 week schedule. That's my commander-in-chief. That's the commander-in-chief, baby. Let's go. That's my commander-in-chief. Patriots are in control? Wait a minute, Patriots are in control? Seems to be the case. Seems to be the all right, hey, we're gonna pray that this ends up panning out. Once again here, folks. In how long? 2 hours? Yeah. 2 hours from now, President Trump is going to be having his first ever press conference dedicated to the war in Iran since this conflict broke out. So far, Trump has not had like a proper press conference. He's spoken a little bit about it to the media here and there, a little breadcrumbs, right? But this is the first time he's doing a dedicated Q&A. So that's very exciting. And you know, you can't help but notice the timing. Might it be that Trump was kind of waiting for things to be totally under control before Trump came out and really talked to the media? I would suppose. So possibly the fact that Trump is now even having a press conference might mean that things are kind of simmering down, that things maybe are kind of going to be over soon-ish. I don't know. We'll see. Soon-ish. We can pray. We can hope so. We can hope so. We can sure hope so. We don't want to get overly optimistic here. We don't want to jinx it. Trump says the U.S. is very far ahead of the original 4 to 5 week timeline and that the war in Iran could be over very soon. It's not gone until the regime is gone. You know that. No. Trump and Rubio and Hegseth, all of them, time and time again, they have said their objective here is not to rip out every single member of the Iranian regime. That's not the objective. The objective here really the prime objective is to have somebody in charge of the regime that is willing to do what we want. If this entire regime remains in power, but the leader of the regime is willing to do what we want, game over, game over, game over. Trump's objective is not to kill all 200,000 members of the IRGC, et cetera, et cetera. No, no, no. He just wants someone in charge of the IRGC, of the regime, of the establishment that is already in Iran, that is willing to bend the knee and do what he says. And Trump and Rubio and Hegseth have all been very explicit about this. They have all said this numerous times. I'm not making this up. This is not my personal opinion. They have been saying this. They have been saying that. What Trump wants here is a Venezuelan outcome. Did Trump go in and kill every single member of the Maduro regime? No. Did he kill all 100,000 members of the Maduro political establishment? No, that's not what he did. He took out Maduro, and then he turned to Maduro's number two and said, all right, listen, Delcy Rodriguez, listen up, lady. You're going to do exactly what we say, and you can remain in power, your regime, you continue to rule the country. It's all yours, but you have to do what we say. And if you don't, we're going to kidnap you or drop a bomb on your head. Then we're going to go to the number three and we'll say number three, whoever that might be. And then extend the same offer over and over and over again until we have a leader that's willing to do what Trump says. That is the Trump approach. Trump wants a Venezuelan outcome here. And we shall see. A puppet wants a puppet. Wants a puppet. This guy is such a shill. Dude, I'm literally just telling you what the Trump administration has been saying. This is not even my opinion. This is exactly what Trump and Rubio and Hegseth, all of them have been saying. I'm not trying to read between the lines here. This is what the lines say. This is what they have been saying. This is what the lines say. And yeah, I would suspect honestly that the current supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei's son, he's probably not that guy. Trump I think is not a fan of this guy. I think Trump is going to try to get rid of that guy also. Time will tell. I could be wrong. Maybe Khamenei Jr. has capitulated. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. What about the Iranian people? Well, of course, one of Trump's conditions here would be to stop killing your own people. Stop butchering and killing your own people. Stop manufacturing suicide drones. Stop manufacturing ballistic missiles. Stop enriching uranium. And we are going to be taking some of this oil. We have a massive super chat here from Rosa de Arment. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Thank you. She says, thanks, Matt, for your commitment on providing news with your investment to research, which you present. May God bless you and your loved ones. Also, I'm enjoying your buddy streams Asmongold. He has my kind of sense of humor, and he has me giggling. Now you're tuning into Asmongold. That's great. That's great. Hey, excellent. Thank you very much, Rosa. I appreciate that. Maybe the Morse Force is merging with the Asmonglers. Thank you very much, Rose. That makes me happy. Thank you. That's awesome. And we have a super chat here from Drinky Crow. Thank you, Drinky Crow. Good to see you, sir. He's been watching for a decade. Good Lord. Thank you, Drinky Crow. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, folks, I have a breaking news report right now. Bear with me here. President Trump has just held a phone conversation with Trump. The conversation, this is according to the Kremlin. According to the Kremlin, the conversation focused on the conflict around Iran and negotiations on a settlement in Ukraine. Putin expressed a number of ideas aimed at achieving a swift political and diplomatic resolution to the conflict in Iran. So they talked about Iran, they talked about Ukraine. How can we get peace everywhere? Trump just had a phone call with Putin. Now, let's real quick, let's talk about what total surrender looks like coming from the Iranian regime. What might that look like? Because Pete Hegseth issued a statement earlier. He said, this is yesterday, Hegseth himself, he said, you know, when we are talking about victory for the U.S. and total surrender from the Iranian regime, there might not be some big ceremony or official statement from the Iranian foreign minister saying, we hereby surrender to the Americans. That might not be what it looks like. Hegseth said that yesterday. What surrender might mean in this case is that we have just completely obliterated them. We have so sufficiently obliterated them that they are incapable of doing anything anymore. That is also an acceptable term of surrender. And so hold up. Gunfire in Beirut somewhere. Yeah, there's anti-air fire. Look at that. You just saw one. That was Hezbollah firing anti-air fire up in the sky, trying to shoot down an IDF plane, an Israeli Air Force plane. I'm telling you. Anyway, Hegseth yesterday said that, you know, an acceptable term of surrender is just literally blowing them all up. He said effectively that they've been so successful with their bombings that there might be no one central leadership figure to surrender. Who's going to come up and officially surrender and sign the document if you've killed every single person that even resembles a leader in the country? So we might just bomb them into the Stone Age and then just say, all right, victory. All right, we did it. We did it. That's coming from Hegseth yesterday. The IRGC has reported 1,900 losses from Israeli airstrikes, or from airstrikes in general. Could be U.S. airstrikes also, of course. 1,900 members of the IRGC blown up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a quick comment on the Strait of Hormuz. On the Strait of Hormuz, Trump has just said that ships are moving through now, adding that he is thinking about taking it over. He also warned Iran. He said, and I quote, "They've shot everything they have to shoot, and they better not try anything cute, or it's going to be the end of that country." If Iran tries anything cute, it's going to be the end of the country. He says some boats are already beginning to navigate through the Strait of Hormuz, vessels. And he also says that he's considering taking over the entire damn strait. There's a new term. It's called Global American Empire. I guess it's an old term. Global American Empire. The GAE. Global American Empire. Gay. And you know what? I'm going to issue something incredibly brave and perhaps even controversial. Long live the gay. Long live the gay. Long live the Global American Empire. I swear my allegiance. I swear my undying allegiance to the gay. To the Global American Empire. God bless the gay. We support the gay. We love the gay. It's all about the gay. We love it. We love it. Oh, okay, folks. I have an update here. We are hearing these reports about Rubio, Vance, Rubio. According to NBC News just now, Trump has been informally polling allies, so GOP Republican insiders, friends of his in the Republican Party, and donors about a potential 2028 Republican successor, asking whether or not they prefer Vance or Rubio. So right now, even we're getting reports Trump is trying to kind of probe around. Hey, who would you prefer? Who would you prefer? Who's polling more highly? Wait, do we have a red alert? Wait, hold up. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, ballistic missile launches. We've got ballistic missiles inbound, ladies and gentlemen. Iran has fired ballistic missiles right this very moment. They're going to show up here in 6.5 minutes. Bunker down. Get inside of the bunkers. If you guys can do me a favor, after this ballistic missile launch concludes, we are going to do a community poll. I'm going to ask you guys who you prefer, Rubio, Vance. I'm going to let you guys vote in a poll here in maybe 10 or 15 minutes. So if you could remind me in 10 minutes or something, whenever this is done, because I'm going to forget, let me know, and then we'll do a little community poll here that we'll see who the Morse Force prefers. But first, ladies and gentlemen, there are ballistic missiles right now flying inbound. Towards Israel. And I think this is actually central Israel. I want to say this is the Tel Aviv area. We shall see. Ballistic missiles inbound, folks. We're going to turn up the audio. We might hear some sirens. Everybody lock in. We've got missiles inbound. Real quick. Oh. Okay, folks, this is a red alert on the confrontation line. Something in 10, southern Lebanon. You saw that, camera 10. Folks, Hezbollah is attacking along the northern border with Israel. This is what I was saying last time. It seems like now, every single time ballistic missiles are inbound, Hezbollah activates, and they start taking shots, they start firing rockets, God knows what else. When Iran launches missiles, then Hezbollah sort of attacks also at the same time to try to overwhelm the Israelis. They're layering it all on top of each other. So that was Hezbollah there on the northern border of Israel. And now that has resolved itself, but ballistic missiles inbound. They're inbound right now. Folks, if you are new, do me a favor. If you're new to the show, this is a MAGA, America First, God bless the USA type of community, type of broadcast. Do me a favor. If you like the show on Rumble or on YouTube, hit that like button. Make sure to subscribe. I really am very fortunate. We've got so many people tuning in these days. Thank you all very much for being here. Don't forget to do it. And these ballistic missiles are going to be here in less than 4 minutes, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. That's right. We are in favor of the gay, the global American empire. That's right. Uh-huh. Long live the gay. Hold up one moment here, folks. Keep your eyes peeled. Keep your eyes peeled, starting now. Gay rights. Okay. This is out of control. Okay, folks, there are a lot of reports. We have a lot to talk about. Seriously, like a lot right now. But first, we need to see what happens here with these ballistic missiles inbound right now. There they are. Red alerts. This is central Israel, just east of Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv. Okay. A lot of alerts targeting Tel Aviv right now, folks. What we will oftentimes see is Haifa will launch interceptors down south to help protect Tel Aviv. So I would expect here to see interceptors launched from Haifa. Oh. Oh yeah. All right, okay. Okay, a lot of ballistic missiles coming in. Oh, interceptor on camera 10. Camera 10. Across southern Lebanon. Interceptors over Ben Gurion Airport right outside Tel Aviv. Interception on camera 3. You can hear another interception there. There are still a couple of red alerts still active right now. Almost all of them have been cleared. Yep, folks, I believe that wave is over. Oh, interception in the sky. You just heard it. You couldn't see it, but you heard it. All right, folks, officially every single red alert has now been cleared. What in the... What the hell is that? What in the living hell was that? That sounds like something hit to me, I'll be honest. I'm just okay, I'm not gonna touch anything yet. Once again, folks, we heard from the IDF, the commander of their aerospace force, that going forward, as of about 90 minutes ago, all of their ballistic missiles were going to be over 1-ton payload, 1-ton warhead going forward. Up until now, up until 90 minutes ago, they have not been firing any of those ballistic missile 1-ton plus warheads. What I'm trying to say here is, the Iranians 90 minutes ago said that now they're breaking out the big bombs. Now the big bombs are coming out. Cam 6. Is that a fire you think you see on Cam 6 down there, or what? Well, listen, that camera's at southern Israel. All of this attack here was central Israel. I don't believe that any missiles even went down to central Israel. Okay, yeah, the attack is over. Okay. We just got the confirmation. Yeah, I don't think that that's recent down there on Cam 6 in South Israel. I think that's been there. Well, folks, I'll tell you what, normally, if there are ever any hits, very quickly we end up getting footage. So if anything, I apologize. If anything did hit, we're going to see it here pretty soon. The footage makes its way onto the internet. Oh, boy. Folks, we have a breaking statement right now, literally right this moment. This is the Iranian foreign minister. He said just now, quote, Iran has many surprises in store to respond to U.S. plots. Once again, and I quote, the Iranian foreign minister just said, Iran has many surprises in store to respond to U.S. plots. Just now he said that. We'll see about that. I don't know about that. Now, Trump has issued a statement right here. Trump says, I'm considering taking control of the Strait of Hormuz. They'd better not fire anything new, otherwise it will be the end of the country. You know what this means? What's the implicit message here? Is that they do, in fact, have things that they could fire that they have not fired. If Trump says they fire anything new, meaning they still have things. That's coming from Trump. That's coming from Trump. I don't know what that would look like. I don't know what that would look like. We have a little bit of a price check here. Real quick, folks. Remember last night how everybody was panicking and losing their freaking minds? Oil is back down to $86 a barrel. It spiked up at like, what, 120 or 115 or 118 or whatever it was last night. The oil futures market. It's back down to 86. Back down to 86. Now, as it pertains to the oil dynamic, I shared with you all about... No thanks. I shared with you all a moment ago that Trump recently had a phone call with Putin. About an hour ago, Trump was on the phone call with Putin. Now we have a report. The Trump administration is considering easing sanctions on Russian oil amid a surge in prices. So potentially, in order to keep energy prices low, keep oil prices low, Trump might lift some of the sanctions on Russian oil to help stabilize the oil market. We just got that statement 2 or 3 minutes ago. Oh, right now it's $81 a barrel. We also have footage I want to share with you folks real fast. The IDF has just released footage of Israeli Air Force striking Iranian military bases overnight. Here's the footage of that. So that's an Iranian fighter jet that they are blowing up. That's an Iranian fighter jet. That's an Iranian helicopter. They're blowing up helicopters and fighter jets. And these strikes were conducted all along western Iran, on the west side of Iran. Allegedly okay. Okay, yeah, we're going to do that poll. Okay, folks, in the YouTube chat, who do you want to be 2028 president? Actually, let's say 2028 GOP candidate. Let's say that. Who do you want to be 2028 GOP candidate? Marco Rubio or JD Vance? All right, over on YouTube, I'm going to start this poll here right now. Do me a favor, and while you guys vote, I'm going to take a 60-second break. I'm going to come back and see what you guys had to say. In fact, I'm going to put this up here on the screen, and I will be right back, folks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, who is winning this thing? Wow, I would have not believed it. I'll be honest. I thought you guys were supporting Rubio. 53% JD Vance, 47% Marco Rubio. I thought you folks were more of a Rubio audience. 47-53. I'm surprised. Honestly, I am. Now, if I can be honest with you, can I tell you now that you guys have voted, I'll tell you my personal opinion here. If this is kind of the playfield to work with, what I would rather have here is JD Vance president and Marco Rubio as JD Vance's Secretary of State. So Rubio just stays in the exact same spot. He keeps his job. He goes from Trump Secretary of State up to J.D. Vance, Secretary of State. He keeps his job. He does the same damn thing. And then I don't know, maybe, I don't know who Vice President at that point. I don't know who. Vice President? I don't know who. But maybe something like that. Yeah, I mean, because, and the reason why I say that is because Rubio, he is good at what he does. He's doing a good job in the position that he is in now. So let him keep it. So let him keep it. He's doing a good job. Seems to be. Seems to be. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now, there is that. Now there's, okay, like I said, oh, good Lord, let me get caught up here. What the hell's going on here? We've got updates coming out left and right like a whirlwind these days. There is heavy U.S. and Israeli bombing in Iran going on right now. I think we kind of knew that was happening. This is at an IRGC barracks in Iran. Take a look. Right now, the U.S. is dropping bombs. Ooh. There you hear it. Yep. Yep. One more time. Folks, in 90 minutes, Trump is holding a press conference about Iran. 90 minutes. So right now, the skies of Sepahan Shahar in Isfahan. Can we pull this up on the map? You guys know I'm a visual learner. Here in the Morse Special Adult Leering Center for adults, for special adults, we like to do visual learning. So where are we right? This is in Isfahan. Yep, that's right. All right, zoom in on it. So folks, in this town right now, in Sepahan Shahar, right up, pressed up against the desert here, you got this little town. And this is where the U.S., perhaps Israel as well, have been dropping bombs as of very recently. Can I drop in? Can we see what this looks like down here on the ground? Visual, yeah, we believe in visual leering. That's right. Well, you know, I'll be honest, it doesn't look half bad, to be honest. Let's find another. They've got their little apartment buildings. That's kind of cute. Where else are we at? Let me take a look at one more look out here. They've got the playground for the kids. I'll be honest, this is perhaps the nicest town that I have seen in Iran. This seems kind of nice. Like, okay, if I showed you this picture right here, would you ever guess this is in Iran? I would not, other than the Iranian flags back there in the distance. If you get rid of those, would you ever guess this is in Iran? I don't think you would. You'd say, oh, this is in like Pennsylvania or something. It's wild. And you can kind of tell this seems like sort of a manufactured community, almost like it's like a suburb for people that are maybe a little bit more affluent. Is kind of what this looks like. You've got the park in the middle. Seems curious. These all look like water faucets. I would bet that this is almost like a big water park. Wouldn't you guess? They're blasting water up here. You bring the kids and the kids are having fun playing around in the summer. That's kind of my guess. Anyway, so of course though, there has to be some IRGC barracks somewhere here because the U.S. has been dropping bombs on them. They have a Isfahan City Center Mall. Can we see, what does it look like inside of the mall? Do we have photos? They have a big old shopping mall. They've got a flower shop. Well, good Lord. This just looks like any other shopping mall. Look at that. Good God. See, man, here's the problem. I'm going to say it again. I've said this so many times. Iran as a country and the Iranians as a people, they really do have so much potential. They've got the resources, they've got the ingenuity, This could be such a great country if not for the violent, psychotic, jihadist, doomsday cultists that are running the show. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. That's the problem. Like, genuinely, deeply, I have no hate for Iranians. In fact, I hope that they can get through this and everything works out for them. I really do. I really do hope that. I really do hope that. I'm gonna pull back up our cams here. There's that. Okay, President Trump has just arrived at his golf club in Doral, Florida. He's going to talk to some of the House Republicans, and then he's going to give his press conference in, 90 minutes. Donald Trump press conference in 90 minutes, folks, talking about Iran. You saw him there. You saw him there. There he is. I'd recognize that silhouette anywhere. There he is inside of the Beast. They call this car the Beast. So anyway, yeah, 90 minutes, folks. 90 minutes. We're going to have our presidential press conference. Yeah, this I'll say it again. This conference we're about to have in 90 minutes is the first time that Trump has actually held a press conference about the current state of Iran. He's answered some questions, tidbits, titty-bitties here and there. Titty-bitties. He's answered a couple itty-titty-bitty-bitty titty-bitties here and there, but this is the first time he's going to give us a big titty. And that's going to be about 90 minutes from now. Now, I have an update here for you. One moment here, ladies and gentlemen. Pull something up here, folks. Israel's air and missile campaign has heavily damaged military facilities in and around Isfahan. That's what we were just looking at. Including strikes on the 8th Fighter Base and other IRGC ground force bases that satellite imagery shows has been cratered into the ground after being hit by multiple impacts. So these are IRGC bases and facilities in Isfahan. Take a look. Here's the after, here's the before. No, this is the before. Okay. I see what's going on here. This is the after, and this is the before. Oh yeah, they've been blowing the living hell out of these things. Wow. And gone, and you're gone. So once again, folks, these are IRGC locations here. Wow. I'll play that again here. We have a super chat. Salute or Surrender says, I like Rubio. I really do, but I think he works better in a VP slot. Could be. You know, I think just leave him where he is once again. I think he's doing a good job as Secretary of State. Really, I think he is. I really do. I'd say let him cook as Secretary of State for 8 more years. He's got another 3, do another 8 after that. 12 years of Rubio Secretary of State. Just let this guy cook. Jumpin' Jack, by the way, thank you very much. And it's Rubio 8. Rubio Barron Trump 8. Barron Trump, huh? Have we ever heard Barron Trump talk? I've seen pictures of him and videos of him walking around, but I don't know if I've ever heard that kid talk. I don't even know if he knows how to talk. I don't know if he speaks English. Oh boy. Okay, folks, we have a statement from the Israeli foreign minister. And okay, bear with me here, folks. I want to do this the right way. What in the... There we go. This is the Israeli foreign minister. It's a 2-minute long clip here. We're going to listen to this.
And yet the regime in Iran, though perhaps more fragile, still holds. In fact, Iran's Assembly of Experts just named Mojtaba Khamenei to succeed his assassinated father. You've made it clear that the ultimate goal is regime collapse. So is Mojtaba Khamenei now a target for Israel?
Well, you'll have to wait and see. But it is clear that he continued the very extremist and mad policies of his father. He's a hardliner. He is anti-American, he's anti-Western, and you can see already the cracks inside this regime. And I'll give you one example that demonstrated that during last weekend, we had heard the Iranian president, Pezeshkian, speaking about that they are apologized in front of their neighbors and they will not attack them again if they will not be attacked from the states. But eventually, you heard the speaker of their parliament saying, no, we will continue to attack. And on the ground, they continue to attack their neighboring states. So you can conclude, first, you have cracks which are already open. And second, it is clear that the hardliners are still calling the shots there in Tehran. And frankly, with these people, you cannot do anything serious if you want to solve conflict, as we saw in all the efforts that the U.S. had done before June and before this attack during the time of Khamenei.
So remember what he said there. Is Khamenei Jr., is he a target? Would you consider taking him out effectively? Well, you're just going to have to wait and see. Well, you're going to have to wait and see. So what does that mean? Yeah, that's a yes. That's a yes. In fact, I don't know, he might be dead by the end of the day. It would not surprise me if he was dead by the end of the day. That's Beirut. We have 2 cameras in Beirut here, folks. We've been getting report after report still that the Israeli Air Force is going to be aggressively airstriking Hezbollah in Beirut more than they ever have. More than they ever have so far. Okay, folks, I have a report coming from the IRGC here. This could be Iranian propaganda, so warning. Iranian propaganda alert warning, but we're going to look at this nonetheless. They have just reported that, what? Iran's IRGC says it has destroyed the Haila Satellite Communications Center south of Tel Aviv using attack drones, claiming the facility was a key node linking Israeli air bases with fighter jets and part of the military's satellite control and communications network. This is allegedly the Haila Satellite Communications Center. Well, I mean, this thing most certainly looks like it has taken some damage. How about this? Once again, this is coming from the IRGC, not the most trustworthy of people, I would say. Can we pull this up on Google Maps? South of Tel Aviv. Okay, stand by here, folks. I'm going to try to pull this up on the map. Maybe we can see what this looks like before its alleged destruction. Zoom out a little bit. Zoom out a little bit. Okay. What the hell? I don't even know. That took us to Idaho. Listen. Hey, we want Israel. Israel. True North Satellite. Haila. You know, maybe it's not gonna It was right by a hill. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to let you folks continue to look at the cameras here, and I'm going to try to figure out exactly where this is. Because I am curious. I'm a little bit curious about this one. Hold up here one moment, folks. You guys have actually, this is the best view that we have had of Beirut, perhaps ever. You're not going to miss a thing. If a thing happens, you're going to be seeing it. Yeah, right now I'm playing, oh. Right now we're playing Geo Detective. Ladies and gentlemen, in right about 80 minutes. In 80 minutes, President Trump is going to be coming out and giving his very first presidential update. It's a Q&A, it's a press conference. About what is currently going on in the war in Iran. Okay, folks, Grok at least seems to think that this is somewhere in this area of Israel. But I'll tell you what, man, I don't see that. Maybe we're just not going to be able to find this. I'm kind of scouring around the area here. You know who we need? Who's that guy on YouTube who can find anything on Google Maps? Rainbolt. Rainbolt? Somebody's got to call up Rainbolt. I'm not quite as talented as he is. Wow, look at this. Hold up. Allegedly, this is the site of the David and Goliath battle. Well, I'll be damned. Ladies and gentlemen, look what we have just stumbled upon. Allegedly, this is the site where David battled Goliath. And right now, it's just like a little field here. I got a field right next door. Look at that. Look what we just stumbled upon. Allegedly, this is where they did it. This is where it happened. Uh-huh.
Qua possiamo vedere la fortezza di Elah, che è stata trovata sull'altura di questa.
That's where it happened, I suppose. The Valley of Elah. Elah.
Siamo sempre intorno alla fortezza, vedete che dall'altra parte c'è questo paese dove...
Well, I was trying to find their satellite apparatus here, but we didn't find that. Instead, we found the battlefield of David and Goliath. That's pretty cool anyway. That's pretty cool anyway. The Philistines. Update from the IDF. The Israeli Air Force has just struck Iranian command centers and weapons manufacturing sites across Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz using dozens of fighter jets and more than 170 munitions. This has happened in the last half hour. Targets included an IRGC Quds Force Command Center in Tehran, a missile production and storage facility in Isfahan, and additional military infrastructure near Shiraz, as part of efforts to deepen damage to the Iranian regime's core military network. Who won, David or Goliath? Well, I think David. If I remember, I believe it was David. I seem to remember Goliath having his head cut off at the end of that. If I remember properly. Matt, you do a fairly good job at pronunciation. Well, hey, thanks. You know, I figured I only speak one language, so I better speak it well. Maybe if I spoke 2 languages, I could afford to, you know, be a little bit worse at both of them. But no, all I know is the one. Okay, folks, I have a little bit of a follow-up here. We saw this about an hour ago, but now we have a photo that's probably worth sharing because it looks kind of cool. Once again, about an hour ago, Saudi Arabia shot down 3 Iranian suicide drones heading towards the Sheba oil field in the empty quarter, and they were intercepted and destroyed. Saudi Arabia just keeps on taking it. They just keep on shooting down drones. And this is what one of those oil fields looks like. Just crazy. Out here in the middle of nowhere. Surreal. This is surreal. Surreal. And this is, as far as I remember, I'm sure it's more than this. This is the 3rd time that the Iranians in the last 10 days have fired suicide drones down here at these Saudi oil fields. This is the 3rd time that I've seen. And I have, you know, I'm sure it's happened more than that I haven't seen. Look up Mad Max. Yeah, yeah, Mad Max is cool. I like Mad Max. The two recent ones are pretty good in the last 15 years. A lot of people didn't like Furiosa, but I thought Furiosa was fine also. That was okay. Think how hot it is? Yeah, you know what? Why don't we Google that here real quick? You got to have air conditioning down here. I'm going to pull this up. During the summer, during daytime, it gets up to 122 degrees routinely. That's not the record, that's just like average. 122 degrees. So that is hot as hell. However, in the winter, it actually can get to freezing. In the winter, during nighttime, it can freeze out here. Man, talk about a hellscape. Absolute hellscape. The winter evenings are freezing. The summer days are 122 Fahrenheit. Astounding. Astounding. Let's put our cams back up here. Anyway, yeah, no, the Iranians keep on firing suicide drones down there to try to blow up their oil fields. So far, we have seen, we got the report yesterday that the United Arab Emirates, the Emiratis, they have yesterday allegedly conducted a bombing run of an Iranian water desalination plant, or they blew it up. I have not seen the confirmation of that, though. We heard stories about that yesterday, and it was all purportedly, allegedly. I've yet to see any confirmation of that the Emiratis actually blew that desalination plant up. I don't know for sure if they actually did that. Oh, okay, hold up, folks. I'm getting more information about that satellite apparatus that the Iranians say they blew up. Folks, we've got more footage and a video now, potentially. The Iranians might have actually blown up that IDF cyber defense location. So here is another photo. Here is another photo. And we have a video.
הנה, תראו מה הולך. פגעו פה איך קוראים לזה? בצלחות. הנה, תראו מה הולך. פגעו פה
I think they blew it up. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna keep it a buck here. We've got 2 different photos from different angles and a video now. and it's kind of slowly coming out. I think they probably blew it up. I think they did it. I think they actually did it.
הנה, תראו מה הולך. פגעו פה איך קוראים לזה? בצלחות.
Astounding. This is that location we were trying to find on the maps before we ended up finding that David versus Goliath battlefield. Oh, you know what? They're saying it's not Iran. It was Hezbollah. Now I'm seeing the report says Hezbollah. Hezbollah destroyed the Emek Ha'ela satellite communications station. All these Hebrew names, man, I can't keep up. It's too much for me. We're either speaking Hebrew or Arabic. I can't do it. I can barely speak English. One moment here, folks. It seems like it got hit. I think it got hit, ladies and gentlemen. I had to bet money on that. Hey, you know what, folks? I have found it. I found it. I found it. Okay, first off, let's zoom out. Let me show you where we are. Where in tarnation are we? Okay, we are due west of the Dead Sea. Dead west of the Dead Sea. In central Israel. And here we are. Smack dab in the center. And, yeah, this sure looks like the location. You can't, well. Okay, you've got a road and a hillside, a road, the facility, green pasture, and a hillside behind. You've got a road, a facility, and a... Maybe this is the green farmland here, and the hill. And that might be the hill in the back. That's the hill in the back. Yeah, that is it. Yeah, I think this is it. I think that's it there. And I think our angle is along this road here. Can I drop down? Why don't we drop down and see how this looks? Oh, yeah, that's it. Oh, yeah, that is it. Oh, yeah, big time. Don't you think? Maybe a little bit further down. Yeah, I mean, you can see the fencing is the same. It's blue and it curves up at the top. Yeah, so he must have, our driver here must have been down a little bit more this way. Yeah, we're looking at like something right here, something like that. And you can see the fencing is blue and it curves up to the top, and there's the hill in the back. Yep. Where was the... saying a tree? Oh yeah, there was this big tree, this big bush. Oh, maybe it was further... Oh, this is it. Okay, is it making a little bit more sense now? Yeah. Now it's making a little bit more sense. Because, yeah, that stuff down there wasn't perfectly matching up. This does. This is looking matched up. Oh, also, folks. Okay, another problem here. This photo, this capture we're looking at on Google Maps is taken in 2012. What we're looking here is 14 years ago. So, you know, a couple things changed. Things are a little bit different. This is 2012. I just saw that. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit of a discrepancy there. But no, this is it. This has got to be it.
הנה, תראו מה הולך.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They've got that. They've got that big tower. That is that, I think. That's got to be that. Yep. But it's been 14 years later. They moved some stuff around, I'm sure. So we figured it out. There's our little adventure. Seems like they actually did hit that damn thing. Put our cameras back up. We have an update here. Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana, was placed on a base-wide lockdown earlier this morning. We briefly talked about that. After an unauthorized drone was spotted over the base, resulting in a shelter-in-place order for the base. Unauthorized drone flights over military installations and other critical infrastructure have been the catalyst for the Department of War to issue new guidelines to base commanders on how to secure their installations from these overflights. So, there was an unidentified drone flying over this base, this Air Force base, back in the U.S. And Air Force bases, all U.S. military bases, are no drone zone. It's a no drone zone. So I wonder who was piloting that drone. I wonder who did that. Anyway, they shut down the base. But that was earlier today. Everything is fine now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Iranian president just issued a message to Turkish President Erdogan. He said, and I quote, "The Zionist entity and America are trying to divert attention to a conflict between Iran and its neighbors. We are ready to reduce tensions in the region, provided that the territories of neighboring countries are not used to attack us." That is a statement from the Iranian president while having a conversation with the Turkish president. He says, hey, over here in Iran, we want to de-escalate. We don't want to keep attacking all of our regional neighbors. The only reason why we are is because they are allowing the U.S. to attack us from inside of their countries. That is what we're hearing from the Iranian regime right now. Stock market is in the green. Oil prices are going downward. Isn't that so funny? We had all of these. Just people were in hysterics. Can I tell you something here, sir? Thank you, by the way. And you know, I'm not gonna name names. I'm not gonna name names. There are a lot of people that I used to really respect and watch and tune into. I would hang on their every word. What are they going to say about the political dynamic, whatever it is? Political commentators, podcasters. And really over the last year, a lot of these people that I used to enjoy, I used to watch, I really used to value the stuff they would say. A lot of these people have proven themselves to be so hysterical and emotional. They're so emotional, they can't maintain a level head. The second anything gets a little bit turbulent, they go crazy. A lot of people, I thought they were cool as a cucumber. They were intelligent political commentators. The second things get a little bit hectic, they just go bonkers. They go bonkers. If you can't keep yourself together and keep yourself composed when times get a little bit tough, haven't got a lot of use for you. If you can't keep it cool, don't have a lot of use. Now, you got to keep it cool. You got to take a lesson from the cucumbers. You got to be as cool as a cucumber. Now, ladies and gentlemen, President Trump is going to be once again coming on out and speaking in about 1 hour. In about 1 hour, this will be his very first press conference discussing the current state of Iran. What's going on in the Middle East? We've got our 2 live Beirut live cams and a Tel Aviv live cam. While I'm looking at this Tel Aviv live cam here in the bottom left, I'll tell you something crazy. Yesterday, it was about the time that we wrapped up yesterday's broadcast. It's getting on late in the evening. There were all these reports coming out, report after report, that the Iranians had blown up the main Tel Aviv power station, and that Tel Aviv was facing a citywide blackout. And this was going viral. This was going viral all over Twitter. Tel Aviv, massive blackout, no power, the grid is down. And I was reading that, and I was looking at a live stream. I was looking at Tel Aviv, and the lights were on. And I'm like, man, this is the most blatant example of fake news I've ever seen in my life. I've got the live stream, the lights are on, and everybody on Twitter is freaking out. The lights are out. Just blatant fake news. Easily fact-checkable fake news. Matt, you don't have to keep asking if you can say something. Just say it. Hey, it's how I talk. What can I tell you? Everybody speaks differently. Now, I'm getting a report here that the... Okay, folks, President Trump is about to deliver remarks to some Republican members of Congress, and then he's going to have his press conference. So why don't we put this up here on the screen, folks? We're going to have double trouble Trump. Double Trump trouble. That top left? That's top left, yeah. Okay. All right, folks. No, once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a one-man show. Okay, I'm telling you guys, some days I lose my mind. This broadcast we do here, all of the research, all of the production, all of the editing, all of the titles, all of the different scenes, the live chats, the super chats, all of this is a one-man show. I'm doing all of this. I look at these other operations, these other podcasts people have. They're paying a production guy $120,000 a year. They pay the editor guy $95,000 a year. They got script writers and researchers. They got all this stuff, and I'm like, I'm doing it all. My brain is being stretched in like a million different directions. I'm trying to manage all these little tiny things at the same time. So, hey, I really do appreciate everyone tuning in. Thank you all very much. I could not do the show without your guys' support. Thank you very much. Trump is going to come on out here. Yeah, you ever see the videos of those guys? They're playing 19 instruments at once. They've got the accordion, and they're playing the drums with their feet, and they've got whatever that thing is up their mouth. They're playing the flute in their mouth. They've got a tambourine on the side of their head. They're playing the guitar with their toes, and they're doing it all at the same time while sitting in front of a piano. That's like what this broadcast is. That's what this is. That is what this is. They got the kazoo. Yeah, all of it. Oh, good Lord. The one-man band. Oh, good Lord. That's what I wanted. The harmonica. Thank you, the harmonica. See, my brain can't keep up. That's why I need you guys. You guys are my helpers. Well, hey, okay, so we're going to have President Trump is about to deliver remarks towards Republican members of Congress. And then he's going to talk to us, the media, press conference about Iran. So 2 big announcements here. Where's this? That's what I need to do. There we go. Now we know exactly what's up. Now we know what's up. You know, and I'll tell you something. I don't know if my wife is tuning in right now, but if my lovely wife is tuning in, I would take a cup of tea. We'll see if she's listening. You can still hear those gunshots in Beirut. Gunshots in Beirut. They're down there just peppering the hell out of each other. They're blasting like crazy. Yep. Oh, hey, did you see tracers get shot up there in the sky? Is that what you saw? I didn't see that. You know, I'll be honest. You know what I kind of want to do here? I want to do this. I would rather have 2 Beirut live feeds and then plus the Trump feed down below. I think that's what I want to do. Because Beirut, you guys know what's going on down there. It's just crazy. So let's have it double time. Two set of eyes. 2 cameras on Beirut. And then the Trump one down below. That's probably the best thing we can do. You saw some anti-air rounds on. Yeah, they've been doing that just for a week now, trying to shoot down Israeli fighter jets. They're trying to shoot down Israeli fighter jets. I don't think they're going to have much luck with that. I don't think so. No. Crazy Yoda, 1776. Crazy Yoda. Hey, thank you very much. He says, my take on influencers is that most of them are fake and follow whatever they think will get them more clicks. They change their thoughts all the time, make a stand on something and stay with it. I've been thinking a lot about this. I'll tell you what I think is going on here. If you are a political commentator on the left or on the right, and you want to have as many likes and upvotes and retweets and eyeballs on your podcast or your live show, whatever it is, if you want to maximize your numbers, the most popular thing you can do is attack America and attack Trump. And I'll tell you why, because there's a lot of people in this world. Most people in this world are not American. Most people in this world are not MAGA Americans. You got people living in Somalia and India and Europe and Latin America. Most of those people are not American patriot, America first MAGA Americans. And so if you want to have all those people, all those non-American third worlders, wherever else, watching your show, then you need to pander to them. You need to make content or give an opinion that they are going to like. Because most people on this planet are not living in America or support Trump. And so what I think is going on here, I think you have American political commentators that are trying to have the most likes and upvotes and views on their show, and they've realized, well, if I want as many likes and views and whatever, what I need to do is pander to all of these people that don't even live in the country. That's what I think is going on here. That's what I think is going on here. Really, it's kind of depressing to say this, but they are in the pursuit of third world clicks. They're trying to get third worlders to watch their stuff. That's what I think it is. You know what? I don't know. If I came out tomorrow and started talking about how stupid Trump was or whatever, I might have 2 times more viewers. Because then I'd have a bunch of people from Latin America and the Middle East and whatever else. Maybe you're some Europeans. They'd say, oh yeah, Trump is so stupid. But it wouldn't be honest. It would be pandering. It's not even true. In fact, maybe I can show you something here. Maybe I can show you something. Maybe I can show you what I'm talking about. Bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, Trump is set to come on out here any second. We're going to have 2 different Trump speeches back to back. One, he's going to be talking to the congressional GOP. Another one is shortly after, he's going to be talking about Iran. So we're going to watch both of them. Frankly, the second one, the Iran press conference, we are more interested in. But we'll listen to him talk about to the congressional GOP also. While we wait for Trump, I've got something I want to show you here, folks. In fact, this is kind of surprising to me. Okay, we did a big live show the other day. It got 500,000 views. A lot of people that tuned in. And I can actually show you right now. These are the countries of the people. Okay, 530,000 views on the live show the other day. 82% of which were from America. 82% American, 3.6% British, 3.5% Canadian, 1% Indian, 0.9% Australian, 0.9% South Africa, 0.6% from Deutschland, 0.5% Netherlands, 0.3% Sweden, 0.2% Philippines. So if you take United States, UK, Canada, Australia, South Africa, what, a good 92, 93% of the viewers on these live shows are American, Canadian, UK, Australia, South Africa. English speaking, what is that, 93% or something. This is a first world community. We don't have a whole lot of third worlders tuning into the show. Maybe a couple, maybe a tiny couple. This is a first world broadcast. It is true. It is true. %1 India. That's surprising to me. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was... No, that's right. 1%. 1% India. 1% India. Welcome. Welcome, Ranjit. Right now, we are kind of in between updates right now. Oh, you want to know something crazy? This is a statement from Jonathan Karl, who is a reporter with ABC. So ABC reporter Jonathan Karl, he just said, I've covered 5 presidents and never seen one other than President Trump who regularly takes phone calls from reporters. I spoke to him 3 times since the military operation began 11 days ago. Each time I simply called him and he answered. Trump told me in my last term, in my first term, I built the military. In my second term, I'm using it. Trump said first term, he built it. Second term, he's using it. But there are reporters, ABC reporter John Karl says, this is crazy. I could just give him a phone call and he actually answers. That's wild. Once again. Oh, hello. Ah, thank you. Thank you, dear. In a phone interview today with CBS News, President Donald J. Trump told a CBS reporter that the war with Iran could be over very soon. Trump said today, the war with Iran could be over very soon. Going on to say, quote, I think the war is very complete, pretty much. They have no Navy. They have no communications. They've got no Air Force. The war could be over very soon. Furthermore, he added that the United States is very far ahead of his initial 4 to 5 week estimated time frame.
Johnson, Majority Leader Steve Scalise, Majority Whip Tom Emmer, and Conference Chairwoman Lisa McClain.
I gotta turn the music down. That guy sounded a little bit, gay. No music, sorry. Once he starts speaking here, I'm gonna turn this up. they're playing techno music. I'm not sure why.
Have a seat for just a moment. It is so good to be here again at Doral, President Trump's amazing property. How about a round of applause for this incredible venue? And the Congressional Institute, we're so grateful for bringing us all together as they have done for many years now. This is the best time to be together. It's the best place to be together. And we have so much to celebrate. When we were here just last year, we were talking about being on the edge, on the verge of the dawn of a new golden era in America. And my friends, that is exactly what we are in the middle of now, the new golden era, new golden age. And that's because when voters gave us this mandate in the election of 2024, they wanted us to fix everything. As you know, every metric of public policy was an absolute disaster. And they gave the President of the United States, this president, 75 million popular votes. He won the Electoral College decisively, and along the way, and in large part because of his coattails, we had the largest popular vote ever in history for House Republicans, almost 75 million votes. That's right.
That's a lot.
So we came in with a mandate, and we came in with an agenda, and we began to work very hard. We worked hand in hand with the president to move that agenda along, the America First agenda. And the record of the first year of the Trump administration in the last couple of months has been promises made, promises kept, because we take the responsibility that we have been given by the people seriously. It's a restoration of common sense. We are bringing America back again, and it's largely because of the leadership of the gentleman that I'll introduce to you in a moment. He is the most active president, the most energized president, the most successful president, I believe, in my lifetime, and he's proven it over and over and over. And part of it is because he doesn't sleep, thankfully. He's got so much to do. And I know that because I get calls from him at 2 a.m. and 7 a.m., sometimes in the same day. He doesn't require a lot of sleep, thankfully, and he is the man for the moment. His achievements are incalculable. History will record that this president came at exactly the right time. On the eve of the 250th anniversary of the greatest nation in the history of the world, the most free, most successful, most powerful, most benevolent nation that has ever been. And we understand, and he understands, that it's not guaranteed. He understands that we have to fight for it every single day, and he does that every single day. Just in the last week, my friends, anytime this president sees a problem, he jumps right in to fix it. I've been involved in just what I've been involved in the last few days with him. Several days back, earlier in the week, he recognized that the growth of AI and the new tech and the need for data centers around the country and new energy sources. He pulled together all the leaders in the industry. He's the only person that has the gravitas to be able to do that. And he pulled them all together, and they signed the Ratepayer Protection Pledge to make sure that energy prices continue to go down and don't rise, even though the demand, that's right, it's a big thing. And then a couple of days later, we're working hard in the House, and the House leadership team's doing all of our thing, and I get summoned back to the White House. What is it now? Well, the president needs to save colleges and universities. The NIL, the name, image, and likeness madness has really gotten out of control, and the president's decided that he's the man to fix it, and he is. And so he summoned us all together, and I mean, you probably saw 60 of the biggest names in college sports and athletics and college administration, university administration, all summoned to the White House for a productive meeting to get the SCORE Act and our solutions done and finished up. A few days later, I turn on the TV. You know, I'm trying to rest a little bit. The president doesn't. Why? Because now he's back down here in South Florida, and he has brought together and created the New Hemisphere initiative to take out narco-terrorists and secure the hemisphere. This security for the Americas. It's a new initiative that he alone has conceived. This president never stops. There's so much to fix. We have the right man for this hour. History will record one of the most consequential presidencies in the history of this extraordinary country. We are all blessed to be a part of it, to work alongside him in the legislative branch and to get this done for America. We will continue to do that as we head in to the most important midterm election of our lifetimes. We all know that. Without further ado, my friends, I want to present to you not just our host and the property owner, but the 45th and the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
There he is.
From the
Oh my gosh, that's so loud. All right, I'm muting that here for a moment. There he is. Trump is coming on out. He is addressing the congressional Republicans. After this, he's going to give a press conference about Iran, folks. So it's going to be a big hour, maybe two. We're about to get a lot of info, ladies and gentlemen. And I think the longer this goes on, the more info we're going to get. To be honest with you. But good Lord, I've got to turn that down real quick. Louder. You want it louder? Listen, I don't want to blow your eardrums out. He's doing the dance. Trump is doing the dance. I think that song would probably get this broadcast hit with a copyright strike also. Hey, on YouTube and on Rumble, if you folks are new, make sure to hit that like button and make sure to follow, subscribe, do it all. It really does help a lot. Thank you very much for tuning in today, folks. We're doing yet another all-day news coverage style type of broadcast. Trump is not speaking yet. Just give him one moment. They're up there waving to the crowd. One moment here, folks. No, I see. Yeah, he's up there. Just wait. Just wait 1 second here. They're playing their music. They're playing their music. Any minute now. All right, there he's going up to the mic.
A lot of friends. Sit down. We have a little time. Just
Good Lord.
everybody.
Goodness.
Thank you very much, and to our great speaker, Speaker Johnson. And hello to the men and women of one of the most consequential Republican majorities in history. It's not a big majority, but it's just about the most consequential. The job you've done is incredible. And they are members that are warriors and really people that are for the American people, and that's why you're doing well, and I think that's why we're going to continue to do well. We're fighting a little tradition, you know, historically the person that wins, Democrat or Republican, wins the presidency. For whatever reason, it doesn't work out, but we've done a lot. I don't know if we've done, I think we had the best first year of any president ever, and that includes you. You came along with me, and you made it happen. So with your help and hard work, we're making America great again, and we're doing it much faster than we thought, and it's better, stronger, and our country is doing really well. I mean, at a level that nobody thought. We took a little excursion because we felt we had to do that to get rid of some evil, and I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion.
Oh.
How good is our military, right? Amazing.
They're doing good.
How good? Short term. Short term.
Short term.
Thank you. They're great. You know, we all together, in my first term, we rebuilt our military. And I didn't know I'd be using it so much in the second term, but we have a military like no other. It's not even close.
You want full
But I
screen?
especially want to
Okay.
recognize the rest of our amazing House Republican leadership team and so many of my friends that are congressmen, some senators. We have some great people in this room, but including Majority Leader, a real brave guy, because I know the real story. I was there that night with him in the hospital when he was given a very small chance of living by a doctor who was very good, by a wife who was desperately in love with him. She cried so much. Because I've seen the other two. I've seen guys at the end of the line, the wives aren't exactly shaken up. When they don't cry, when they have no tears or any sign of tears, this is not a good sign of a great marriage. But he must have a great marriage, because she was just devastated. She was going to lose her guy. But it worked out that the doctor said more blood was put into him than he's ever seen. He was in big trouble. I looked at him that night and I said goodbye to him, but he made it. He was brave, and look at the way he fought back from so many different things. Steve Scalise. And we have another one, Tom Emmer, who I really got to know over the last few years, and I'll tell you, he's a winner. He's a champion with another great wife. We got good wives up in there. Let's say great wife. fine husband. But Tom is just a real champion and a winner, and you have a problem, you go to him, he gets it solved. So thank you very much. Great job. You've done a great job. And our conference chairwoman is Lisa McLean, and we all know Lisa, don't get on her wrong side. It can be a very, very bad experience. Thank you very much. Great job, Lisa. Great job. And a very special thanks. You know, you broke a record. This is over 20 million. This is, it's the biggest of these type of events that there's ever been by a lot. You know, you didn't just break it, you broke it by a lot. So I want to congratulate you. But there's just great spirit. The Republican Party has fantastic spirit. The level, I don't think, has been seen before. I really don't. We have to get a couple of people on board, which in at least one case is virtually impossible. I wonder who that might be. A sick person. But I want to say a very special thanks to everyone at the
Massey
Congressional Institute for helping organize this event. This has been amazing. And over the past 9 days, we've been reminded of how vital our Republican majorities are. And it's, you know, it's America's future. We're really fighting because these people, you saw the other night at the State of the Union, you saw these people. They wouldn't stand for a mother who just lost her daughter by having her throat slit from behind. They wouldn't stand for a helicopter pilot who just got the Congressional Medal of Honor for landing safely in Venezuela, a helicopter with a lot of soldiers on that helicopter. And he was able to land it safely, and his leg was practically ripped off. And for those people that know about helicopters, you land them pretty much with your legs, right, Tom? You land them with the legs, and he was in bad shape, and he got that. Not only landed, he landed in exactly the right spot at exactly as blood was pouring down the aisle, which didn't make all of those soldiers in the back feel too good. They're looking at a pilot who's bleeding out. But they didn't want to stand for that. They didn't want to stand for a 100-year-old soldier who had left a legacy of bravery. Everybody talked about it for years, and it was time for him to get the Congressional Medal of Honor. They didn't want to stand for him. There's something wrong with those people, and we can't let them ever be in a position where they can lead this country again or destroy this country again, because we almost lost this country. This country was close to being lost. The representatives in this room provided the pivotal votes in securing a record $1 trillion for the United States military this year, and now the world is witnessing the importance of that investment with one of the most complex and stunning operations ever conducted, and that's Operation Epic Fury. That's a great name, isn't it? Epic Fury. That's even better than Midnight Hammer, which was pretty good too, right? That was where we knocked out their nuclear potential. That was a big day, because if we didn't do that, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks. And I think we'd be in a lot different situation. And then you had, of course, what they did in Venezuela, how that was just so far so good. We've done a real job. We've got all good ones. If you go back and you look at Afghanistan with Biden, one of the worst, I think the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. If you look at what happened with Jimmy Carter, also with Iran, but if you look at what happened with the helicopters and the hostages, it cost them the election. It was what a mess. The world respects us right now more than they have ever respected us before. Believe that. And because of Republicans, you people in Congress, the United States has by far the strongest and most powerful military on the face of the earth. We're the strongest military anywhere on the earth, and now everybody understands it. Together with our Israeli partners, we're crushing the enemy in an overwhelming display of technical skill and military force. Iran's drone and missile capability is being utterly demolished. The Navy is gone. It's all lying at the bottom of the ocean. 46 ships, can you believe it? In fact, I got a little upset with our people. I said, what quality of ship? Excellent, sir. top of the line. I said, why did we just capture the ship? We could have used it. Why did we sink them? They said, it's more fun to sink them. I said, they like sinking them better. They say it's safer to sink them. I guess it's probably true. But think of it, we knocked out 46, and actually took 3.5 days. Their terrorist leaders are gone. We're counting down the minutes until they will be gone. Think of it, we had leaders, and they're gone. Then we had new leaders, and they're gone. And now nobody has any idea who the people are that are going to be the head of the country, and will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. And remember, Iran did so many bad things. They were really, if you look at Soleimani, who was taken out, as you know that, but you know who. But if you look at Soleimani, the father of the roadside, you call it a roadside bomb because most people don't understand the different terms. It was where they plant bombs in roads as you drive by, happily drive by, the bomb goes off, and no matter how strong the armament, it just kills the people. Or you lose your arms, legs, and face. And those bombs got worse and worse, and he got happier and happier, and we took him out. That was a big thing because he was the head. It might have been a much different story. They may have been much more capable than they are had he lived, because he was capable. He was vicious, violent, and capable. But we got rid of him first term. And we did so many things. I mean, we've done so many things, but as you know, on Saturday I traveled to Dover Air Force Base to be with the families of 6 fallen warriors as they returned to American soil. And I know that everyone in this room joins me in sending our prayers and eternal gratitude to the families of those great heroes. Those families are incredible families, devastating to be. Hardest thing to do, you know, I've done it a lot. The hardest thing to do is to go to Dover, because Dover is where, for the most part, a lot of the fallen, the warriors, the great young people that have died in war, they seem to mostly go to Dover. They come home to Dover. Dover does a great job of handling things. They have men assigned to the family. They have men and women that are incredible, assigned to the families. It's a beautiful thing, but it's also a very sad thing. But they all said one thing to me: make sure you win, sir. Make sure you win. They weren't playing games. They want to make sure. They said it. Everybody said it. They were separate, but everybody said the same thing: make sure you win. We will. We've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough. We go forward more determined than ever to achieve ultimate victory that will end this long-running danger once and for all. 47 years, it should have been done a long time ago. The world would have been a different place had some president had the courage to go and do it. They should have done it many, many times. They had many opportunities. The United States of America is the greatest and most exceptional nation in human history and will not be threatened by evil terrorists and lunatics any longer. We just can't do that. And, you know, when I always talk about how great our nation is, I don't know. I don't consider our nation very great for 4 years under Biden. We were a laughingstock all over the world. We were a laughingstock. So, you know, I say great, 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 but I don't know. When you look at what happened with so many different things, the open border, 25 million people, many of them very bad people pouring into our country with open borders that just said, come on in, makes no difference. They emptied their jails into our country. 11,888 murders, 50% of which murdered more than one person. The drug dealers came in, the mentally insane came in, they emptied their mental institutions, they emptied their insane asylum. That's a step above a mental institution. They emptied them all right into our country, and we've done a great job of doing what we've done. Think of it, we have the lowest crime rate that we've ever had. We have the lowest murder rate in 125 years, and we're saddled with all of the problems of the criminals that were let in. You know, look, they're smart people. I know the people that run those countries, every one of them, and they're all streetwise, very smart, and I would do exactly the same thing. They emptied their jails into our country. I said that was going to happen when I heard that they were having open borders. I didn't believe that they were going to happen. When I realized that they actually were going to have open borders. They said, we're going to have every person in jail. We're going to have every drug dealer. We're going to have all these countries all over the world. The Congo, they emptied their jails all the way from the Congo to all parts of South America, Asia. They sent in their people in jail, murderers. Some of the worst people on earth got sent into our country. And I'll tell you what, ICE is unbelievable, what they have to put up with and how tough they have to be.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
That goes for Border Patrol, and it goes for law enforcement, our law enforcement people. But sadly, even as our service members are fighting bravely to protect America abroad, the Democrat minority in Congress is deliberately sabotaging our national security at home. And you're going through it right now, fellas. I mean, you're going through, it's not even believable. You know, we should be very safe right now, especially when we're attacking somebody that's evil, bad intention. But last week, 53 House Democrats voted against a resolution affirming that Iran remains the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Who the hell would do that? I mean, almost every act, whether it's Hamas or Hezbollah, no matter what, you take a look, it's Iran or Iran sponsored. And even more outrageously, as we speak, Democrats have shut down the Department of Homeland Security. They've got it shut down. Do you believe it? Right now. Because they care more about amnesty for illegal alien criminals than about protecting the lives of American citizens. I mean, take a look at it. The American citizen is being scoffed at by Democrats. It doesn't make sense. None of this stuff makes sense to me, you know, when they sat and they wouldn't stand up for incredible people. They just refused to clap, stand up. By the end of the speech, by the way, they were all standing because somebody was passing them. No, you people are getting killed tonight. They were all, they'd stand up for everything I was saying. At the end, that last half hour, they were standing up for things that they shouldn't have stood up for because they got the word, you're getting killed tonight. Stand up and clap for the woman that just lost her daughter, please, to a violent criminal. But Democrats must vote immediately to reopen the Department of Homeland Security so that we have the resources to keep America safe. And under our pro-America, pro-worker, pro-family agenda, our country is winning again and America is respected again. And I think we have a country that's as hot as it's ever been, ever before, maybe hotter. And I say it all the time. The king of Saudi Arabia said it to me better than anybody could say it. He said, you know, I get along with him very well, very smart person. He said, you know, a year and a half ago, your country was dead, absolutely dead. We never thought it was coming back. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world, by far. And that's before we showed off our military strength with Venezuela and now with Iran. You know, Iran was supposed to be this big, powerful country. We wrapped the hell out of them. And, you know, I don't know when they cry uncle, but they should have cried it 2 days ago, right? But they don't have anything left. In our country, inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising. The economy is surging. Our border is the most secure at any time in American history. And the murder rate is the lowest in 125 years. That's before my father was born. My father was born 6 years later than that. I don't know if he'd like me to say that. Never liked to talk about his age. He said, don't talk about that. But think about 125 years ago, 1900, the year 1900. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. And it's going to go a lot higher as soon as we get rid of this stuff that we're doing right now, that we really had no choice. I mean, I think I asked people, I said, would you rather do this or would you rather go along nice and smoothly, but eventually have a catastrophe the likes of which perhaps the world has never seen? And just about everybody says, except for lunatics, said, no, you had to get it done. Should have been done a long time ago. The average 401k is up almost $35,000. Think of that. It's at the best they've ever done. And I think you're going to see some real numbers when this gets, because this was always a dark cloud hanging over not only Israel, which was going to get wiped out. You know, if we didn't do that B-2 attack, Israel would have been wiped out. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks after that. And even now, I think they were looking to take over the Middle East, because when you look, and we have pretty good proof. All of those missiles that were so stupidly aimed at Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, they were all aimed, and others, at countries that were sort of like, leave us alone. They were all right. They were sort of neutral, but they weren't doing it. All of a sudden, they're getting hit with missiles. And they could have gone one of two ways. They could have gone toward their side, like we're with you, or they could have gone with our side, and they really went with our side, and they've helped us, and they've been a big force. But they got hit. But they were going to be hit with us. Had we not done the B-2 raid, and have we not done this one where we said, nope, it's time to go in, we have to go in, have no choice. Number one, if we didn't go in, they would have come in after us, because I see the Democrats trying to justify it, and they're failing because the voter on the street is saying, you've got to be kidding. But I see where they're going, where they're always saying, no, there was no reason. Well, I'll give you the best reason of all. Within a week, they were going to attack us 100%. They were ready. They had all these missiles, far more than anyone thought, and they were going to attack us. But they were going to attack all of the Middle East and Israel. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it on Israel. And this was going to be a major attack. And they had all of those missile sites and all those launchers that we got rid of, about 80% of them right now, by the way. Got rid of most of the, see, it's died down to a trickle. There are very few launchers left. What our military has done is amazing. They wiped out almost 20%, maybe 22, 23%, but the rest are going very quickly. And the missiles have been largely knocked out. The drones have been knocked down, and we're hitting where they make the drones. We know them all, and we're knocking the hell out of that now where they manufacture the drones. A lot of work, a lot of brilliant work, but we're going to have a much safer world as soon as it's finished, and it's going to be finished pretty quickly. With the help of our House Republican majority, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, and we have to be talking about it. And with the great big beautiful bill, we delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we did something else which is great that nobody ever talks about, Tom, and we have to talk about it. We made interest on auto loans fully deductible. That's never happened. We've never had that. Rich people always get deductions, but middle-income people, people that have to struggle a little bit, never did. But now they can deduct the interest paid against their taxes. We have one little proviso, and I put this on, it's very important. Only if the car is made in America. All right? That's going to have a huge impact. That's going to have a huge impact. We passed the Trump accounts to give every child in America a head start on the American dream, and that's so good. It was, I'll tell you, the Dell family, Dell computer, put up $6.25 billion. Think of it. He started with very little, nothing, very, very little. Started making computers on his bed, and he said, yeah, people started liking them better than the ones from the store. And he never stopped. And he can write a check for $6.25 billion. He said, and his incredible wife, Susan, they said that's the best thing they've ever done. He's so proud. He's going to do it again. Going to do more. And we have a lot of other people. A lot of very rich people are doing it. A lot of people that aren't so rich are doing it. They're doing it for their kids, but it's turning out. So a young child turns 18 or 21, and all of a sudden they have $100,000 in the bank. What a difference that is between having that and having nothing. And it could be more than that. It could be a lot more depending on what happens with the world. And we passed 100% expensing and bonus depreciation on all new equipment, factory construction and investments, and that's what made our first term. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country in the first term, and this one's going to blow it away. Again, we had a little pause, but it's not a very big pause. With your help, we also passed the largest regulation cuts in American history, ending the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in history, and massively increasing production of American oil, natural gas, and clean, beautiful coal. We brought coal back. You're not allowed to say coal without clean, beautiful. Got to be clean, beautiful. China uses coal. They're building about 65 massive coal plants right now. But China, great respect for China, but they make all the windmills, right? The only thing they don't do is use the windmills. They make them. But try finding wind farms in China. There aren't too many of them. In my State of the Union address, I laid out an ambitious agenda that should be our roadmap this year, and it's starting with lowering the cost of living. You know, they gave us a mess. We inherited a mess, an absolute mess. And the mess was many things. They were bad with our military. They were bad with everything. I mean, I said, name one thing that they did right. They can't name one thing. But they also gave us very high prices. And then they said the word affordability. That's the first time I ever heard it. They said affordability. My first day in office, they said affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem, but we're really bringing down prices big. Do you notice you don't hear that word anymore, Mike? They don't say it anymore because we brought down prices so much. So our message is simple. Democrats created the high prices, and our policies are totally ending them, and they're ended, and we're doing better. We're even bringing them down further. They'll be way down, and we're bringing, you know, if you go back into the last period, I would say, I think it's 2.5 months, 1.7% inflation. 3 months, 1.45% inflation. Think of that. Whereas they had the highest inflation in the history, the single highest inflation in the history of our country. Now, you know, I always say this. They say 48 years because I don't want the fake news to get me on this. They say it wasn't history, it was 48 years. That the inflation was the highest in 48 years. But I don't know, in some ways 48 years sounds even worse because it's very specific. Yeah. But they had the highest inflation probably in history, but in 48 years, we inherited that. One of the first targets must be the crushing healthcare. We have to crush and take over the healthcare situation, which we can do. For the first time, we can do it since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act. Big insurance companies have gotten rich. They've made money like practically no other companies have made, with our government giving them hundreds of billions of dollars, and their stock prices soaring to up to 1,700%, 1,000%, 1,200%, 1,600%, and even 1,700%. The government gave them essentially trillions of dollars. And I want that money to be paid to the person, not to the insurance company, and let them go out and buy their own health care. And people love it. People love it. You'll get better health care at a much lower cost, and they'll be sort of part of the system. But the money we spend is so much. We spend numbers that nobody could even believe. But the health care companies, because the Democrats are owned by the insurance companies, remember that. And so they have a problem. That's why it's hard to get it fixed, because they are totally owned and controlled by the healthcare, by the insurance companies. Healthcare insurance, but the insurance companies themselves. So when you want to do something that's good for the people but bad for the insurance companies, it's very, very hard for them to go in a different way. Now, Republicans never do that kind of thing, right? You're owned by nobody, right? Nobody. See, a young girl up here say yes. Some of them are a little bit shaky, but they're Republicans. We love them. We love them anyway, right, Mike? But they are owned by those big, powerful insurance companies that are making a fortune, and it's hard to get them to do the right thing. They know what the right thing is. So we want the money to be paid directly to the people and let the people go out and buy their own health care. And people love it. They love it. We can own the issue. For the first time ever, Republicans can own that issue. I'm also asking you to take swift action to codify my most favored nation policy on drug prices, the biggest. That alone should win the midterms. We have, and I tell this story all the time, my first term, third year, I actually had a slight, it was 0.25% decline in drug prices. First time in 28 years. I was so proud. I went home, told our great First Lady, who's now a movie star, I got the biggest, can you believe that? That movie was hot. And it is hot. She became a movie star. It was a good movie. But I went home and I said, you know, it's amazing. We do so well, we work so hard, This issue is the single biggest issue. Okay. I had a news conference, I'm embarrassed to say, a long time ago, my first term, third year, because I went up to a level that I did things that nobody's ever done. 28 years, I brought it down 0.25%. Now I brought it down 80%, 90%, 75%, depending the way it's driving the fake news crazy because I say 400%, 500%, 600, depending on the way you want to talk about it, if you want to talk about pricing. But using a conservative number, what we've done is we paid the highest price for drugs anywhere in the world, and now we pay the lowest price for drugs anywhere in the world. We are tied for the lowest price. Whoever has the lowest price, that's what we pay. And I did that through tariffs. We had a little disappointing decision, to put it mildly, from the Supreme Court. Terrible decision for the people. But the good news is I have lots of other ways of doing the same thing. I just have to work a little harder. They want me to work harder, but we're doing the same thing with a lot of work. But I used tariffs to get this because I went to other countries. The drug companies were not easy, but I got them. I said, we're not paying. We were paying for a pill $130 that in London and Germany and different places you'd pay $10. So we were paying 13 times more. They're paying $10, we're paying $130. And the drug companies, I called them in. We had a rough time, but it wasn't that bad. And they agreed because they knew that I couldn't get the countries. You had to get the countries to approve it. And I called up, and you've heard me say this a couple of times, not often, but I called the countries up. I called up France. I said, Emmanuel, you have to cut your good friends from America a reasonable deal. What's happening is,
by the way, thank you, Mary.
You are paying a tiny fraction for drugs. No, Donald, I cannot do anything about that. I said, you can. He said, no, I will not do it. I will not do it. Because he'd have to raise his pill from $10 to $20 and maybe even $30. Ours would come down from $13 to $130 down to $20. Think of that. From $130. That's what you're going to get. From $130 to $20. But he has to double his price from $10, and they were the boss. I said, no, you will. No, Donald, I cannot do that. And I heard this from all the other countries, too, very elegant people. And they were saying, no, we cannot do this. We will not do this. I said, yes, you will, 100%. No, we will not. Because, they have to double up their prices. And I said, well, here's the story. If you don't do it, I'm going to put, in the case of Emmanuel, I said a 100% tariff on all wines and champagnes coming into the United States. No, Donald, you cannot do that. I said, I've already got the legislation. It's right in front of my desk. I'm going to sign it. Emmanuel, he said, Donald, I will agree to this. So he agreed. Everybody agreed. I got every country to agree. And now you've done something that no other president could have done. No, I don't want to brag. But, they've said this about a lot of things. No other president could do some of this shit I'm doing. No other president. The things I'm doing, nobody else was going to do it. They say it all the time, sir, could you do this? You're the only one can do it. But we got it done, and we got the countries to all go along. Because I said, if you don't do it, I'm going to raise your tariffs to 200%, to 150%, and that's 10 times more than I'm asking for. And every single one, if it took me 5 minutes, that was like a long time. I was doing badly with that one. So now we have most favored nation pricing into permanent law, and you should codify it. But I don't care that much about codifying it, because what politician is going to agree to increase drug prices by 500%, okay? So, but it's still good to have it codified. Don't you agree? They're saying, sir, we have to codify it. I said, that's okay, but I'm not. Other things you should codify. That I can tell you. This one, you should codify because you want to take credit for it. You want to take credit for it. So if you can, please codify it. Get out there and codify. You're getting an 80%, 85%, 55%, 70% reduction in drug prices. Codify it. But if you don't, no president's going to raise it, in my opinion. Although they are crazy, these people are crazy. They could find a way. You better get it codified. And as we work to bring down interest rates so that more Americans can afford a house, I'm also asking you to ban the Wall Street firms, large Wall Street firms, institutional investors from buying up thousands and thousands of single-family homes, hundreds of thousands of homes.
That's big.
Because homes really are for people, not for hedge funds. We want to get the market out so they can do it, and we're stopping it. We want people to be able to buy a house. It's the American dream. Buying a house is a part of the American dream. And we must also stand up for the safety of our citizens. One of my guests at the State of the Union was Anya Zarutska, the mother of beautiful 23-year-old Ukrainian girl who was stabbed to death on a train in North Carolina by a deranged criminal, arrested more than a dozen times. And I had the mother, as you know, at the State of the Union, and she was devastated. Beautiful woman, devastated, uncontrollably devastated. And we couldn't get one Democrat to even clap. The Republicans clapped and went wild, and they loved her. Not one Democrat in that whole room even thought about clapping. They sat there frozen-faced, disgusting. House Republicans should get every member of Congress on record and pass a tough new crime bill that imposes harsh penalties for dangerous repeat offenders, which this nut was, cracks down on rogue judges and prosecutors, and ends no cash bail once and for all. No cash bail is a big part. I mean, you have a man murder somebody, and by that afternoon, he's out on bail. No cash bail. It's a huge problem. We also need to end deadly sanctuary cities, and you have bills before you now, and you're working on things, but hopefully you can do that, Mike, because it's terrible. They're sanctuary for criminals. That's all they are, sanctuary for criminals. They fight ICE all the time. That was the problem up in Minnesota. They had a lot of criminals in there. They wouldn't give it to us. And to stop illegal aliens who cannot even speak English from driving 18-wheel tractor trailers. They have no idea what they're reading. I wouldn't be able to do it in their countries. There's arrows, there's speed limits. They have no idea what they're reading. And in many cases, they're on drugs on top of that. We need to ban any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. Have to do it.
Absolutely. Or any driver's licenses.
And I want to thank House Republicans for passing another common sense measure. I would think it's the easiest thing. I just told Mike. You know, you were at $19 million. I have to say this because I've never contributed. I was a huge contributor for years and years. Once I became president, I never contributed any money because the greatest thing about being president is I no longer have to contribute. Nobody ever asked me for money. They asked me for my endorsement. I've endorsed just about everybody in the room. But keep winning, right? Yeah. 124-0 this Tuesday. 124 wins, no losses. Is that good? And there were some rebels. We endorsed a few rebels, right? A few that Mike was saying.
We have a lot of updates here, folks.
But we're 124-0. But as president, nobody ever asked me for money. And as president, you know, like as president, you sort of don't make campaign contributions. Right? Doesn't even. But I heard you were at $19 million today. I said, has that ever been done? No, sir, it's a record. But 20 would sound better, right, Mike? Yes. He said, I'm going to give you $1 million. It's the first time I've done it. I never did it before. I never did it before. I never did it before. Now I'll be hit up by every political group, every Republican running. Sir, could I have some, give me a little cash. I'll have Emmer come up to me and say, how about a little cash for my campaign? I will no longer have the excuse that as president, anyway, no, but we had to hit the 20, right? We had to hit the 20. That was a hell of a thing. You beat it by a lot. You beat the record, the previous record by a lot. But I want to thank House Republicans for passing another common sense measure, to me the easiest of all, the Save America Act, to protect our sacred American. Look at this. Look.
It's a big deal. Gotta have it.
It's the easiest thing we have. I can't, it's the easiest thing we have. Now, the problem is you call it the SAVE Act, and nobody knew what the hell the SAVE Act. Have you been seeing, I've been working overtime the last month. It's called the, capital the Save America Act. And I saw Schumer yesterday, we will stop Save America. He's getting killed. They can't do it. And then the things within the Save America are so good. But just the title. So we had that with MAGA. Greatest name of all time. Make America Great Again. MAGA. It just worked. You know,
Confrontation line, red alert. Don't worry about that one.
Great.
Tiny one.
It was good, but it didn't have that MAGA. You know, there was nothing you could see.
It's a tiny one.
CAG. And CAG, I said, you know, no longer, that's not good. But MAGA is great, and we'll always respect MAGA. We love MAGA. We're never going to let you down with MAGA. But this one's even better if you think about it. This says, America. We're going to save America. The Save America. How can they fight us? The Save America Act. And I've watched them. I watched Schumer, who's horrible. What a horrible politician. He is now a Palestinian officially. He is registered as a Palestinian. He's taken the biggest turn of any human being I've ever seen. He's gone from totally pro-Israel to totally pro-Palestinian. He wants to protect the Iranian people that are quite nasty. But it's very simple. All voters must show the act. Voter ID. Ready? This is not complicated. Voter identification. Now, I have a whole list, but I don't want to put. I have like hundreds of things on the list. If you go shopping, if you do this, if you buy a car, if you license a car, if you point to everything you need to have identification. So all voters have to show identification, ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. So you have ID and you have citizenship. So far, good. No mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. Mail-in ballots are a disaster. Jimmy Carter, the best thing he ever did, he headed a commission after he was president. It was the single best thing, and he did a thing on mail-in ballots. He said mail-in ballots should not be allowed because they are inherently dishonest. And we have seen it time and time again, and we just keep going with it. And I put that down as a top 3. Look, no mail-in. Now, you have the exceptions for the military, and I would even say foreign-based military. But for the military, for disability, for illness, and if you're traveling, you have an excuse. And I was lenient on that. But those 3 things. Then I added 2 more. These are best of, best of. These are called best of Trump. We should also add on to this bill. And so what I've asked Mike to do is to draw a new one with these few things added. And let's go for the gold. Let's not just get one like voter ID, but, it can be given to you by your daughter. Your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old, she's allowed to say. You had to see some of this stuff is so bad. They're doing everything possible because they know if we get this, they probably won't win an election for 50 years, okay? And maybe longer. And they're going to fight like hell. But boy, do they get killed. Because even the Democrats, you saw the numbers today, Democrats voted 86% that this stuff should be passed. The Democrats. With Republicans, you're at 98%. But Democrats are at 86%, except for the people that run the Democrat Party, because they want to try and win elections illegally. It's the only reason you vote against voter ID is because you want to cheat. There's no other reason. They come up with reasons. They say, it's racist. That's their number one, racist. Then you have to explain it, and they're just sitting there mumbling. They can't explain it. And it's actually very insulting when they use the term racist. Very insulting to the people that they're trying to so-called defend, but they're not defending. Then I wanted to add 2 more to it because they're, I say 95%, maybe 100%. No men in women's sports, very simple. Add that in. And I wanted to add in one other, I'm not even adding in no open borders because, there's some people that like open borders. These people are crazy, but that's okay. because I want 5 things that are like close to 100%. No transgender mutilation surgery for our children. You can't have transgender for our children. So those 5 things. 5 things. Voter ID, citizenship, mail-in ballots, no mail-in ballots. Right? We don't want men playing in women's sports. That's got to be about close to 100%. We don't want men playing in women's sports, and no transgender mutilation of our children. Now,
none of it.
That should be the easiest thing to get past that you've ever had. Each one, it's best of Trump. Those are best of Trump. I have some that are very popular, but I wouldn't put them in that category. This is the #1 priority. It should be for the House. And I'd like to ask Tom, Steve, Mike, all of you, if you would, I'd like to have you go back and Lisa, hello, darling. She was screaming her affirmation of what I said. The kid went wild. She was so happy that somebody finally said, let's vote on this. Lisa, you're going to get it done. Okay, I'm going to count on you. Forget the men up here. I'm going to count. Deal. But it's actually a matter in a serious way of national survival. We can't have these elections going on like this anymore. You know, you use paper ballots. If right now they have watermark, it's so safe, it's so good. You put it gets under a light. It says, you know, a code. It's very, very hard to cheat. Another thing, and I don't even bring this up, it costs 7% the cost of those crazy machines. You know, I love the machines where they get the machines, they spend all this money, and they announce during the election that the tabulation will go along for another 3 weeks. Right? With mail-in voting, you know, there's not a country in the world that does mail-in ballots anymore. They tried it. France tried it. It failed. They go to paper ballots. They're all doing paper ballots right now. Most of them are doing paper ballots, except us. And nobody is doing what we're doing. And there's no elections so corrupt as the elections in the United States of America. And we can solve them with this. And the reason I put those other 2 that have not much to do with it is because they are equally popular, and I think it might help us. And for those people that like FISA, I said maybe you put them together because a lot of people feel very strongly about FISA. Some people don't, but the people that want it, they really want it. And generally, for whatever reason, they're opposed to what we're saying about, you know, about the ballots and about citizenship and all of those things. And so put them together and you might get a vote, but we have to get it done, and then we have to get the Senate to do it. But if you could send a bill up to the Senate, we're going for the gold. We don't want what was said. The SAVE Act, it was all right. Nobody knew what the hell it was, including me. I kept saying, what's this? Save America Act. Don't ever say SAVE Act again. It's a loser. The SAVE Act. Nobody has any idea what are we trying to save. It's the Save America Act. If you could send it up in full form, meaning just straight, I think the Senate has to approve it. I really do. I think, and they're going to have to go the filibuster, and maybe it's going to be the talking filibuster like the old days. The great Jimmy Stewart, right? Remember the great movie, Jimmy Stewart? But they have to get it done, because if we don't get this done, if it takes you 6 months, I'm for not approving anything. I don't think we should approve anything until this is approved. And they can't win politically. Look, you have them in a corner, and they're listening to every word I'm saying, and it doesn't matter, because they can't win it politically. Because when they say, we don't want voter identification, we don't want proof of citizenship, all these things are just losers for them. And they won't be able to withstand it. Just like at the State of the Union, they started clapping at the end. I said that. And the reason, because politically, you have to stand for these great people that were being. And the word came out from people watching it on television, you guys are getting killed. And this is an even bigger example. So if I could ask the people in this room to go for the gold, We're going for the gold. We're not going for the bronze. We're not going to sign a watered-down version like has been sent up there. Let's go for the gold, and let's just not accept anything else. I'll tell you what, I'm willing to just sort of say I'm not going to sign anything until this is approved. I really am. That's how bad it is.
Get it
and we're
done.
going to have to push the Senate because you have 4 or 5 senators that are, I don't know, 4 or 5 Republican senators. You'll have to explain them to me, but we're not going to get into that. But we're going to push them to get it done because I don't think you can politically exist if you're not going to do voter ID and these things. I don't think the people in this country will stand for it. So I'm making my biggest plea tonight. It'll make you, and I'm not doing it for this reason at all. It'll guarantee the midterms. It'll guarantee the midterms. If you don't get it, big trouble, my opinion. If you get this, your midterms, and they know it. For 2 reasons. Number one, they won't be able to cheat. And number 2, the people are demanding it. Every time I go out, Save America, sir, Save America Act. We want the Save America Act, sir. That's all they talk about. They don't talk about housing. They don't talk about anything. That's what they talk about. And if you send it up there, you're going to win the midterms at levels that you can't even believe. And you're going to win every election for a long time until somebody really screws things up, and hopefully that won't happen. But I've never been more confident that if we keep these promises and deliver on this popular agenda, the American people will stand with us in overwhelming numbers, just as they did in 2024. I heard Mike say it's actually 78 million votes, but it was actually 86. You know, they cheated like hell, but it was too big to rig. Remember? I won 3 times. First time was great. Second time, they cheated like hell. It was COVID. And their cheating was at an inspirational level. We can't let that ever happen again. And then they cheated again in the last election, but I went up. The term I used most was too big to rig.
Ask RSV.
You got to go out.
Hey,
don't believe, because we had polls having us way
Thank
up.
you, brother.
I said, don't believe the polls. Go out and vote. Make it too big to rig. And that's what happened. A couple of races they cheated on, they got away with it. A couple of Senate races, my opinion. But we have to make it too big to rig, and that's what we did. But we shouldn't have to win an election that way. You're going to have a hard time winning elections that way. So you got to get that passed. And if we fight, we will win, and we will make our country safer and stronger and richer and greater than it ever has been before. And I want to say, very importantly, because they would like you not to say this, because this is a terrible thing in their opinion to say, God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Oh, too loud. Oh, my good gosh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of breaking news. President Trump is going to exit off stage. He was scheduled to actually give a press conference about Iran 12 minutes ago. Obviously, we're a little bit behind schedule, so I would expect that in the next half hour, Trump's got to go get a drink of water, go to the bathroom. Okay, give him a half hour, and then he's going to be having a press conference here about the current state of Iran. And the reason why that is a big deal is because this will be the first time that Trump has ever given a press conference about Iran since the war broke out. There we go. 10 or 11 days ago. So far, we've heard some snippets from Trump, we've heard from Hegseth, we've heard from Rubio, but this is the first dedicated press conference that Trump is going to be giving here, and it's going to be happening presumably in the next half hour. Let's put that up there. That's probably what we want to do. Now, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we have a lot of updates here. A lot of things happened when Trump was up there on stage speaking to all of us. So if you don't mind, let's go through all of it. Bear with me, folks, because we got to do a real quick crash course of what is going on. It's not a war. Trump said it's a war. Rubio said it's a war. Hegseth said it's a war. Everyone in the Trump administration has explicitly said it is a war. In fact, Rubio this morning said, yes, it is a war. We are at war with Iran. That is what he said. Okay, now that we got the terms out of the way, some updates, folks. I'm just going to machine gun bullet these off here, okay, because there's a lot to talk about. This is an Iranian representative. He says, our first condition for a ceasefire is no further aggression. This is from Iran. They say our first condition for a ceasefire is no further aggression. Why are they saying this? They want the U.S. to kind of take their foot off the gas a little bit. The Iranian regime, they're saying, hey, we need a ceasefire, no further aggression. The Iranian regime, you know, they're feeling the heat. They're feeling the heat when they're coming forward and saying, hey, let's cool it on the aggression here. Let's cool it on the aggression a little bit. I think that's probably not going to happen. We'll see. Total surrender, complete and total surrender. That's what Trump has said time and time again now. Complete and total unconditional surrender. The Iranian deputy foreign minister has just said some countries, including China, Russia, and France, have contacted Iran regarding a ceasefire. I'll tell you what, the only way there's going to be a ceasefire is if there is complete and total unconditional surrender of the Iranian regime. We have heard that Trump could not be more clear about this. The only way the bombs are going to stop dropping, for better or for worse, is if they surrender unconditionally. The Trump administration, Hegseth and Rubio as well, have all been very crystal perfect clear. Crystal clear. Another message here. Lebanon has requested that the Trump administration broker a direct peace deal with Israel. Do I have a map ready to go for you guys? Bear with me here. Of course, it is Lebanon, where Hezbollah is residing. Lebanon is just north of Israel. Here is a little country, you might have heard of it. It's called Israel. Just north is a country called Lebanon. In Lebanon is Hezbollah. Hezbollah is entrenched, rooted deep down in this country. We've been seeing Israeli Air Force airstrikes in Beirut, blowing up Hezbollah compounds in Beirut, really all across the country. The Lebanese government, they're not really so happy with Hezbollah because Hezbollah is causing Israel to drop bombs in Lebanon. So Lebanon is like, man, what can we do about Hezbollah? There's a lot of them. Seems like the problem is kind of out of their control. They don't have a grip on the problem, to say the least. And so they want the Trump administration to come in and help de-escalate this entire situation. We also have a statement here coming out of the Kremlin. Bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. Putin has put forward several proposals to end the Iran conflict quickly. And this tracks, we know that probably 2.5 or 3 hours ago now, President Trump had a phone call with Putin. They spoke earlier this afternoon. Trump and Putin did for about an hour. It was about an hour-long phone call. And this, it all kind of lines up. Putin is putting forth proposals to help end this conflict. We saw this report, which was, where was it? That Iran has been talking to China and Russia to help and France to bring this to a close. We have another statement here. This is coming from, like I said, we're going through all of this fast because Trump is going to come on out here any minute now. For the second time today, this is about 45 minutes ago, the IDF has begun a broad wave of strikes, airstrikes in Tehran, Iran. The IDF has begun a broad wave of strikes against terror targets in Tehran. And we have footage coming out now. We know what that looks like. Reports of widespread wave of strikes in Tehran and Karaj, with additional strikes reported in Isfahan and Tabriz. Widespread power outages. Yeah, and that seems to be the case. We've got footage of these power outages. Reports from Iran say Karaj and Tehran were struck at a little after midnight, Iranian time, with witnesses describing unusual explosions producing a bright white flash. Oh my gosh. What? So that looks pretty crazy. Okay, of course you could say, oh my gosh, it's the aliens. Oh my gosh, it's the aliens. Is Trump live? Yeah, Trump. Okay, Trump is having this press conference any minute now, folks. Any minute. I'm going to keep tabs on that, so do not worry. We're not going to miss anything. If I had to take a guess here, this would be an Israeli bomb that landed on an electrical transformer. The transformer blew up. When transformers blow up, it's like white. It's white and blue light. We've seen that before. And I think that it's kind of a cloudy day. There's clouds up here in the sky. I would bet that the light of an exploding transformer is like reflecting off of the clouds. That's what I think. I actually don't think there's anything really that crazy going on. I don't think this was aliens. I don't think this was an EMP. I think this is probably a transformer that's getting blown up, and the light is reflecting off of the clouds that are pretty low to the ground. That's what I think. Trump is done talking. No. Trump is coming back out for a press conference talking about Iran here literally any second. The official White House page has gone live again. They just went live 5 minutes ago. They went off and then they came back. And President Trump is holding a press conference where we are beginning shortly. And so this is really what we've been waiting for. We've been looking forward to this. Folks, once again, this is going to be the first press conference since the outbreak of this war that President Trump is actually answering questions about the current conflict in Iran. So far, he's had a couple questions or comments here in the media randomly, sporadically, but now this is like a dedicated press conference is what's going on here. The first that we've seen in the last, 10 or 11 days? It's a transformer. Yeah, so anyway, this is probably Megatron. If I had to take a guess, this is probably Megatron is battling Optimus Prime, and maybe Bumblebee is out there. And Shia LaBeouf is probably on scene. Reports indicate that Shia LaBeouf is on scene helping Optimus Prime combat Megatron and Starscream. Anyway, we have another report here. As the war between Iran and the United States continues, and Israel, traders on Polymarket appear less than confident that Mojtaba Khamenei, son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who is now the current supreme leader of Iran, will still be the de facto leader of the country by the end of 2026, with chances sitting around 32. Okay, so folks, right now, according to the betting markets, 32% chance that Mojtaba Khamenei, the new supreme leader, will still be the supreme leader by the end of this year. So everybody thinks that by the end of the year, he is going to be dead. 66, 67, 68% betting odds that this guy is not going to make it through the end of the year. 68. Now, we also have another quote from Trump. This was during that speech we just watched. He was talking to Congress. He said, "We will not rest until Iran is totally defeated." We just heard him say that. We also have more footage coming out of these U.S.-Israeli airstrikes reported in Tehran. Bright flashes and explosions. Yeah, I think that's just a transformer blowing up. Perhaps Optimus Prime. Is this the same video? Slightly different video from a different angle. Slightly different video here. That's just a transformer blowing up. It seems like the U.S. and Israel, we have been targeting electrical infrastructure, energy infrastructure. President Trump is
Thank you very much.
Up here right now.
It's been a very big 2 days, I have to say.
Yes, it has. Here we go, folks.
And we'll be heading back to Washington, D.C. right after this. And I'd like to wish everyone a very good evening. And over the weekend, the United States military and the Israeli Defense Forces continued Operation Epic Fury very successfully. Over the past 9 days, we've carried out some of the most powerful and complex military strikes and maneuvers the world has ever seen. Now, you add that up to all of the other things, Midnight Hammer, getting rid of the nuclear threat from Iran, which was a big moment in history, in my opinion, and the great success we've had in Venezuela and all other places. Every place we've gone, we've had tremendous success. But while we're doing all of these things,
ballistic
we're
missile launches right now.
Major strides toward completing our military objective.
Ballistic missiles inbound.
And some people could say they're pretty well complete. We've wiped every single force in Iran out very completely. Most of Iran's naval power power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of the sea. It's almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long. And these are fighting vessels. They're meant to fight, but they're not meant to fight against us. We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing's been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt, having to do with electricity production and many other things. So we're not looking to do that if we don't have to. But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see what happens before we hit them. We could take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various things, but in particular, Iranian missile launchers and 83% drop in drone launchers. As you know, the drone launchers are pretty well shot, but we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we were able to do through great equipment, a lot of smart people, as soon as they sent a missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less, accurately right on the noggin. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones, and our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs to destroy missile launchers all over Iran and buried deep under Iranian soil in many cases. The soil was no match. And we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out very quickly. We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here, in addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times. And we, as you know, we want to be involved. We don't want another president that maybe wouldn't be willing to do what I'm willing to do for the good of the world, for the good of our nation, to be stuck with a situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So we think they should put a president in, or the head of the country in, that's going to be able to do something peacefully for a change. They've been doing this for 47 years, killing people for 47 years, whether it's the barracks or even the SS Cole, where they were involved very strongly. They always denied it. But where they were very strongly involved, and all of the people that died through the roadside bombs, died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms, a face that's been so badly damaged. The Iranian regime has been attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years, and despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had just a short while ago, they told Mr. Witkoff, who is standing right over here, they said, they actually said, we want to keep building. Essentially, in a real nutshell, we want to continue to build nuclear weapons. If we didn't knock out Midnight Hammer, if we didn't knock out their Iranian potential, if we didn't do that with Midnight Hammer, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it long before now. And at a minimum, Israel would have been annihilated. I was very lucky that we had the courage to do that, that we had the talented pilots and the great equipment. The B-2 bombers are unbelievable. We ordered 25 more, by the way. The newer, better version. It's we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. You see that no matter where we go. You still need the people, though, to operate it and to use it. And those are the people that we cherish. Even after we obliterated their key nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, they never negotiated in good faith. They still continued to say, we want to build nuclear, we want enrichment at levels that were unacceptable. And they even turned down an offer for unlimited free nuclear fuel forever for civilian purposes. We had people offering them free nuclear fuel. They weren't interested in that because they wanted to build a nuclear weapon.
Here we go.
So instead, the regime was trying to reconstitute its weapons program at a different site. They couldn't go back to where they were, the 3 sites that we obliterated, but they were starting work at another site, a different site, different kind of a site, and that was protected by granite. They wanted it protected. Granite's pretty good, but they wanted it protected by a lot deeper. They wanted to go a lot deeper, and they started the process while rapidly building conventional ballistic missiles. They were going to do it all at the same time. It threatened our overseas bases and soon could have reached even our homeland. The regime's intention was to use this exponentially growing ballistic missile threat to make it virtually impossible to prevent them from obtaining a nuclear weapon. So as you probably saw, they had a tremendous number of missiles, most of which have now been used or destroyed, and very unsuccessfully used because we have been able, for the most part, to shoot them all down. What incredible technology. The Patriots have been unbelievable, and other things. And the laser technology that we have now is incredible. It's coming out pretty soon. Where literally lasers will do the work of
interceptions on
at a
Camp
lot less
10.
cost, do the work of what the Patriots are doing or what other things are doing. The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us. And if you notice, they did something which was very foolish, very stupid, I would say. They attacked their neighbors. And their neighbors were largely neutral, or at least weren't going to be involved, and they got attacked. And it had the reverse effect. The neighbors came onto our side and started attacking them, and actually quite successfully. If you look at Saudi Arabia, you look at UAE, Qatar, and others, but they were strong and they were smart, but they got attacked. Nobody, when I first heard it, I said, no, somebody made a mistake. There was no mistake. UAE had over 1,000 missiles shot at it, knocked them almost all down. On the very first day I came down the escalator in 2015, I said, quote, I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons, and all I'm doing is keeping my promise. Think of that. That was in 2015. I said it. It was a threat then and a much bigger threat now, but no longer a threat, not for a long time anyway. We want to keep it that way. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world, and I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply, and if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever. If they want to play that game, they better not play that game. In the long run, oil supplies will be dramatically more secure without the threat of Iranian ships, drones, missiles, nuclear menace, or anything. So the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain safe. We have a lot of Navy ships there. We have the best equipment in the world, inspecting for mines. Again, most of their ships are down at the bottom of the sea. But we will hit them so hard that it will not be possible for them or anybody else helping them to ever recover that section of the world if they do anything. In recent years, the regime and its terror proxies have launched attacks on hundreds of commercial vessels. We're putting an end to all of this threat once and for all, and the result will be lower oil prices, oil and gas prices, for American families. We've done that. We've done it. We brought it very low. This was just an excursion into something that had to be done. We're getting very close to finishing that, too. In the meantime, during this brief disruption, the United States is offering political risk insurance to any tankers operating in the Gulf. So we're putting up risk insurance. We'll perhaps go alongside of them for protection. We don't think it'll be necessary if it is. And if they do anything, the price will be incalculable. It will be so great that they will have wished they never did it.
Yep.
Because you have to keep the straits flowing. With all of that, it affects other countries much more than it does the United States. It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil. We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need. We have Venezuela now as our new partner, great partner. They've worked out so wonderful. We're working with the administration, the president, and it's a massive source of oil, gas, everything. But we're in a very good position, but very unfair to other parts of the world, like China as an example. I mean, we're doing this for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits. So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship with President Xi in China. I'm going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do, and very successfully, I might add. We're also waiving certain oil-related sanctions to reduce prices. So we have sanctions on some countries. We're going to take those sanctions off till this straightens out.
Ballistic
and who knows,
missiles.
maybe we won't have to put them on. There'll be so much peace.
Ballistic missiles.
But when the time comes, the U.S. Navy and its partners will escort tankers through the strait if needed.
Holy shit.
I hope it's not going to be needed, but if it's needed, we'll escort them right through. And we have the greatest mine-sweeping ability. We have the greatest ships, and all of the, we know exactly where they're placed. We'll get them out of there very fast, but we hope we don't have any of that. And again, if they do that, if they play that game, we're going to hit them at a level that they have not seen before. So we're winning very decisively. We're way ahead of schedule. Our military is the greatest in the world, with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Iran's a very powerful country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands since their last hit. They had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. Most are now destroyed. But they were going to take over the Middle East. Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries that had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the Middle East, and they were going to try and destroy Israel. So we stopped it with good timing, and we're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon. And if it starts up again, they'll be hit even harder. Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead, any questions?
Oh, Haifa.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Do you approve of Iran's new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
Yes, I had a very good call with President Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight. And look, there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to be helpful. I said, you could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. But we had a very good talk, and he wants to be very constructive. Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over?
No,
Are you talking
but soon.
about days?
I think soon.
Okay, and with respect
Very
to...
soon. Look.
Very soon.
Everything they have is gone, including their leadership. In fact, there are two levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that. But two levels of leadership are gone. Most people have never even heard about the leaders that they're talking about. So it's obviously been very, very powerful, very effective.
To Cuba. You said that Cuba wants to make a deal.
Yes.
What would the United States get in return for that, and why should Americans trust Marco Rubio to negotiate it?
Well, Marco Rubio is doing a great job. I think he's going to go down as the greatest Secretary of State in history. Look at what we've done as a presidency. Look at what we've done as an administration. They trust Marco, and so do the American people trust. He's been successful no matter where he's been. He also speaks the language, which is always nice and always helpful. But he's dealing, and it may be a friendly takeover. It may not be a friendly takeover. It wouldn't matter because they're down to, as they say, fumes. They have no energy. They have no money. They're in deep trouble on a humanitarian basis. And we don't want to see that, but they were very, very bad to a lot of people, as you know, and a lot of people living on the Cuban-American vote, which I got at record levels. Very important. Those people are very important to me. I know what they went through. They went through hell. Some of them have gone on to be some of the most successful people in the country. Cuban-American business people, some of them are like the most successful in the country. And a lot of them are friends of mine because I've been fighting this battle with them for a long time. The Castro regime was brutal, but they lived off Venezuela. Now they don't live off Venezuela. Sends them no energy, no fuel, no oil, no money, no nothing. They lived without Venezuela. They couldn't have made it. And we cut them off from everything else. So, yeah, they're going to make either a deal or we'll do it just as easy anyway. Yeah. Please, go ahead.
And a Tomahawk missile likely destroyed that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I haven't seen it. And I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, is sold and used by other countries. You know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more. But whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries. But that's being investigated right now. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared
Well, I think you could say it
both.
both. It's the beginning of building a new country. But they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar, they have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days. When you think about it, it's incredible. We wiped out a big Navy, very powerful Navy. These were ships. These were serious ships. These were ships that you buy when you want to win battles. They're all on the bottom floor. The sailors are all running off the ships. They refuse to get on the ships. The Air Force is gone. Everything's gone. The missiles are down to a trickle. The drones are down to probably 25%, and they'll soon be down to nothing. We'll have where they manufactured the drones are under fire as we speak. They're being hit. So the rest is going to be a determination as to my attitude, along with the people in the Trump administration, what we want to do. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Can I ask you, you mentioned you were going to waive certain additional oil waivers or sanctions. Can you talk a little bit more about that and address in particular?
Well, we're looking to keep the oil prices down. We went artificially up because of this excursion into a very positive thing. I mean, this was an excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. But I don't think anybody thought we were going to be this quickly successful. This was a military success, the likes of which people haven't seen. We have the best military. We have the best equipment. We have, I believe, the best generals. We have the best. And this went very quickly. We talked about that with President Putin. He was very impressed with what he saw because nobody's ever seen anything quite like it. You know, Iran was a very powerful military country with all of the missiles. Now, you had the double attack. You had the original attack with us and Israel, and that knocked them for a loop. Then you had the B-2 bombers, which took out their nuclear capability, and they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks. And they would have used it long before this press conference. And we might have had a much different press conference if we had a press conference at all. But it's been amazing. The military success that we've had is truly unprecedented.
You've told your congressional colleagues that you will not sign any piece of legislation until the Save America Act is passed. Does that include the confirmation of Senator Mullen as your next DHS secretary? Does that mean a DHS funding bill? And Senator Thune said today it's not a matter of whether or not your Republican colleagues agree with the policy, it's about changing the process. In other words, getting rid of the filibuster to get there.
So in order to get it, you're going to need Democrat votes. And what we're saying is the Save America, not the SAVE Act, which nobody knew what it was, the Save America Act, the Save America Act. And that's voter ID. We want voter ID. We want to be able to see a picture of the voter. We want to be able to see that the voter is legitimate. We want, very importantly, confirmation that this voter is a citizen of the United States of America, and we want no mail-in ballot scams. So we have exceptions for the military, for sick, for disabled, and for people that are away, business trips or whatever. Even vacations will be very liberal in that. We've added two things to it: no men and women's sports and no transgender mutilization of our children. We don't want it's mutilization of our children, and we don't want that. So we added those two things. That's the 5 points. We have 5 very good points. It polls at 86% with Democrats. Think of that. The overall vote is 86%. With Republicans, it's 98%. And the only one opposed to it is a Democrat leadership because they cheat. They want to cheat. So we added those 2 points. We're going for the gold, and we're going to have to fight like hell. Now, certain things will happen. Certain things will take place. I'm here to do a great job for the country. But we don't have a country if we're going to have elections that are so corrupt and so dishonest like we've witnessed over the last period of time. You know, as an example, virtually nobody has a system of mail-in ballots like we have. No other country in the world. France went away from it. They all went, you know why? Because it's corrupt. And Jimmy Carter, when he had a commission, frankly, I think it's probably the best thing Jimmy Carter did. He said, you can't have mail-in voting because it's inherently dishonest. And it's turned out to be totally dishonest, so we're going to fight for it. Yeah.
Activated any sleeper cells inside the U.S. There's reports that they have pressed that trigger button to activate those cells, at least abroad.
Well, they've been trying for a long time. We've been very much on top of it. One of the things we have to do is get the Democrats to stop the Democrat shutdown, because, as you know, the apparatus that looks into that, Schumer and the Democrats have shut it down, which tells you they probably hate our country a lot. But the Democrats have to open that up. But we've got very, very good intelligence into that. We know a lot of different things that have happened that have been very bad. A lot of them came in during the Biden open border period, but we have them under, we've got them, we're watching every single one of them. Yeah, we know a lot about them. The biggest problem we have is the Democrat shutdown. We know a lot about them, but the shutdown doesn't allow us to do what we have to do.
Have to take him out? Does he have a target on his back?
You mean the new Supreme Leader? You mean the son?
How can there be in Iran?
Well,
with
I don't want to say that, but I was disappointed because we think it's going to lead to just more of the same problem for the country. So I was disappointed to see their choice.
He doesn't like him.
Thank you, sir. You've said you have someone in mind to be the new Iranian leadership, if not the Ayatollah's son. what are you looking for in that person? Are you looking at someone internal, given that you just said that their leadership has been
I like
decimated
the
and
idea
wiped
of,
out?
internal and eternal, come to think of it. But I like the idea of internal because it works well. I mean, I think we've proven that so far in Venezuela. We have a woman, Delcy, who has been, president of the country, very respected, she's doing a great job. And it's, no disruption. We had, as you remember, Iraq, where everybody got fired. The military got fired, the police got fired, the politicians got fired. There was nobody. And you know what they turned into? ISIS. And we don't want that. We don't want that. So I would like to see people that are inside go. Now, they talk about the son of the Shah. They talk about other people. But, hasn't been there in many, many years. We have a formula that's been very good so far, and I think it'll continue to be good. The relationship is extraordinary with Venezuela, smart country. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil. It's right now in Houston being taken care of and made so beautiful. And you have to see this at work. They have, it's brought to the refineries. It's being refined in Houston, which is made exactly for that product. And so far, but it's 100 million barrels of oil, and now they have another 100 million barrels coming. And it's like a partnership. We're getting along so well with them. It's great for Venezuela, and it's great for the United States. Yeah.
Yep.
Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a Tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But Tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report. Yeah, please.
You said earlier that we've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough. What do you consider enough? What's your baseline?
Where they're not going to be starting the following day to develop a nuclear weapon. Where they'll look at that man and some other people from the administration and say, all right, we're not going to do it. They were not willing to say that. And when Steve called up and he said that to me, I said, well, here we go. Let's do it the hard way. But the hard way, I think, is probably the easy way. When basically I can see that they will no longer have any capacity whatsoever for a very long period of time of developing weaponry that could be used against the United States, Israel, or any of our allies. We have great allies in the Middle East, great countries that are allies. And they were staying out of it until they got hit. Someday they'll have to do a story. Why did he do that? Why did they do that? But they were going to hit them. If I didn't hit them first, they were going to hit our allies first. I believe, upon information and belief, but I believe that he was going to, they were going to take over the Middle East. They were looking to take over the Middle East. Now, had Operation Midnight Hammer not taken place, that was definite, because they would have had a nuclear weapon within a matter of weeks. But that took place. That was a setback. But look at the number of missiles they were able to buy and make over the last 6 months. And those missiles were aimed at various countries. And when you look at over 1,000 missiles shot at like UAE, they were looking to take over the Middle East. We got there first. We're lucky. I'll tell you what, the Middle East and those countries, very rich countries, are very lucky that I was president instead of somebody else.
Vice President when it comes to U.S. action in Iran?
I don't think so, no. No, we get along very well on this. He was, I would say, philosophically a little bit different than me. I think he was maybe less enthusiastic about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do. I didn't feel we had a choice. If we didn't do it, they would have done it to us. I felt, based on the negotiations that were being had by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco and Pete and everybody was involved. I felt that they were looking to tap us along before they hit, and I thought they were going to hit. And if they hit us first, that would have been a very bad thing. In the back, please, in the back. About the Strait, you mean? Yeah, well, I want to keep it open. I want to keep it good. You know, it doesn't pertain to us so much as it does to China. We're really helping China here and other countries because they get a lot of their energy from the Straits. But, hey, look, we have a good relationship with China. It's my honor to do it. Yeah.
You have called him an unacceptable choice. So does he have a target on his back? And how can you say
I don't want to say whether or not he does because that would be inappropriate. But
he does.
Hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well, they caught the assassin that was after me. So we just got them first. But they caught the assassin. They have him now in custody that was after me. So, you know, but people don't like to mention that, but they did catch him. And I'd like to congratulate our military, Secret Service, FBI, all of the people that worked on that, but they did. Yeah, please. Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised the Iranian people you would help them, but it sounds like you're willing to end this fight after your military objectives have wrapped up. Isn't that a betrayal of the people?
Will I help them? I'd like to, if they can behave, but they've been very menacing. You know, they're great people. They have an amazing population. It's amazing, smart, brilliant, energetic. They have a great, I'd love to help them, but they have to be in a system that allows them to be helped. And right now they're in a system that only allows failure. And I don't want that. And I want a system that's not going to be attacking us. We want a system that can lead to many years of peace. And if we can't have that, we might as well get it over with right now. Yeah, please.
President, as of today, there have been 8 U.S. military fatalities associated with the war in Iran. How many American deaths are you willing to have in this war?
A lot of questions.
Well, as I said before, when you have conflicts like this, you always have death. And I was at Dover yesterday. I met the parents, and they were unbelievable people. They were unbelievable people, but they all had one thing in common. They said to me one thing, every single one, finish the job, sir. Please finish the job. And I'll leave you at that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, that is President Trump's first... I apologize. That is President Trump's first press conference where he's actually taking questions from the media. I got to say, a lot of those questions were just totally loaded and total bullshit. But there you have it. I think President Trump had pretty good answers. President Trump is pretty much saying that we've kind of already won. We're going to keep going further. We are not going to stop until the Iranian threat is completely and totally shut down. Ladies and gentlemen, during that press conference, we had a lot of breaking news updates that I want to go through real quick with you folks, because stuff is still coming through the pipeline minute by minute. I need to get some of this stuff on the screen. What am I even doing here? That's not it. There it is. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of breaking news updates. The first, during that press conference, we saw that Trump is getting close to finishing Iran. During that conference, we also saw updates. Footage from Iran right now looks like something out of a movie. The U.S. and Israel have been bombing Tehran during that press conference. Take a look at this. The bombs are still dropping. This is just in the last 20 minutes.
یا خدا آسمونو.
Now, I'll tell you what, we also saw a massive Iranian ballistic missile attack. All of them got intercepted, so they didn't do any damage, but massive Iranian ballistic missile attack right as Trump got up to talk to the media. What is this, maybe 45 minutes ago? Do you think that was a coincidence? Do you think that was a coincidence, or do you think that the Iranian regime is saying, all right, he's going to go up and talk and go and go? Because you remember the first part of that coverage there, we had Trump on the screen, we had the missiles coming in, we had the interceptors going out, we heard the explosions all at the exact same time. I don't think that that was coincidental. I think that the Iranian regime probably lined all of that up. And also, likewise, we are still bombing them as Trump is up there speaking. 3 of them hit Israel. Okay, if 3 of them hit Israel, then I'm going to try to look for footage of that. We also just got the confirmation that the U.S. military says over 5,000 Iranian targets have been hit. The IDF says over 3,400 targets have been hit. We are talking about approximately 8,400 IRGC, 840 per day. 8,400 total, 840 IRGC targets every single day going on 10 days now. We have another one here. This is a statement from the IRGC 22 minutes ago. The IRGC says, heavy fire will continue to rain down on the aggressors. We have a couple very curious statements from the IRGC. They've also issued a statement saying, where is this? I had it up here. Right here. You are not going to believe this. The IRGC is saying that they're going to continue attacking. Heavy fire will continue raining down. Well, also, look at this. They just posted, it was about 50 minutes ago now, from the IRGC. Any Arab or European country that expels the ambassadors of Israel and the United States from its territory starting tomorrow will have full authority and freedom to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So this is a statement coming from the IRGC. Now, before we really talk about this, I've got to say something, guys. There has been this left-wing narrative, and I kid you not. In fact, we started today's broadcast off by talking about this. There has been this left-wing narrative for 5 or 6 days now saying that, well, no, it's not the Iranians, it's not the Iranian regime or the IRGC that's been shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. All of these boats are just too scared. There's really no reason to be scared because the IRGC, they're really just a bunch of misunderstood nice guys. It's just that these boats are too scared. These vessels are too scared to go through because Trump is so stupid and Trump is such an idiot. Trump caused all of this chaos, but the IRGC isn't blowing up boats. Really, this is all Trump's fault. Okay, well, obviously that's total bullshit. The IRGC has fired rockets and suicide drones at a minimum of 10 boats that we can document. We have documented, we can prove that. But what's more, the IRGC is now saying, actually, we're going to let you go through if you expel the ambassadors of the United States and Israel. So now it's like, wait a minute, what's the narrative now? Because we've been hearing from the far left for 6 days that the IRGC was always letting everybody through. But now we have a statement from the IRGC themselves saying, okay, we're going to let some of you through if you kick out the Israeli and American ambassadors. So which is it? Was the IRGC not letting people through, but now they are letting people through? Or what? Or what? It's going to be very curious to see what the new narrative is, because this is coming from the IRGC. Starting tomorrow, we're going to let people through if you kick out the U.S. and Israeli ambassadors. I can't imagine that Saudi Arabia is going to kick out the U.S. ambassador. Can you imagine that the Emiratis are going to kick out the U.S. or Israeli ambassador? Don't think so. Do you think Qatar is going to kick out the U.S. or Israeli ambassador? Don't think so. What about Kuwait? Don't see it. What about Bahrain? Do you think Bahrain is going to kick out the U.S. or Israeli ambassador? So anyway, so none of these countries. Is Azerbaijan going to kick out? No. Is Turkey going to kick out the U.S. ambassador? You know what would be funny? Could you imagine if Israel kicked out the U.S. ambassador? Israel says, all right, okay, stop shooting at us. We have officially kicked out Mike Huckabee. We sent Mike Huckabee back to Washington, D.C. Now you got to leave us alone. Could you imagine? Obviously, that's ridiculous. But anyway, no, nobody is going to do this. Nobody is going to take them up on this offer. We have another statement from Trump here. Trump says strikes, U.S. airstrikes, have begun targeting Iran's drone manufacturing infrastructure. Well, I think that's been going on for a long time. We've been blowing up drone warehouses, storage facilities, manufacturing for days now. We have another statement coming out of Iran right now. This is from Iranian state TV. Iran says the war can end if it gets a guarantee that it won't be attacked again. Ladies and gentlemen, it really seems like the Iranians are tired of getting bombed. It really seems like they are kind of like they're looking to tap out. The Iranians are looking to tap out. It's up to Trump. Now it's up to Trump. Is Trump going to let them tap out? Iran is saying, hey, if you kick out the American and Israeli ambassadors, we'll stop blowing up your ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Then they say, all right, now also, by the way, if you give us a guarantee that you'll stop bombing us, then all of this comes to an end. The war can be over. They're looking for a way out. It's up to Trump. Is Trump going to let them off the hook here? Is Trump going to let them escape right now? I doubt it. I doubt it personally. Complete and total surrender. Complete and total surrender. Unconditional surrender. You know what unconditional surrender means? It means you need to do whatever the hell Trump wants you to do. Okay, we surrender, but we want to keep enriching uranium. No, because that is a condition. Okay, we surrender, but we want to maintain our ballistic missile program. Because that is a condition. Okay, we surrender, but we want to keep on making our Shahed drones. That is a condition. Okay, we surrender, but we want to be able to choose our own supreme leader. We want to be able to pick our own leader. We want to have our regime intact and choose our own leader. You see, that is a condition. These are all conditions. Trump says unconditional, no conditions. You will surrender completely and thoroughly, no conditions. Folks, hold up. This has got to be Hezbollah rockets. Stand by. I'm pulling up the cameras here, folks. Stand by here. This has got to be Hezbollah. Red alert. What are we talking about here? You see an interceptor in South Lebanon, top left. You just saw an interceptor get popped off there. There's no way this is ballistic missiles. This has got to be Hezbollah rockets, is what this is. The ballistic missiles, we always know 10 minutes in advance. The Hezbollah rockets, they can come out of nowhere. They are coming out of nowhere. Stand by here, folks. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I've got to say something. I might piss some of you guys off here, but let us be very clear about what has gone on here. We are hearing from the Trump administration time and time again that the Iranians were on the cusp of attacking Israel, that they were on the cusp of having a nuclear weapon, and that they were on the cusp of attacking Israel. Trump, in fact, just said that Israel would not exist if we did not get involved right now. That Israel would be wiped off the map if we did not get involved 10 days ago. Trump just said that. What does that mean? What does that mean? That means the United States has just saved Israel from nuclear holocaust. According to our president, Israel would not exist if not for us getting involved. The United States, let's be very clear, the United States has just saved Israel from nuclear Armageddon, nuclear holocaust. As far as I'm concerned, Israel kind of owes us an absolutely immense debt of gratitude. They would not exist if not for our involvement. Immense debt of gratitude. All I can do is listen to my president. President Trump said that. Now, you know, okay, ladies and gentlemen, all of these Hezbollah rockets seem to have been intercepted. Okay, this red alert has come to an end, ladies and gentlemen. It has come to an end. Now, Trump also issued a statement during that press conference there. He said this. I want to show you this. He said, "We have saved the important targets for later in Iran." We have saved the important targets for later in Iran. And so this is something we were kind of talking about earlier, yesterday, in fact, is that we kind of have, we need to find a new live cam to put up here. There's kind of an escalation ladder here. These are our tier 1, our day 1 strike targets. Iranian leadership, the Ayatollah, IRGC bases, their leadership structure. This is their navy. This is their storage facilities. These are tier 1, day 1 targets. Okay, let's say the regime doesn't crumble at the end of that. Okay, well, a week later, we're going to broaden our targeting to another category, to our tier 2 targets. Tier 2 targets might be energy infrastructure, power grid, transformers, oil storage facilities, oil refinement facilities, and that's what we've been seeing. Airports, railways, railway stations, etc. These are sort of our tier 2 targets. And so what Trump is saying, well, if after taking out the tier 1 targets and the tier 2 targets, if the Iranian regime has still not capitulated, then we're going to move on to the tier 3 targets. And if after the tier 3 targets they have still not capitulated, then it might be tier 4 targets. You know, I can't tell you what the tier 2 targets might be. I can't tell you what the tier 3 targets might be, or what the tier 4 targets might be. But of course, there's sort of an order of operations here. First this, then that, then that, then that. Now, real quick, I'm going to try to find another. Well, you know what I can do? Okay. One moment here. There we go. We've got Tel Aviv, we've got Beirut. Matt, we appreciate your work from the United Kingdom. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I think about 3.5% of the viewers are British. 3.5% of you guys from the United Kingdom. Brian Ledbetter, tell us what you really think. I think I pretty much do. Pretty much, I tell you what I think. Pretty much. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to quickly do a scan here, but I want to get caught up on some super chats. We have Philip. He says, Iran unconditional surrender means no Islamic theocratic dictatorship can be in power. Well, maybe. Trump has not said that. I've heard a lot of people say that, but that doesn't really seem to be Trump's objective, honestly with you. We haven't heard that from Hegseth. We haven't heard that from Rubio, and we haven't heard that from Trump. Really, what we have heard from Trump is that the current regime can remain in power as long as the regime does what we tell them to do. What are our demands? The demands are no more killing civilians inside of your own country, no more making suicide drones, no more making ballistic missiles, no more enriching uranium with which you can make a nuclear weapon, and no more having a ballistic missile program. And also, no more funding terror proxy cells across the region. So that's a list of 6 demands. Pretty basic. And as long as whatever regime is in charge of that country is willing to meet all of those demands, then we'll let them remain in control. That's all. Trump does not care about nation building or making Iran a Western-style liberal democracy. I don't think that Trump really gives a shit about that. Trump just wants them to do what he says. That's it. That's it. A lot of people keep trying to compare Iraq. In fact, Trump talked about this just now at that press conference. Trump said one of the big mistakes, just like 20 minutes ago, that the U.S. made in Iraq is that we took out the politicians, we took out the city council members, we took out everybody. We overhauled the entire military. We got rid of the entire apparatus, the leadership apparatus. We tore down their structure. And then we tried to replace it. And it didn't work. Trump just said that that's what led to the creation of ISIS. And he's right about that. The way that we handled Iraq was moronic, and it caused a lot of problems. One of you just said that Trump, Matt, this is a terrible opinion. Once again, I'm not giving you my opinion. I am telling you literally, explicitly, what Trump and Hegseth and Rubio have said. I think a lot of people, they want something out of this situation that is not what Trump wants, or not what Rubio or Hegseth want. I think some people are maybe hearing what they want to hear. I'm hearing what Trump is saying. And that's what I'm not even telling you my opinion. I'm just telling you what Trump is saying. If you want, I can replay the footage. Matt, this is an awful take. Trump literally just said this 25 minutes ago. I can replay it for you if you want. He just said this. Maybe you weren't listening. You got to listen. Hey, when my president speaks, you listen. Hey, listen, when the president speaks, you listen, and you listen good. Some of you need to listen better. You're not listening good enough. You better listen up when my president is speaking. I'm doing a quick scan for updates here. Now, President Trump has said, right now we could declare victory and just leave. We could. He also said that, but he said we're not going to do that. We are not done yet. He said, we are not done yet. We are not done. You better listen and leer. We've got some news here. President Trump has just ordered 25 new B-2 Spirit stealth bombers. Imagine that. I believe that we have 21 right now in total. You guys know that there's only 21 B-2 Spirit stealth bombers in existence in the world. And Trump has just ordered another 25 of them. Another 25 of them. That'll be a good number. I see people right now are melting down because Trump said that numerous countries have Tomahawk missiles. By the way, Iran has cruise missiles that pretty much resemble Tomahawk missiles. These are the Iranian counterpart to the U.S. manufactured Tomahawk cruise missile. Iran has their own version. In fact, they have fired some of them. Over the last 10 days, we've seen them fire, I think, like 10, somewhere between 10 and 15 of these things. I'm sorry, you can't see that. That's what that looks like. Iran has been firing these. If I remember right, on day 2 and day 3 of the war, Iran was letting some of these loose. They fired somewhere between 10 and 10 and 15, from what I've seen. It's called, yeah, maybe it's called the Timu Tomahawk. The Timu Hawk. They've got their own knockoff. Also, once again, can I just use my logic here? Okay, let's just try to put on our thinking caps. The Iranian regime, literally every second of every single day, they have been posting anti-American, anti-Israeli, anti-Western propaganda. They've been generating images with AI to spread their propaganda. They've been making AI-generated videos and photos. Let me ask you a question. If there really were 165 dead Iranian girls, don't you think that we would see pictures of that? Don't you really think that if the IRGC had on their hands 165 dead little Iranian girls that the U.S. blew up, don't you think that we would be seeing photos of that? Don't you think that they would be using that in their propaganda? They're not. They're still making AI-generated videos. They're posting AI-generated photos on their official government accounts. We've seen absolutely no proof of this at all. There's zero proof. Zero proof. Trump has refused to confirm or deny whether or not the new Iranian supreme leader has a target on his back. And that means, yes, he does. That means, yes, he does have a target on his back. The Iranian military once again has issued a message, quote, "Heavy fire will continue to rain down on the aggressors." They keep talking a big game, but we just broke this down a moment ago. The Iranian regime, they're looking for a way out. They are looking for a way out. Today, just in the last couple hours, they've issued 2 ultimatums, 2 statements, kind of. The first, they've said that to all of their neighbor countries in the region, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, etc., they've said, if you kick out the Israeli and American ambassadors, we will let your ships go through the Strait of Hormuz. That's the first thing they've said. If you want your ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz, we'll let them go through if you kick out the Israeli and American ambassadors from inside of your country. That is their first demand. And by the way, that is them looking to de-escalate. They're trying to de-escalate here. They have also then, more on the nose, they issued a statement about an hour ago saying, if we can get a promise from Israel and America and everybody else that you will stop attacking us, if you promise to stop attacking Iran, then this war is over. If you commit to a ceasefire, then we will reciprocate that commitment, and then the war is done. Iran is looking for a way out. And so now it's up to President Trump to determine if he's going to say yes. Iran has presented Trump with an offer. If you promise to stop attacking us, we will stop attacking you. We will see if Trump accepts that offer. I doubt it. I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. The IRGC is full of morons. You know, I'll tell you something here. I am going to say something that I know is going to get me in trouble. I know I'm going to get shit on for this, but that's fine. Although evil and psychotic and zealously attached to a doomsday, radically jihadist death cult, these people are ingenious. They are ingenious. Do you understand how difficult it is to enrich uranium and build out thousands of bunkers across your country and build continental ballistic missiles and engineer gyroscope-oriented suicide drones? At least they've got a couple geniuses inside that country. I'm not saying all of them are. They've got a demographic of people in this country. They are genius. It's incredibly. You have to be a genius to do those things. Now, regrettably, they're using these gifts, this gift of genius. They're using these gifts to create weapons and try to kill everyone. It is a shame, but they're not stupid. They're not stupid. They're not 85 IQ. They're not like living in mud huts in Somalia. They are religious fanatics. They are psychotic. They are violent. But they're not pooping in holes. They're not, you know, you need to like understand the dynamic. At least they've got a couple geniuses in there, although evil. You know, I actually, just like from a strategy point of view, it is wise not to underestimate your enemy. You never want to underestimate your opponent. They're not stupid. In the same way we talk about the Democrats here back home in the US, they're not stupid. They're not. Many of them are not. They're evil, and they're hell-bent on destroying the country. And they have an anti-American agenda, and I would call many of them traitors, but they're not stupid. Many of them are not. Some of them are stupid, but many of them are not. Many of them are not. We have a slight little update here. What is this one here? So this is one assessment of the rate at which the Iranians are launching ballistic missiles. On day one, they launched 95 ballistic missiles. 57, 28, 25, 23, 17, 15, 13, 11, 10. You see all these different kind of approximations here. This one seems a bit low. We've seen others that are a little bit higher here. We've seen some that are kind of in the middle. But it's probably about what it is. Most certainly, we've seen a reduction in the rate of ballistic missile launches every single day. With maybe one exception. Just about every single day. They're not stupid, they're evil. I think so. I think so. In a lot of ways, I think so. Oh, wait a minute. We've got some alerts here, folks. Okay, this is a tiny alert on the confrontation line. I think that this is Hezbollah taking some shots across the border. They're taking some shots across the border. This is not ballistic missiles. This is not drones. This is not anything like that. Now, I will say, folks, hey, if you're new to the show, do me a favor and hit that like button. And make sure to subscribe. You can keep on coming back. Thank you all very much for being here. I'm doing a quick scan. Make sure to hit that subscribe button. I appreciate it a lot. Matt, I think Trump misspoke about the B-2. I think he was talking about the B-21. Yeah, that could be the case. That could be the case. Yesterday here, we were talking a little bit about the B-21. Seems like kind of the next gen. It's got all the new tech. We have our live feed up there in Beirut. We've got Tel Aviv. And we've got our cameras all over the place. All over the place. All over. Well, hey there, JT. How many Iranian missiles today? You know, here's the problem. I guess it's not a problem. It's probably for the best. Not very many Iranian ballistic missiles ever actually make it over the skies of Haifa or Tel Aviv or Israel anymore. Most of them get intercepted earlier on. You know, I'll kind of show you how this works. Let me pull up a map here. So anytime the Iranian regime fires a volley that's a hostile aircraft intrusion on the confrontation line between Israel and Lebanon. This seems like Hezbollah must have fired off a drone. Seems like a drone. Anyway, anytime the Iranian regime fires off a ballistic missile volley, it's got to, depending on from where they launch it, it's got to fly over Kuwait, over Iraq, over Jordan, sometimes over Syria, maybe even over Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, depending on where the Iranians launch it from. It's a big country. And so all over this territory, in Iraq and Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, we've got missile interceptors. The only chance we have to intercept these missiles is not over Iraq, over Israel. We've got missile interceptors everywhere. Everywhere. And so the ones that we see over the skies of Israel, those are the ones that have already made it through all these other missile interception batteries. And so, honestly, yeah, these days, not a whole lot of ballistic missiles are even making it to Israel because they get intercepted over Iraq or Kuwait. These are alerts along the confrontation line right up there, folks. I must have more than one alert page open. Do I have more than one alert page open? Why am I hearing... We will see how this plays out. I really think this is hostile aircraft. This is, in all likelihood, a Hezbollah drone that has been launched across the border. This thick black line, that's the border. No, you don't want to underestimate the enemy. There was a reason why Trump and the Department of War, the U.S. military, they were planning this attack for months or years. This operation that we are all watching unfold right now has been in the making for months or years. I'm sure some components, maybe even decades. Oh, it must be... We must be getting these alerts on one of the OSINT broadcasts. That's probably what's going on. Ah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, thank you. That is what it is. Okay, bear with me here, folks. Bear with me real quick here, folks. I just need to clean up some of these tabs. It's getting a little bit ridiculous. We got a crazy poll today, folks, from Rasmussen. Who is, in my opinion, man, okay, Hezbollah is just going crazy up here right now. They're launching rockets left and right. Confrontation line, I think they're taking shots at each other. Hostile aircraft intrusion. It's actually not rockets. It's drones, it looks like. And with these sort of alerts, we never actually end up seeing anything. We never actually end up seeing anything with these ones. It is always right along this northern border, Israel-Lebanon. This seems to be perhaps some type of big operation. Normally, you don't see this many smaller alerts all together at the same time. Something must be happening up here. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Confrontation line alerts. And the second one alert gets wrapped up, another one pops up. There's another one. We would be looking at southern Lebanon, North Israel, but we don't see anything up here. We don't see anything up here. We do not see anything up there. We'll give it a minute here. Hezbollah is letting it rip. They're letting it rip. According to Trump, there's been an 83% drop in Iranian drone launches. And every day, that's going to keep on dropping more and more. You know what Trump said during that press conference? I absolutely love this. I love this. Trump just said, you saw it pop up, he said, the hard way is probably the easy way. Think about that. Say it again. The hard way is probably the easy way. In other words, if you do a job, you need to do it right. If your name is attached to something, if you're doing a job, you make sure you do it right. Because if you don't, if you mess it up, or if you half-ass it, if you F around the first time, you're going to have to come back and fix it again. Come back and fix it. It didn't go right. You got to double back and do it again and do it again. If you do it right, if you do a job, you do it right, you make it count, you get the job done. The hard way is the easy way. Taking care of business, you get it taken care of. Trump said as much. We've had a lot of administrations that have been kicking the can down the road as it relates to Iran. I don't know. Maybe if I turn a blind eye, the Iranian regime will just go away. Maybe if we just ignore them, they'll stop doing everything that they've been doing. Okay, folks, news coming out of Lebanon here. We're hearing all these alerts. The Syrian army says Hezbollah has fired artillery from Lebanese territory at its border positions near the border of a town in Syria. Syrian forces also detected Hezbollah reinforcements moving into the border area and say the situation is under assessment. We are communicating with the Lebanese army and studying appropriate options. The Syrian army will not tolerate any aggression against Syria, the military said. So, okay, as we've been hearing all of these alerts on the border with Lebanon and Israel, right in this area, the Syrians are saying, well, we've got border conflicts here, right here, with Lebanon and Syria. So maybe Hezbollah is kind of activating a little bit. Things are getting a little bit dicey. What is Hezbollah up to? You got to wonder, okay, right now, let's try to get inside of the mind of an IRGC commander. They've got a couple. You are one of the top guys in the IRGC right now. It is your job. It is your job to win this battle on behalf of the Iranian regime. What is the game plan? What is going through the mind of the enemy right now? What is the game plan? Where do they think they're going? What is the 1-day plan? What is the 5-day plan? What is the 10-day plan? What is the 15-day plan? Where are they trying to navigate this thing to right now? Oh, hi, Raya. Hi there. What is the objective at the moment? Run for your life. You think so? I don't think so. You might know they are still launching some missiles and drones. You need to, I guess, appreciate the human element here. Every single time a drone gets fired or ballistic missile gets launched, somebody launched it. Somebody, some people, some group of people, some IRGC field location inside of a bunker, wherever they are, they launched the damn thing. What's the mindset? Ballistic missiles and suicide drones, they don't launch themselves. Somebody's over there doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, when the markets opened this morning, crude oil was at $119 per barrel. It has now dropped all the way down to $81 per barrel. That is the single largest 1-day drop in all of U.S. history. I'm sorry, in all of global history. In all of global history. Not just U.S. history. From $119 down to $81. Well, ladies and gentlemen, would you look at that? Trump just shaved off like 25% of oil prices in one day, whatever that number is. Somebody do the math. Well, would you look at that? Trump decreased the price of oil by 25% in one day. There you go. It truly is the golden age. It's the golden age of America. That's right. It's the golden age of the world. Great. Yeah, that's excellent. That's just great. Now, if we do that another 3 days, oil's going to be free. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. You love to see it. You love to see that. Oh, our broadcast there is lagging out a little bit. Yeah, folks, right now it sure seems like the new supreme leader of Iran is probably not going to last long. Doesn't exactly seem like Trump. Oh my. Wow. All right, you guys want to see something crazy? Can I get this pulled up? We've got new data for the day, ladies and gentlemen. It is March 9th, has officially come to an end in the Middle East. They're 10 hours or 12 hours ahead of me, at least. So anyway, March 9th has come to an end, and we have the data for how many drones and missiles the Iranians launched on the day of March 9th. And we're going to pull it up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's getting a little bit pathetic. Yesterday, we saw sort of a break from the trend where Iran actually launched more ballistic missiles for the first time ever, more than the day before. The jump from March 7th to March 8th, they launched almost 2 times as many. In addition, they launched more suicide drones. Well, that trend did not continue. March 9th has concluded, and this is what we see now. 25 ballistic missiles were launched by Iran, and 55 suicide drones. Ladies and gentlemen, they are crumbling. They're crumbling. Their capacity to launch anything at this point. I mean, it's like they're just cooked. They're cooked. They're deep fried. They're getting BBQ'd right now. You're in for a big surprise. Am I? Are we? I love all of these like third world opinions. It's always like some guy from Pakistan. You just don't understand, America. Iran is about to launch their hypersonic nuclear giga ballistic missiles. They're going to blow up every single aircraft carrier. They're going to eradicate Israel off of the face of the earth, and then they're going to drop a bomb in New York City and kill 1 billion Americans. Like, really? Okay, all right, Mr. Pakistan. Okay, Mr. Pakistani. All right. We shall see. We shall see. I'm not going to hold my breath. Time will tell. Put our cameras back up like that. All right. And we just keep seeing all of this AI generated, all these AI generated videos and photos come out. I've showed you some of them. It's bad. It's really bad. All this AI. The third worlders are peddling out here. It's getting a little here. This one is my favorite. You want to see my favorite AI generated third world propaganda video? This is my favorite one. This one here. Missile work is going on in full swing in Iran. You have not seen the true power of the Iranian regime.
Check the alignment on the
Oh, I'm sorry. You can't even hold. I got to rewind. You can't even see that. This is my favorite one.
Check the alignment on the
This video was going viral yesterday. This video got the Pakistanis really excited yesterday. They loved this one. So this is a bunch of Iranians in their secret bunker, in their secret cave, building the nuclear doomsday bomb. Uh-huh. Any day, I mean, this guy, like, doesn't have a head. Oh, man, it's just, Do we have any people here with 6 fingers? Hey, dada, hey, dada, hey, dada. Hey, dada, ho, dada, hey, dada. All right. That's a nice wrench. Perfect. That's a good spanner there. This is one of the propaganda accounts I see popping up all day. Oh no! Oh my gosh! Oh no! Watch out! Israel! Watch out! Oh man. Ah yes, who's this guy? I don't know. Who's that guy? His face is all blurred out. I don't know. This video is awesome if you're Pakistani. If you're from Pakistan, you're like, yeah, let's go. We're gonna wipe America off the face of the map. This video goes so hard if you're Pakistani. Okay. What else? What other... I don't even know. What other Oh, okay. Missile work is going on in full swing. You have yet to see the true power of Iran. Here we go. We've got another one. Ah, yes. That's great. You love to see it. They're getting the women involved. They're getting the women involved. You love to see it. This is just all bullshit. This is all so bad. Okay. Do you support Iran? No. This is an Iranian scimitar cutting an F-35 fighter jet in half with a little Israeli guy in a parachute. This is just awful. Dude, he's dead. How are you going to post this when the Ayatollah is literally dead? This is just embarrassing. Even if you hate Israel, it's like, it's a little bit embarrassing. The guy is literally dead. It's getting a little bit embarrassing. So anyway, there's the propaganda. They love it. They love that stuff. They love that stuff. It's just like it's so stupid. It's just silly. AI Khomeini. It's AI Khomeini. You know, they should appoint a new AI generated supreme leader. That way Trump can't blow him up. RuneScape Vet, he says, put car in transmission shop today. Just wanted to say thank you for making my day brighter. I can always count on you and Greg from the black conservative perspective to never black pill and always be America first. I'll have to check out Greg. I'm not sure about Greg. Greg, the black conservative. You know what I've noticed? Can I get a little bit racial here for a second? You do have a lot of people. They're like, I'm a podcasters, commentators that sort of identify as black conservative. I'm the black conservative. I'm the black conservative. White people don't really do that. Hey everybody, I'm the white conservative. Nice to meet you there, folks. I'm the white conservative. Hello there, folks. I am the white conservative. Nice to meet you. We don't really do that. You don't really do that, do you? Hello there, I'm the black conservative. No, I'll check him out. I'll take a look at it, though. I'll check him out. Hello there, I'm a white conservative. Nice to meet you. No, really, I'm Japanese. Hello, everyone there. I'm the Japanese conservative. Hello, I'm Japanese conservative. So something just happened out here, folks. What are we looking at right here? An Iranian attack drone just hit the Erbil Observatory on the top of Mount Korek tonight. This is in northern Iraq. Ooh. That's probably not good. You know, I've kind of got bad news. You want to hear something? Okay, let me give you some bad news, and then I'm going to give you some good news. I was doing some research this morning. I said, how many, prior to this war breaking out, prior to the war, so 12 days ago, how many of these suicide drones was it estimated that Iran had? How many do they have? 1,000, 10,000? Well, according to Israeli data, this is Israeli info, the Israelis estimated that the Iranian regime had about 80,000 Shahed suicide drones. 80,000 of them. 80,000. Now, in the last 11 days, the Iranians have fired about 3,000. They've launched off about 3,000 of them. So you can say, oh my gosh, they've got, what, 77,000 left? That's a lot of drones, 77,000. But keep in mind, we've been blowing up their bunkers, their storage facilities, their munitions depots, all of this. So you say, okay, they've fired 3,000. How many have we preemptively blown up? Because you know we've blown up a bunch of their drones before they ever even got launched. All these storage bunkers. Let's say you've got 1,000 drones inside of a storage bunker. You blow it up. All of them. Boom. All of them are done. So how many have we preemptively destroyed? I don't know. What we do know is that the Iranians are barely launching any drones at all these days. They're barely launching anything. They're barely able to launch anything at all these days. In fact, we've got footage. This is a British fighter jet. Whoa. So this is an Iranian drone flying through the air, and a British fighter jet fires a rocket, blows that sucker up midair. Blows that sucker up right out of the air. Boom. Goodbye, drone. Goodbye, drone. I'll play the entire video one more time. Game over. For that little drone, at least. No, hey, thank you, RuneScape Vet. I appreciate that. I appreciate that super chat. I'm gonna hop us back over to our Beirut cam. Why don't we tune into Beirut here for a moment, folks? It's been a pretty wild day. We also had our first press conference from President Trump, where he answered questions about this, about all of this. We are having a little bit of a lull at the moment, though, admittedly. We're having a little bit of a break from the action. And you know what? It's probably for the best, honestly. Frankly, it's probably for the best. We had a poll from Rasmussen come out today. Rasmussen, which said 52% of all voters in America support what President Trump is currently doing in Iran. 52%. And this is not only Republicans, this is all voters, Democrats and Republicans alike. So let me give you some background information. Let me try to make sense of this. According to Rasmussen, 52% approve of what Trump is doing right now. Rasmussen, in my opinion, for the last 10, 11 years, has always been the most accurate pollster in the country. That's what I've observed. You know, everybody, you know, I like this poll, I don't like that poll. What I have seen for 11 years now is that, generally speaking, Rasmussen is the most accurate They're one of the only pollsters that in 2016, all the midterms, 2020, 2024, all the midterms, they got it all. They pretty much got everything right. Really. They're good at their job. They 100% perfect no. Now, here's the curious thing, okay? Rasmussen has had President Trump, his approval rating, according to Rasmussen recently, has been in the mid-40s. 44, 45% nationally. That's coming from Rasmussen. So Rasmussen also says that 52% of all voters support what Trump is doing in Iran. We know that number is going to go up also if Trump gets us out of here. If Trump is able to wrap up this operation with a clean bow, wrap it up, put a bow on top, say we're done, we got what we wanted, and it's over. No boots on the ground. We win. It's over. We got if we get everything we want, if this is a win for the United States, that number 52%, it's going up to 56, 57, 60%. And I say that there's going to be a retrospective approval bump. And I say that because that is exactly what we saw with Venezuela. With Venezuela, if you polled people the day before, remember there was the blockade outside Venezuela for a month or two. And people were polling, Rasmussen was polling, should Trump make direct action in Venezuela to apprehend Maduro or shut down Maduro? It was like, 51, 52. Well, the second that raid went off without a hitch, almost perfectly, there was that pilot who was wounded. I hope he's getting taken care of. Went off almost perfectly. That approval rating shot up from 51, 52 up to almost 60, 58, 59. So there was this, okay, it's over. All right. Okay, I support it. It went off perfectly. It was a win. Okay, I support it. People kind of bandwagon. They bandwagon onto it after it's over. Another thing here is the lead pollster, the head pollster for Rasmussen. He's the head honcho. He's calling all the shots with the polls. He's a guy named Mark Mitchell, and I like Mark Mitchell. That being said, Mark Mitchell, for months now, has been kind of negative about President Trump. And beyond President Trump as an individual, Mark Mitchell has been kind of negative about war with Iran. Mark Mitchell's been sort of doomsaying. If we get involved in Iran, it's over, it's terrible. Trump's approval ratings are going to implode, da-da-da, we're going to lose midterms, da-da-da. So Mark Mitchell has not exactly been super positive about Trump and anything relating to Iran. However, just this morning, Rasmussen, of which he is the head pollster, put out a poll saying over half of Americans are in support of what's happening right now. I saw this poll this morning, and I said, man, I can't believe, I could not believe this morning that Rasmussen put out a 52% approval rating of what's gone on in Iran so far. I could not believe it. That shocked me. Shocked me. Because I'm like, this is coming from Mark Mitchell. He's not a Trump propagandist. He's not carrying water for Trump. If anything, he's been panicking a little bit. Still, they put it out 52%. It might even be higher than that. Who knows? That was one of my big surprises of the day. Are the ships getting in a line? You know what? It kind of looks like it. You know what we've been seeing? In fact, I appreciate... I just reloaded. My brother, I appreciate you saying that. Who said that? Folks, thank you, sir, whoever that was, for pointing that out. You want to know what you are seeing right now? You want to know why all of these ships, these vessels appear to be lined up? I'll tell you why. It's because they are entering the Strait of Hormuz. They're going in. What's happening right now is these boats are sailing in. They're going in, and they are flipping off their transponders. They're going in. This is the first time in the last couple hours that we've seen these boats, these vessels, take this formation here, take this path. They are going in, and they are flipping off their transponders. Once they get on the inside, they flip the transponders back on. They load up, they oil up, they come back through, they flip off the transponder when they're coming back out. This is the first time we've seen this this formation. They're going dark. And this, I would imagine this development that you just sort of pointed out here probably has something to do with why oil prices were 118 or whatever earlier today. When the markets opened, price per barrel, crude oil price per barrel was 118, 119. Now it's 81. It's 81. And I think this has something to do with it. So it's a multitude of things, but this is part of it. Is a part of it. Stop saying Rasmussen, it's Rasmussen. It's not Leviosa, it's Leviosa. It's not Kamala, it's Kamala. Hey, if you say Kamala, you are a racist. You need to pronounce it Kamala. It's not Kamala, it's Kamala. You bigot. You disgusting racist. We had let me quickly let me quickly show you something here. Talking about these vessels that are yeah, I found it. Okay. I need to bookmark that. You're gonna love this. Excuse me. Ships are crossing the Strait of Hormuz. They are crossing the Strait of Hormuz. They turn off their transponders before passing through and then switch them back on afterwards. And we've got the footage to prove it. Take a look at this. Let's put this up on the big screen. So where you need to look right here. Look right about here. Right there. All right, pay attention to that spot. That's nothing, don't worry about that. Oh, also look right over here. So right here and right over here. You see boats just kind of disappearing and reappearing. You see boats, vessels right here popping up out of nowhere. And look right over here now. You see vessels just materializing out of nowhere. I wonder what they're doing. They are going through the Strait of Hormuz, but they're flipping off their transponders. They're going dark, going light, going dark, we're going light. So it's happening, and that is exactly what you are seeing right down here. That is exactly what's happening right here. These guys are getting ready to go. They are going in. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, actually, we have a photo. Oh my gosh. We have a photo of a captain getting ready to sail through the Strait of Hormuz right now. Oh my gosh, take a look at this. He's going in. I'm going in. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what here. It is pretty quiet right now. I think things have really settled right now. And you know what? I might enjoy half a day off. Well, I might enjoy a third of a day off. We've already been here for 6.5 hours. We've already been here for 6.5 hours. I might enjoy a fourth of a day off. I might go spend some time with my wife and kids tonight. It's pretty quiet, and we've been here a lot. I think it might be time to wrap up this broadcast here today, folks. I'm going to enjoy 1/5 of a day off. I'm going to take 1/8 of a day off today. I might do something like that. And then we'll come back tomorrow. We're going to hit it hard. We'll go through the updates again. If that's okay with you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take 1/20 of a day off here. Oh, hey, thank you all very much for tuning in today. I really appreciate it a lot. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you all very much for being here. If you have not already done so, hit that like button, make sure to subscribe and follow and do it all before you forget so you can find your way back here again in the future. We've got the members of the Morse Force turning up every single day. Joe says, have a beer with the wife. You know what? That's not a bad idea. I think that I will. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think I will. Folks, I will, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Until I see you next, God bless, stay safe. We pray for everybody's safety here in the U.S. and abroad. Thanks for tuning into the show. Good day, big day, massive day. I'll see you folks tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Thank you very much.